Good morning from the Reggie Lewis Track and Field Athletic Center in Boston for Day 3 of the 2024 New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships, the fastest party on the planet. My name is Dave Milner, and I'm joined this morning by Serenity Douglas. Many of the top middle and high school athletes in the country have descended on Boston for 4 days of thrilling track and field action. The Reggie Lewis Center has played host for 2 days already. It is playing host again before we move over to the track at New Balance for Sunday's action. That facility is currently hosting the NCAA Indoor Track and Field Championships, so Boston is officially Track and Field City this weekend. We've already had several national records set and a multitude of meet records established here at Reggie. We'll be looking to add to that tally today, and we're going to be kicking off Day 3's action with the boys' pentathlon. That event consists of the 60-meter hurdles, long jump, shot, high jump, and a grueling 1,000-meter race. We're kicking it off with the 60-meter hurdles, and you can see our athletes lining up. About ready to kick off in about 4 minutes.
And Dave, you've actually been on the floor this whole meet. So what have you been seeing from the athletes? Like, have they been really nervous down there? Because you get a different perspective than being, up here.
I think the Reggie Lewis Center has a bit of a different vibe from the track at New Balance. It's a little less intimidating. I think the kids are a little more relaxed here at Reggie. It's a great vibe because there's less seating here, so it feels fuller and it's loud. But it's somehow just a more relaxed vibe than the big professional NCAA venue that is the track at New Balance, where we'll be tomorrow.
Okay, I could see that. And the line was wrapped around the corner bright and early. It is 8 a.m., and I'm sure that they were wrapped out there since 7:30 a.m. because, as you all know, athletes have to get warmed up very early. And we're hoping to see some fast times, even though it's only before 9 a.m.
Yeah, I think the multi-eventers are used to these early starts. Quite often it's the early start for the decathletes and heptathletes, and in this case, pentathlets. And they're used to playing to a slightly smaller crowd, but there's actually a really good crowd here for 8:18 a.m., and people have just got their coffee and are ready to kick off their day with some track action.
And there's 6 heats of the pentathlon. 5 events.
Yeah, so our champion from last year was Sam Fisher from Tennessee Track Club. He scored 3,661 points. So that 3,661 is the meet record. I think there's a very good chance we'll see that mark go down. The national lead belongs to Neil Howard from New York, 3,780. He's a notable absentee here today. Probably the most notable athlete here competing is Cooper Williams. He is a Fayetteville High School, Arkansas. He's heading to Arkansas to be a Razorback in the fall.
Okay.
And he was second at New Balance National Indoors last year, just 60 points from the win. So he's our top returner. He comes into this event as the hot favorite, I would say. And you'll see Cooper in the next heat. He's in Section 2, Lane 4.
I wonder if, as much as he can, of course, has been getting some advice from the Arkansas squad that's just right down the street at NC's. They're at the track at New Balance, competing at NCAAs. And to have your school that close to you must be really exciting, but maybe even a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gone over there to hang out with some of his future teammates. But he'll be focused on the 60-meter hurdles, which his heat is going to take place in about 7 minutes. All right, so the first heat about to get underway. In lane 2, we have Zach Mountain. In lane 4 is Marco Martinez. In lane 6, Sloan Jones. And in lane 8, Kingston Williams.
We are off. Right out of lane 6, Sloan Jones.
So Sloan clocks 8.10. That's a very fast time. Good for 957 points. Marco Martinez second, 890. That yields 768. Zach Mountain's 935. Good for 670 points. Looks like Kingston Williams was a scratch.
And right off the bat, Sloan was owning this race from the very beginning. Didn't even need the head dip there, but he decided to do it anyway. He's feeling good about it. And for these athletes in multis, it's just kind of like, on to the next event. That one was good, on to the next one.
All right, so Sloan has the mark to beat at 8.10. Coming up in this next section, we have the aforementioned Cooper Williams. He goes in lane 4. Kenyon Roberts will be in lane 2. In lane 6 is Jackson McKay. And in lane 8, Colm Matheny. So keep your eye on Cooper Williams. He is the pre-meet favorite for the overall pentathlon. And he goes in lane 4. And he has a personal best of 8.67. So this is not his strongest event.
But it's really about how you put them all together, and that's the good thing about being a multi.
Yeah, Cooper's a 7-foot high jumper. That's going to come in handy a little bit later. Pretty tight race so far. Lane 6, Jackson McKay running well. So McKay gets the win, 8.40. That's good for 884 points. But Cooper Williams gets a new personal best, 853, which ironically is 853 points.
Yeah. Okay, Cooper.
So Cooper slides into 3rd place overall with that. We still have 4 heats remaining.
And the pentathlon athletes, their next event is going to be long jump, which I have heard can kind of take a lot out of them sometimes.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to see multi-eventers just get one good mark in, and if they're happy with that, they just pass on their next 2 and just rest up for the next event. You don't tend to see that nearly as much in the individual long jump competitions. All right, so section 3 is lining up. In lane 2 is Marquise White. In lane 4 is Ethan Besançon. In lane 6 is Kyle Kurtz. And in lane 8 is Trace Foreman. Besançon was 4th New Balance National Outdoors last year in the pentathlon. And he's currently ranked number 9 in the nation this indoor season with 3,419.
And he's actually a native. Out of Massachusetts?
Yep, Denver's just up the road, just north of Logan Airport. Looks like Besançon might have been a scratch. That was Marquise White. So White clocks 8.71 to win that section. That's good for 811 points. Puts him 4th overall.
Now, Dave, this might seem like a silly question, but are these athletes really tallying up these early points? Or are they just waiting for all of the other events? Because they still have 4 more events.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they can do the math in their head when they're so focused on their one individual event at a time. But I don't know, it's above my pay grade. All right, so Besançon was a scratch in that one. That was interesting since he was a local lad. In section 4 coming up, we just have 3 athletes. Running in lane 2 is Matthew Malmstrom. In lane 4 is Jarrell Jimenez. And lane 6 is Jaden Bisono. So keep your eye on Jimenez in lane 4. He's from Ponte Vedra High School down in Florida. He's ranked number 4 in the nation right now with 3,528 points. And there you see him. in the all white. So 8:10 is the mark to beat. That was set by Sloan Jones in Heat 1. Nice clean starts, and it's the Pontevedra athlete, Jimenez, gets the win. And 8.28 for him. That's good for 913 points. So that's our second best so far.
There's Jimenez. He's really happy with it. 8.28 just like that. And like I said, they're really just getting right back to work. Probably like, let me go cool down a little bit, get ready for this long jump next up. It was a good time, and you can see him right in the middle of the track. Kind of the best place to be. He had a couple of scratches to his left, so he didn't have anybody racing him to his left, but came away with the good one.
Well, the reason he's all smiles is because he just improved his personal best by 0.3 of a second. So I'd be pretty happy too if I could kick off my day that way. All right, so Sloan Jones is 8:10, still holds pole position as we get ready for section 5. And in that section, we'll see Chase Lathrop from IMG Academy occupying lane 2. Pierce Mankey from 252 Elite is in 4, and Oliver Duffy is in lane 6.
Section 5 out of 6.
Nice clean start, and it's Lathrop from IMG Academy that gets the win.
And it looks like he was just leaping over him because he's so tall and he can do that, and he's happy with it, clapping and everything. He's like, I did it the easy way.
So Chase clocks 8.53, so tying with Cooper Williams. And that, like I said earlier, 8.53 just happens to be 853 points. So that puts him, well, tied for 6th, essentially, with Cooper Williams. AC on the monitor. Not the greatest form, but it works for him. He's a big, tall guy. But he gets the win there.
I mean, when you get it done like that, it works for him.
All right, so one heat remaining. And in section 6, we'll see Miles Lipka running in lane 2. William Numnum goes in 4. Aiden Lee is in 6. And Alexander Anderson goes in lane 8. Miles Lipka from just up the road in Northborough, Massachusetts, currently ranked number 8 in the nation. So keep an eye on him. He's in lane 2. It looks like we got 2 scratches here. Just lanes 2 and... Oh, no, 1 scratch. So lanes 2, 6, and 8 occupied. Num Num is a scratch. It's going to be Aiden Lee with a pretty convincing victory. So only 8.73 in that heat. That was the slowest of the heats. So that puts a bow on our 60-meter hurdles. That's the first event wrapped up in this boys pentathlon. And I can tell you that Sloan Jones has a pretty convincing lead right now. He clocked 8:10 to get 957 points. Gerald Jimenez is in second. He clocked 8:28 for 913. Matthew Malmstrom, 8:39, good for 886 points. And our pre-event favorite, Cooper Williams, back in 6th place with 8.53 and 853 points.
We're going to keep on rolling through it. It's the boys championship 60-meter hurdle prelims. 24 goes to the semis. Yes, semifinals, because we have 31 heats, Dave.
Yeah, we're going to be here for a while with these high hurdles, but these are the more proficient hurdlers. You saw the decathletes or the heptathletes and the pentathletes. They're kind of jacks of all trades, masters of none in some ways. These guys are the specialists, so we should see much better technicians. But in the first of these heats, we actually have our national leader, Bradley Franklin, from Thompson High School down in Alabama. So he ran 7:62 to win the Alabama State meet just a few weeks ago. He's a Samford University commit, has only lost one race all season, and he was 6th at this meet in the final last year. So he goes in lane 7. Keep your eyes peeled for him. So there you see our starters: Trevor Curry, Chad Stone, Michael Gimigliano, Eli Anderson, Jamel Gordon, Jonte Gaither. Bradley Franklin goes in 7, and then Daquan Monteith to his outside in lane 8. But keep your eyes on lane 7. Bradley has run 7:62. He's the national leader so far this season. Franklin got not a great start, but yeah, now he's away. Now he's clear.
And he's just stepping over him at this point.
Yeah, he made that look very, very easy. 7:76.
Straight out of Alabama. Now, speaking of Alabama, the national record is from a fan favorite, Trey Cunningham, out of Alabama, set in 2017. So it's interesting to see that Bradley Franklin has the national lead.
Yeah, Trey, we saw Trey just a couple of weeks ago here at the ACC Championship. I got a chance to chat with him, but he's from a tiny little town called Winfield, which has like 1,000 people. And now he's running on the big stage, obviously, as a professional. And currently the U.S. indoor champion from a few weeks ago in Albuquerque. So Bradley hoping to follow in his those Alabama footsteps left behind by Trey Cunningham. So 7:76.
It's not bad. A really good start.
Yeah, he made that look very, very casual.
And he still has 2 rounds, hopeful 2 rounds. But he has made it to semis. He's going to see if he can make it to the final later on. I don't doubt that he won't.
All right, Heat 2 is on the track. And we have all 8 lanes occupied, it looks like. We've got Logan Howe comes in with a 7:99 season's best. He goes in lane 1. Michael Clark, Nicholas Kramer, Robert Burns, George Brown, Wesner Archulus, Cameron Long, and James Alati. But keep your eyes on lane 1. That's Logan Howe. He is the fastest seed coming in here. Just missed making the final at this meet last year. He's from Sylvania, Ohio, and he is a senior. And he's all the way to the right on your screen, wearing the gray and black in lane 1. Nice clean start, and Howe got away pretty well, and now he's establishing a bit of a lead, but he's been challenged. Who is that in all white? I think that was Robert Burns or George Brown.
George Brown came up late at the end there. I mean, but how do you even follow up after a time like 7:76 from Bradley Franklin?
That's some big shoes to fill for sure. But George Brown, 8:20. Logan Howe, 8:21. Robert Burns, 8:58. So these guys are going to have to watch another 29 heats and hope that their time holds up. That's a long time to sit around and watch nervously. I'm sure they'll just get on their cool down and just hope that what they did is enough.
You can see George Brown right there in the all white. He started to command the lead in those last 2 hurdles. And there's the top 3 for you. George Brown, 8:20. Logan Howe, 8:21. Robert Burns, 8:58. Top 24 advanced by time only.
So as these heats progress, we'll keep you abreast of that bubble time, the 24th mark, as we get ready for section 3. We got Jeremy Carrasquillo in lane 1. Ian Calhoun goes in 2. Damon Williams is in 3. Shmar Gamble is in 4. Caleb Curry is in 5. Eric LaCava is in 6. Avery Gilbert is in lane 7. And it's Logan Ecton in lane 8. Ian Calhoun has run 8:11. And Shmar Gamble in lane 4 has gone 8:06. So those are the two to watch in this one. Lanes 2 and lane 4. So Gamble has the fastest seat time at 8:06. He's right in the middle of your picture in lane 4. Good start by Gamble, and he is moving into the lead. Gamble gets the win pretty comfortably in the end. 8.31. And there you see Shmar. Doesn't look too thrilled with that, does he?
No, not at all. He's chilling. But you could see Gamble's long legs just extending over those hurdles. And that left arm just swinging and pushing him through.
He was challenged early on by Eric LaCava out of lane 6, but then LaCava really faded in the second half of the race. So Shmar's 8:31 you see there. I'd be surprised if that holds up and advances, but we'll see. All right, heat 4 is now on the track. And we have Matthias Squire occupying lane 1. Tyrone Jackson goes in 2. Michael Starks III is in 3. Aidan Huntington is in 4. Chris Wilson from Union Catholic is in 5. He's the only sub-8 exponent in this heat. Elijah Bassos is in 6. Aaron Uzan is in 7. And Devin Hamraj is in 8. So keep your eyes on lane 5. It's Chris Wilson. So Wilson is first into his blocks. He's in a sort of gray and black top with black shorts.
And in lane 2, Tyrone Jackson has also been ranked number 7 in the nation with 783.
Great start by Jackson. Ty Jackson clear of the field. So 792 for Tyrone Jackson. Looks pretty happy with that.
Tyrone just looked so strong from the very beginning. When they move these hurdles up when they get into college, it's going to be no issue for him at all. You can see him in lane 2 in that all black. Now on paper, he came in 8:53.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think, so I saw him ranked at 783, but it said 853 on our heat sheet. So we have a little bit of conflicting data, but.
Maybe he was just chilling before he came in. He's like, I'm just going to bust it open here.
Well, he certainly looked impressive in that prelim. 792, that is the second fastest time behind only Bradley Franklin, who's our national leader this year. As we get set for Heat 5, and we have running in lane 1, Justin Knighting. In lane 2, Zakai Perkins. In lane 3, Owen Hager. Lane 4 is Thomas Bonsignor. Lane 5 is Vincent Washington. Antonio Blueford's in 6. Tristan Lansing is in 7. And Aloy Okipo is in lane 8. He's run 796. So Okipo in lane 8 from just up the road in Milford, Massachusetts. He comes in as a slight favorite in this 5th section. He's all the way there on the left.
They're getting called back. We haven't been seeing a lot of disqualifications in this meet because we know that these kids are still young. But we're going to take another look at it to see if we got some movement in the blocks there. Ooh,
Lane 7 there.
for sure.
Yeah.
Got
We'll see
a
if
little
anybody
bit
gets
too
penalized. We got a red flag.
Ooh.
It's not a good sign.
Not a good sign. I'm surprised. You know, this is day 3. Day 1 and 2, they haven't really been throwing anybody out, but this is the championship 60-meter hurdles. Maybe these guys should know better at this point.
Yeah,
It's unfortunate to see.
It was Tristan Jacino. It looks like he's been ejected. Right? Is lane 7 now empty?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Tristan Jacino who unfortunately wasn't steady in the blocks, and he's been penalized for that. So once again, it's Okipo in lane 8 is the athlete to pay attention to. He has the best seed time coming into this one. Local lad from Milford, Massachusetts. Oh, and Okipo's left himself a lot to do.
Yeah, it looks like hip 2 there. Sakai Perkins?
No, I think it was Owen Hager.
From 3? Oh, absolutely, yeah. And you can see his jersey right there. It says fire on the back. I love it. He's happy about it too.
So Owen came in with a seat time of 8:19. He eclipses that with a clocking of 8:15, and he seems pretty happy with that. So that puts him number 3 overall. But we still have a long way to go. That was heat 5 of 31 prelims. So as we get a little further into these heats, maybe about halfway through, we'll let you know what that bubble time is when that becomes a little more meaningful. But heat 6 is on the track, and we got Terry Matthews occupying lane 1. Jackson Hayward goes in 2. Keenan Davis is in 3. Tonavila Hicks is in 4. More about him in a second. Charles Tatar is in 5. Oluwatus Fagbolade is in 6. Devin Totten is in 7. And Isaiah Gaston is in 8. Hicks goes in lane 4. And he's currently ranked number 11 in the nation, having clocked 7:86. Second at the state championships in Philadelphia just a few weeks ago. And also keep an eye out for Keenan Davis. He was 7th at New Balance National Outdoors in the freshman high hurdles last year at Philly. But Hicks is the class of the field here in lane 4. Oh, and Hicks got a great start. And he's now forging ahead, but he's been challenged.
Looks like he hit a hurdle there, but he bounced back real quick. Turned around quick to see that time. What a stumble and everything. He still got 8:21.
Yeah, I don't think he doesn't look too thrilled with that. I don't know if that's going to be good enough to advance. We got a long way to go. That puts him tied for 5th right now, and we are only a 5th of the way through those heats. So I'd be surprised if that holds up. He looks pretty disappointed, and rightly so for a guy that's ran 7:86 and ranked 11th in the nation.
Yeah, he hit that. Yeah, he hit that hurdle. Got right off rhythm. Immediately started to look back.
Yeah, he knew what had happened. All right, coming up next, heat 7 of 31 of these championship boys 60-meter hurdle prelims. We got Teddy Rochway running in lane 1. Chase Lipscomb is in 2. Christopher Young is in 3. Tavi Victoria is in 4. Luke Fremanis is in 5. Alexander Holomam is in 6. Lincoln Massaro is in 7. And Tawakkol Omar is in lane 8. Holomam in lane 6 from New Jersey was 2nd outdoors at New Balance National Outdoors. Sorry, 2nd at New Balance National Outdoors last year in the Rising Stars 110-meter hurdles.
I mean, but this is indoors. A lot less hurdles. No problem from him.
Yeah, Holloman, nice run, 7.98. He's going to be thrilled with that. It's actually corrected to 7.97, so that puts him third overall, and that has a very good chance of advancing.
He was leaning the entire time. He should feel pretty comfortable. I mean, we still have a lot of heats to go, but he should feel pretty comfortable with that. You can see him in that blue out there in lane 6. He hit a couple hurdles, but I feel like he's so strong it didn't matter to him. He was just stomping over him. And there's those final results for y'all. 7.97 from Alexander Holloman.
Yeah, it's a really solid time. Just for some context, only about 33, 34 athletes have broken 8 seconds so far this season. So very good chance that will hold up and advance him to the semis. All right, so section 8 is next on the track. We'll have Jackson McCoy occupying lane 1. Joshua Olam goes in 2. Quinton Hart is in 3. Holden Van Poppel is in 4. Alton Curtis is in 5. Joseph Kurak is in 6. Marcus Hubanks is in 7. And Walton Montgomery is in lane 8. So Marcus Hubanks, I believe, has the fastest seed time coming into this one. He's a sophomore from Batavia High School. Next to him is Joseph Kurak. Both of these guys have clocked 8:07 this year. So Joseph Kurak out of lane 6 takes the win, 8.16 from Manchester Track Club. Marcus Hubanks second in 8.23. So those are the two guys we called. We got it right. So there you see Joseph Kurak.
And they're all just kind of chilling. I mean, maybe because they have 3 rounds of this.
With that, I guess they don't have cause for celebration yet. They really don't know if these marks are going to hold up. 8.16, unlikely, I would say, but we'll see. All right, heat 9 is on the track. And we're going to have Kelvin Urena running in lane 1. Gabe Harris is in 2. Andrew Beers is in 3. Timothy Pinard is in 4. Eliza Pinedi is in 5. Beckham Borquez is in 6. Bobby Wind is in 7. And Dagan Meyer is in lane 8. Keep your eye on Gabe Harris. At New Balance Nationals Outdoors, he was the freshman boys high hurdles champion. He's from the Above Expectations Track Club, just a sophomore.
I love that track club name. Above Expectations.
Yeah, let's see if he exceeds expectations today. Looks like lane 3, Andrew Beers is pulling away, and Beers gets the win. Pretty emphatic fashion.
That should be a pretty good contender for the top 24.
Yeah, 8:09. Nice clocking by Andrew Beers, just outside of his personal best. So that puts him number 5 overall. So that'll have a good chance of advancing, I would think. The top 24 times advance to the semifinals, but there are 31 preliminary heats, and we're just now going into the 10th of those.
Still a long way to go.
All right, so heat 10 is getting ready to settle into their blocks. We have Devin Skibo going in lane 1. Zach Cotel is in 2. Angelo Finney is in 3. Alcamar Rojas is in 4. Jabari Armstrong goes in 5. Cameron Dewey's in 6. Robert Reddens in 7. And Jaden Henry in lane 8. Keep your eyes on lane number 5. That's Jabari Armstrong from the Vast Track Club. So he attends George Steinbrenner High School down in Lutz, Florida. He's a junior, currently ranked number 17 in the nation, and he was a semifinalist at this meet last year. Armstrong got a great start, and he's pulling away, but he's been challenged to his outside, but Armstrong did a pirouette across the finish line to turn around to check out his competition.
Now, the times are so important because unlike college where you could advance off of placement, top 3 goes to the finals, this is strictly off of time, so the times matter more than anything. Some people prefer it that way, but the athletes, it can get kind of hard because then you're just sitting and waiting, such as today, for 26 more heats. I think we have what? I don't do math. 24.
21 more.
21 more heats. You got to sit there and wait and see if you made it to the final. He instantly turned around.
But that time by Armstrong, 8.13. That puts him number 6. So that's a very strong contender to move on to the semifinals. But I think your point is well taken, Serena. You can't ease up across the line in these prelims because you just don't know. Anything can happen in the remaining 20 or so heats.
Absolutely.
All right, we are on to heat number 11. And in lane 1, we've got Oniwindi Alewola. Anthony Flowers goes in 2. Will Jaden Smith is in 3. Robert Stewart's in 4. Brendan Simcox is in 5. Evan Williams is in 6. Owen Rich is in 7. And Nico Backman is out in lane 8 to the left of your picture.
Looks like it was a do not show from Nico Backman. He would have been in lane 8.
Will Jaden Smith comes in with the fastest seat time, 8:03. But that looked like it was out of lane 5. Brendan Simcox for the win, 8.29. Will Jaden Smith didn't have a great run at lane 3. So Simcox there you see, 8.29. I would be surprised if that advances. That puts him 15th overall.
I mean, this just goes to show that it's all about what you do when you actually are here at meets like this. Here at New Balance Nationals, it's about what you can put up here, not what you did, before, and then what you have on paper.
Yeah, Simcox got a nice clear run there. It looked impressive, but on paper that was actually one of the slightly weaker heats. But in this next heat, heat number 12, we have Trevon Foster, who's a 7.85 exponent. He'll go in lane 7. The rest of that field is David Carnell Jr. in lane 1. Isaac Roberts goes in 2. Millard Coleman is in 3. Donovan Dixon is in 5. Emmanuel Gallanillo is in... Sorry, Donovan Dixon is in 4. Emmanuel Gallanillo is in 5. Miles King is in 6. Trevon Foster in 7. And Blake Williams is in lane 8. Trevon Foster is the man to watch in this one. Just a sophomore from Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Number 10 in the nation right now. Just a young lad, sophomore. Pennsylvania state champion. But we should see him advance. He's number 8 in the nation so far this season, so it would be a shocker if he didn't make it to the semis.
I mean, but that's something with hurdles. you got to have a clean race. If you come in here hitting hurdles, that messes your whole race plan off.
Not the greatest start by Foster, but now he's moving up nicely. Yeah. Trevon 8:05. So that puts him number 4 in the overall standings. That should see him safely through to the semifinals. Trevon attends the Hill School in Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Looks pretty happy with that.
Sometimes you can tell with these athletes, sometimes not. They've just been chilling lately. But you can see Foster right there on the outside lanes. Great form. And there's those final results. Trevor Foster, 8:05. Blake Williams, 8:24. And rounding off the top three, that's Isaac Roberts, 8:39.
So Foster's 8:05, good for number 4 in the standings so far as we get ready for heat number 13. And we'll see Jason Kaiser running in lane 1. Andrew Vigneault goes in 2. Mohamed Thiam is in 3. Manny Perdue is in 4. Looks like Jason Kaiser is a late scratch. Kieran Patterson is in 5. Dylan Booth in 6. Jacob Martin in 7. And Sloan Jones, who we just saw in the running 60-meter hurdles in the pentathlon.
It's not foreign to see multis do individual events, but not on the same day.
Right. So Sloan ran 8.10 in his pentathlon just a little while ago. If he can run that again, that should see him safely through. Oh, Sloan Jones is a late scratch.
Okay. All right. It seems smart. Like, that seems like the smarter idea to do.
Yeah. So lanes 1 and lanes 8 are empty. Nice start out of lane 4 and lane 3. Lane 3 is Mohamed Thiam.
He was falling over the line.
Yeah, Mohamed gets the win. 8.33, just ahead of Dylan Booth's 8.40. And there he is, Mohamed Thiam, 8.33. That is not going to be good enough to move on.
And that's such a bittersweet feeling, walking away with the personal best, but not getting to move on to the final. But a win is a win.
Yeah, so that time by Thiam only puts him at number 23, so highly unlikely that that's going to move on since only 24 runners advance, and we still have a whole lot of heats left. So heat 14 is next up on the track. Ibrahim Bangura will be in lane 1. Leonardo Ignacio goes in 2. Denzel Chavez goes in 3. Aidan Brown goes in 4. Stephen Pierre is in 5. Yeshaya Brown is in 6. Michael Latham is in 7. And William Gibson is in lane 8. Yeshaya Brown, the class of this field in lane 6 from Washington Township High School. He was 7th at this meet last year.
I love seeing the repeats because this is a great meet to come to every year. Try to get some new personal bests right before heading to outdoors.
All right, looks like lane 7 is empty, so Michael Latham is a scratch. Great start by Brown in lane 6. Oh, and he is making easy work of this.
Goodness.
Wow, wow, wow.
Okay. He knew that he needed to contend with Bradley Franklin's 776 early on. And 777. 777.
That's a very impressive run by Yeshaya Brown. so that's a personal best for him. And that actually puts him number 5 in the nation so far this year.
And it looks like he matched his seat time coming in. That's a good sign.
Yeah. It was Aiden Davis that went down in lane 4 there. Sorry, Chavez. Yeah, sorry, it was Denzel Chavez that went down there.
And nearly halfway through, 15 of 31 preliminaries. You know, I always say I miss being this young, but I didn't miss all of these heats. But it's a good thing that it's indoors. It's not like we're in outdoors and my parents would have to be at the track from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. since I ran the 4x4.
I don't miss the nerves associated with racing. Luke Kramer is in lane 1 in heat 15. Alexander Ayasu is in 2. Kyle Keys is in 3. Broderick Davis is in 4. Marcus Achiampong is in 5. Nazir Blue Gomez is in 6. Kobe Mack is in 7. And Jonah Gibord is in lane 8.
Keep your eye on lane 4. And he's in the yellow checkered there. And he's going to go away with the win. 8:04 for Broderick Davis out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He doesn't seem too happy with it. He's shaking his head, nah. Because he knows that, I mean, following up a time like that from Brown with 7:77, and then Bradley Franklin early on with 7:76, that might be a tough one. He will probably be on to the final, but let's take a look at the replay here. He's right there in that yellow checkered uniform. He looks good, possibly needed a little bit more competition because it seemed like he wanted that under 8 time for sure.
Yeah, so Broderick's 8:03 clocking puts him 5th overall. He's not going to be thrilled with that, but that should get him through to the semis. All right, so we get ready for heat 16. And Devontae Young will occupy lane 1. Christian Kamara goes in 2. Javen Washington's in 3. Nate Gardner is in 4. Adrian Lang is in 5. Luca Pizambono is in 6. Joseph Addo is in 7. And Caleb Milton is in lane 8. So Kamara is a scratch, so lane 2 is empty now. Keep an eye on Devontae Young. He's in lane 1. Currently number 3 in the nation. He's ran 7:72. He's the Ohio State champion. Also competing in the flat 60s right after this. And Young, absolutely dominant. 7:81.
Okay. This was his warm-up for the 60.
Actually, it's corrected. 7:78 Serenity.
Wow. He loves it.
Just off his personal best. He looks pretty happy. So our top 3 so far: Bradley Franklin 7:76, Yeshaya Brown 7:77, and now Devontae Young 7:78. So look for a very closely contested set of semis.
It's always pretty difficult to see how this is going to transfer to college, Dave, because they raise the hurdles in college, and that could be the downfall of a lot of athletes if you don't necessarily have the height. But these guys look great running times like this only in high school.
Yeah, I wonder how many of the guys that are not blessed with super long legs end up transitioning to 400-meter hurdles in college, where the hurdles aren't quite as high. But 400-meter hurdles is a brutal event to transition to.
Absolutely. Especially from being a short hurdler.
All right, heat 17. We've got Nikorian Beeson, Michael Ortiz, Luis Montgomery, Jaden Smith, Daniel Anderson, John Reed, Nehemiah Armstrong, and Marcus Grant. I'm wondering if Nehemiah Armstrong is named after the legendary Ronaldo Nehemiah, former world record holder.
And it looks like they're going to call these athletes back. Not too sure what happened yet. Looks like the officials are talking it over, though. Uh-oh. Looks like we're going to take another look, see if maybe we got some movement in the blocks. Oh, right there in lane 3.
Yeah, you're right, Serenity. So it's Louis Trey Montgomery out of lane 3 who is ejected, unfortunately. So we say goodbye to him. So Michael Ortiz comes in as a slight favorite in this section. He's occupying lane 2. Lane 7.
Oh, he was very happy with that one.
Yeah, that was Nehemiah.
Okay, Nehemiah.
Nehemiah Armstrong from the Vast Track Club down in Florida, 8.19. So he's pretty happy with that.
Personal best for him. Very happy about that one. I mean, you could see him. He was just so strong from the very beginning. The false start before did not shake him up a bit. He just shot out of the blocks into the last hurdle, crossed the line. You see him
He's
celebrating
so happy
there.
So we'll see. That has a good chance of advancing. So that puts Nehemiah number 13 in the standings overall, and we're a little over halfway through these preliminary heats. So he has a good shot of making it through to the next round as we get ready for heat number 18. And in heat 18, we'll see Kevin Cabaselli running in lane 1. Owen Mays goes in 2. Wyatt Gravia goes in 3. Brandon Afrifa is in 4. Jason Ravello is in lane 5 from IMG Academy. He has the fastest seed coming in here. Drew Dillard is in 6. Owen Hammett is in 7. And Bennett Zollers is in lane 8. So keep your eye on lane number 5. That's Jason Ravello from IMG Academy. He is a senior. Last year at New Balance Nationals Outdoors in Philly, he was 4th in the Rising Stars 110-meter hurdles.
I love seeing the IMG track athletes out here. I'm used to just IMG football.
They have a huge roster here. Them and Bullis probably have the two largest rosters here.
And speaking of Bullis, I kept saying y'all were from Michigan yesterday. Y'all are from Maryland.
They sure are.
Please don't hurt me.
Hey,
Shout out to y'all. So sorry.
You better look out, Serenity. They were sitting right next to us yesterday.
They were. And I really like Bullish Track Club, too. They're so good.
I'll protect you. It's a great start by Ravello. To his outside was the very tall Drew Dillard, but Ravello gets the win, 7.95. He's going to be thrilled with that. So one of the shorter runners in the field, so it has to be a really good technician.
7.95, a personal best from him.
Let's take another look at this. So Ravello's in lane 5. And Dillard is to his left, the big tall runner. But Ravello with a squeaky clean run there. 7.95. So that puts him number 5 overall, has a very, very good chance of advancing.
You're taking top 24 to the semifinals. where they're going to run a little bit later on in the day, so they have plenty of time to rest up. They're going to be racing at 5:10.
Yes, they've got 8 hours between these preliminary heats and the semis. In Heat 19, we've got Logan Jackson, Gavin Moe, Eric Del Torto, Michael Fulton, DeAndre Leonard, Alan Naismith, AJ Stone, and Antonio Moore. Alan Naismith has the fastest seat time at 7:90. He goes in lane 6. It's lane 4 that's out the fastest.
Right to his inside.
Oh, that was a close one. Lanes 3 and lane 4. Looks like Del Torto out of 3 got it by 100th of a second. So Eric Del Torto.
Waving to the crowd there.
8.42. He's not going to advance, but he got to win his section at New Balance Nationals. That's a pretty cool experience for him. So there you see, like, lanes 3 and 4, those guys just neck and neck the whole way down. It's Del Torto and Fulton. Del Torto just had the slightly more enthusiastic lean. So nobody advancing out of that section as we get ready for heat number 20.
And let's check on the pentathlon. Headed down the runway for a long jump already. That's Marco Martinez. We're going to check in on them a little bit later as well as we head back to the hurdles.
All right, so we're back to the hurdles, and this is heat number 20. We've got Tori Willis, Jaden Apengtang, Davin Godley, Matthew Morrison, Braden Anthony, Lincoln Terrell, Ethan Stallone, and Andrew Katavias. Nice clean start. Good start out of lane 4 by Matthew Morrison. I think Morrison gets the win there. 8.22. So it's Morrison from the Golden Spike Track Club wins that section. And there he is. 8.22. Unlikely to advance, since that's currently number 20 on the list, and we still have 11 heats remaining. So right now, the bubble time, 8.25. But like I said earlier, it's probably going to take more like 8.15, 8.19 range to get into those semis.
And how do you activate that speed so early in the morning?
You're talking to the wrong guy. You're talking to a distance runner, Mr. Slow Twitch here. So I have a hard time activating anything before I've had a cup of coffee.
As he sips his cup of coffee right now. Moving on to heat 21 out of 31.
All right, so in heat 21, we've got Nick Daly, Cole Herman, Elliot Childs, Cash Goodman, Karamoko Sacco, more about him in a second. Dominic D'Angelo is in 6, Maxwell Crawford is in 7, and Xavier Gardner is in lane 8. Karamako Sacco is from Denver, Colorado. Currently number 5 in the nation. He clocked 7:77 in the rare air of Colorado Springs 3 weeks ago, and he was 3rd in the Rising Stars section of this meet last year. Also, keep an eye out for Maxwell Crawford. He's in lane 7. From Attleboro, just down the road here in Massachusetts. He's also ranked number 10 in the nation in the pentathlon, but he's not competing in that event today.
I guess that's the good thing about multis. See what you're good at. Maybe stop doing the multi and focus on one.
I mean, based on his personal best, he probably would have fared better in the pentathlon than he would the 60-meter hurdles, but who knows, maybe he's carrying an injury and can't do all 5 events or something. Sacco is the man to watch in lane 5. Sacco is the big man in all blue, and he is dominating this.
Ooh. Looks like a man has gone down, but you see him in the all blue. Very tall athlete.
788 for Karamako Sacco. Seems pretty satisfied with that. That puts him number 4 in the overall standings. And here we see again, Sacco gets a nice start. Tied for first out of the blocks. He's a big guy. But he gets a nice clean run. I think didn't touch one of those hurdles, but was very low over all of them. So 70.88 for Sacco. Maxwell Crawford, the pentathlete we mentioned, was second in 8.13. And he's going to be watching nervously to see if that is good enough to advance. That puts him number 13 in the overall standings right now.
We have an interesting next heat, Dave. It seems like, on paper, you would think, okay, this is just another heat. But according to some of these guys' history, they've had success in other events.
Yeah, we've got Janelle McDuffie in 1, Antonio Waifi, ranked number 12 in the nation in the pentathlon in 2, Cartrell Moore is in 3, Landon Rodriguez is in 4, Cameron Ingram, 5th in the freshman high hurdles at New Balance National Outdoors last year. He's in 5. Cole Bradley's in 6. Marcus Niestrup is in 7. And then Corey Greenfield, who was 6th at the Rising Stars high hurdles last year at New Balance National Outdoors, is in lane 8. So 3 to look for in lanes 2, 5, and 8. But Corey Greenfield, probably the favorite coming in. He's in lane 8. Greenfield closest to us left it very late. Who was that went down?
You see a lot of athletes going down, but it's because they're just straining to try to cross that line in first place. Sometimes the momentum just kind of takes you there, but he's happy with that one. It's Corey Greenfield, 8:20.
Yeah, Corey did not get a great start. Let's see if we see that replay. Yeah, here we go. Not fast out of the blocks at all. In fact, he's last to the first hurdle, but then gradually gets caught up. Maybe he's one of those athletes that should think about transitioning into 400-meter hurdles later in his career.
That's a tough one. You can't just transition. You got to think on it, pray on it, contemplate it.
Well, he's just a junior. He's got plenty of time to pray and contemplate. All right, Serenity, we are moving on to heat number 23, and we have one of our better athletes on paper in this one. So in heat 23, we've got Ethan Knight occupying lane 1, Amir Kenley goes in 2, Ryan Zhang is in 3, Hunter Morris is in 4, Anthony Waterman is in 5, in lane 6 it's Harry Mamolo, in lane 7 is Vincent Dansell, and in 8 is Noah Cassidy. Tell us about Anthony Waterman, if you will.
He's ranked number 8 in the nation, was 784, but that was back in January. And he's also a Kentucky commit. It always feels good to know that you already got a home for next 4 years. But it starts in races like this. Yeah, and he was 7th at New Balance Nationals Outdoors last year as well.
Kentucky's generated some decent hurdlers over the past.
They absolutely have.
Jasmine Camacho-Quinn, your Olympic champion. Sydney McLaughlin was there for a while.
I mean, Kenny Harrison, the former world record holder.
So Anthony Waterman is going to be in very, very good hands in the fall. He's run 784. He got a great start. He's there in the middle of your picture in blue.
he looks experienced. Like he's done this before.
Yeah, he knew that he didn't have to challenge his personal best to advance. Runs a pretty casual 7.96. There's no doubt that that's going to be good enough to advance. That puts him number 7 overall in the standings.
Repping the DM there.
That's DeMatha Catholic High School. They have a lot of athletes here this weekend here in Boston. All right, so we got 8 sub-8s so far. And we are likely to add to that tally as we get ready for heat number 24. So heat number 24 of 31. We are in the home stretch here for these boys championship 60-meter hurdle prelims. In lane 1 in this section is Devontae Simmons. In lane 2 is Denver Cash. He's from Hoover High School in Alabama. Currently ranked number 13 in the nation. He was second at the Alabama State meet in Birmingham just a few weeks back. Charles Spellings goes in 3. Carter Herman is in 4. Ethan Oke, is that his name? Is in 5. Ethan Ock, I'm guessing. Lane 6 is Simon Tanday. Lane 7 is Kevin Brown. And Christine Kronk is in lane 8. That's actually Ethan Oko, sorry.
Another hurdler, there we go. It's early in the morning. Another hurdler out of Alabama, Hoover High School. My parents grew up right down the street from there.
Right outside of Birmingham. Hoover also has historically a very good distance program too, but a complete track program down there at Hoover High School. Cash got a great start. Denver Cash absolutely dominant there.
I mean, with a name like Cash, you got to be trying to make some type of money eventually.
So the man in black, Denver Cash, 7.91. That puts him number 5 overall. He can go off for his cool down. Pretty confident that's going to move on. So we have added to our tally. We now have 9 sub-8 clockings. This is demonstrating just how fast the straightaway is at the Reggie Lewis Center.
And you can see him in lane 2. Seems like he was just in a different type of race. Getting to the line, obviously as quickly as possible. But he seemed smooth and comfortable.
Yeah, he had tunnel vision, didn't even look around, just staring down his lane. And he comfortably advances. As we get ready for section number 25. So we've got Alex Hersey occupying lane 2. Kieran Barnwell is in 3. Malik White is in 4. He's ranked number 7 in the nation. Ran 7.83 4 weeks ago. Just missed making the final here at this meet last year at the track at New Balance, where we'll be tomorrow. Patrick Aladi is in lane 5. Kai Yin is in 6. Vincent Nana is in 7. And Matthew Gordon is in lane 8. But Malik White from Texas is the runner to watch. He's in lane 4. So there's 4 runners all in black to the right of your picture. Malik is to the left of those guys, or on the left of those 4. So 7.83 4 weeks ago for Malik. He won't have to run that to qualify, but he will have to run under about 8.15. So Malik wins at 7.92. And there he is. Game face. Doesn't look super thrilled with it, but that was an impressive run by Malik. 7.92, so that puts him 7th overall in the standings. Kieran Barnwell was 2nd in that heat, 8.16. That puts him at 21, so he's going to be watching nervously as the rest of these heats unfold. So what's our bubble time, Serenity?
Our bubble time is 8:20, which is pretty fast. As these guys keep running 7s and 7.9s, you keep pushing that time further and further down. You would think that you would be comfortable with a time like 8:21, 8:22, but those are outside of the bubble times right now.
So in all likelihood, once we get to those semifinals, it's probably going to take a 7.85 to 7.9 clocking just to make it to the finals here. This event is absolutely stacked here at New Balance Nationals Indoors. The fastest party on the planet as we get ready for heat number 26. Got a late scratch out of lane 8. So it's Aloha Ajigwe in 1, Dominic Wilson in 2, George Bostwick in 3, John Child in 4, Nadia Langston is in 5, Jeremiah Smith in 6, and Kyle McLaughlin in 7.
And immediately, it looks like Jeremiah Smith shot out the blocks.
No, it was actually Nadia Langston
Nadia
at lane
Langston.
5.
Okay. 8:08.
8:08.
He's so happy about it.
That's probably going to move on.
Yeah, we're at that point where you can gauge it a little bit better now versus the earlier heats where you really had no idea. But we're in heat 26 now, so.
Yeah, strong run from Nadia Langston. So 8:08 puts him number 15 in the overall standing. So he has an excellent chance of moving on. We have 6 heats remaining. Sorry, 5 heats remaining now.
And that makes Nehemiah Armstrong's 8:19 the bubble time. Wow.
All right, heat 27 is on the track. We've got Aiden Ray running in lane 1. Nathan Booth goes in 2. Lucas Andrade is in 3. Elijah Dotson is in 4. Roberto Galvis is in 5. Oliver Bishop in 6. William Ladd in 7. And Owen Vieira in lane 8. So Elijah Dotson, probably the slight favorite coming into this one from Ann Arbor, Michigan. He's ran 7.91. And he's in lane 4. Lane 3, great start by him. Andrade got out the fastest.
Okay. Looks like that would be a personal best from him. 7:89.
He looks in shock.
He's like, okay, I guess I'll go get ready for the semifinals.
7.89. That vaults him all the way up to number 5 in the standings. It's a really impressive run by Lucas. Here we go. Here's a replay.
And he popped straight up, and he started to attack each hurdle. Good run by him.
All right, so we now have 11 runners under 8 seconds as we get ready for heat number 28. So in heat number 28, we'll have Amadou Traore going in lane 1. Brandon Thweet goes in 2. RJ Torber from Hoover Elite is in 3. We just saw his teammate run. Danico Davis is in 4. Landon Adams is in 5. Leo Sheriff in 6. Miles Paris in 7. And Marcus McCoy from Union Catholic High School is in lane 8. So that bubble time now is 8.19, and that belongs to Nehemiah Armstrong.
Oh, I know Nehemiah is back there sweating.
Yeah.
Because who would have thought? 8:19.
Yeah, this is some very impressive preliminary heats. So Nehemiah is going to have 4 heats to sweat it through, including this one.
Still pretty even field, but right on the outside.
So lane 7, I think. Miles Paris, perhaps.
Oh, 8:19. That is not good for Nehemiah Armstrong, but possibly good for Miles Paris. He doesn't seem too happy with it because he knows where 8:19 is right now.
That's not going to be good enough to advance. But here we go with the replay. Very even race. Paris was not fast to get out, but he got better as the race unfolded and just outleaned the man to his right, Marcus McCoy. All right, we are on to heat number 29.
Woo. I can see the finish line myself, Dave.
So after this, we'll have the girls' 60-meter hurdle prelims. There'll be 20 heats of that. So all your hurdle fans having a feast this morning. All right, heat number 29. We've got Kevon Brunson, Ryan Jones, Roman Richardson, Braden Watson, Devin Mathis, Brandon Flenoy, and Antonio Coleman. Looks like John Deary from Gonzaga Prep is a late scratch. So just 7 runners in this one. Deary was actually the fastest seed at 7:98, so he's a notable absentee here. So this heat pretty wide open.
Looks like DC Cadets. Roman Richardson with 8:23, but it'll not be good enough to make that semifinal. Still a pretty good run by him. That was a big PR as well.
All right, so 2 more heats left, Serenity, and our bubble time, we actually have said goodbye to Nehemiah and Miles. So our bubble time right now is 8.16. That belongs to Kieran Barnwell from Indiana. And he has to sweat it out as we have 2 more heats.
Oh, the pressure.
So we got Colin Manley, Joe Nam, Bikramjit Singh, Sinji Pollard, Noah Willingham, Grayson Riggins, Elijah Williams, and Joseph Cook. No clear front runner in this one, but Joe Nam has run 8:04. He's in lane 2.
Heat 30 of 31 is off. It's very even, but it looks like It looks like hip 7 has really started to separate himself. That's Elijah Williams. And he ended up getting the win with 8:14. That'll be a good contender to get him into the final. He only has to sit around and wait for one more heat. He should be good. It's pretty far from the bubble time, sitting at 8:16, because that is a 8:14 from Elijah Williams.
So Elijah's sitting at number 20 overall, so we would have to see an outstanding final heat for him not to advance. He's from Delaware, Smyrna High School. We were pretty happy with that, so hopefully that's good enough to see him through as we get ready for our 31st and final preliminary heat. So once again, that bubble time, 8.16. So right after this, we'll move on to the girls' championship 60-meter hurdles. 20 heats, same scenario. Top 24 times will advance to the semis tonight, which take place in about 8 hours. All right, this is heat 31, the last of our boys' preliminary heats. And we have Christian Lanier going in lane 1. Mason Morales is in 2. Jacob Nuttall is in 3. Christian Brown is in 4. Christopher Chong is in 5. Daniel Arana is in 6. Cisse Jaramillo is in 7. And Jackson Burns is in lane 8. Looks like Morales is a scratch, so lane 2 is empty. Nice clean start here. Anybody's race. But it looks like in lane 3, Marcus Achampong. 8.15. That might just about, that sneaks him in. So Marcus Achampong knows he's made it to the final now. Jackson Burns' 8:30 is not good enough. But Marcus Achampong makes it through. So 8:16 was the last time to make it through. That was Joseph Kurak, who made it in by 3/1000ths of a second. We actually had three guys tied at 8:16. There you see Bradley Franklin, the fastest qualifier at 7:76. No surprise there. He's number 1 in the nation so far this year. Shia Brown 7:77. Devontae Young 7:78. That's our top 3 qualifiers. So we ended up having 11 runners go sub-8.
Wow.
We're going to take you over to have a quick peek at the pentathlon long jump.
And Cooper Williams, for his first jump, 6:66, he has taken the lead. They're already through about 2 jumps here, headed into their 3rd round.
So Cooper's 6:66, that's 21 feet 10 1/4 inches in old money. That is good for 734 points. Right behind him in the long jump is Marquis White from Lynchburg, Virginia. He's jumped 6:64. 21 feet 9 1/2 inches. Both of those jumps were in the first round, but in the 3rd round we had a really good jump from Gerald Jimenez from Florida, 6:56, 21 feet 6 1/4 inches. So he's in 3rd in the long jump. But Jimenez, it is that leads overall. with 1,624 points so far. As we get ready to move back to the hurdles. So we have 20 heats of this championship girls 60-meter hurdles. Running in the first of these heats is Carrie Van Ooy from Motor City Track Club. She'll be in lane 8. She was 4th in the Rising Stars section of this meet last year, and 3rd in the Rising Stars section of the 100-meter hurdles at New Balance Nationals Outdoors at Penn last summer. She's got a season's best of 8:69.
So what's funny about girls' hurdles compared to boys, they don't get a rise going over to college. Their hurdles stay the same. So seeing these times, it helps you to gauge like how well they'll be in college, you know, compared to like boys where you really don't know since they raise those hurdles.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. All right, so here's our field for this first of 20 heats. Sophia Lopez will go in lane 1. Anna Els goes in 2. Jessia Odom is in 3. Gerlin Pierre is in 4. Dakota Jones is in 5. Morgan Ryerson is in 6. Skylar Brittman is in 7. And Carrie Van Ooy, who we mentioned earlier, is to the left of your picture in lane 8, wearing that pink and yellow New Balance outfit. So Carrie Van Ooy from Motor City Track Club in Detroit. She is the athlete to watch in this first preliminary heat. Defending champion Elisa Samuel is not competing here. She is the national leader as well. Van Ooy didn't get the greatest start. She's moving up gradually, but she's only going to be 2nd here, I think.
Oh, wow.
It's Morgan Ryerson from the Marauders Track Club that gets the win, 8:81.
Carrie just did not seem like she was herself in this race at all. She didn't get the best start from the very beginning, and that can be pretty tough in the 60 hurdles. Indoors, you don't have that much time to make up for it compared to outdoors.
But Ryerson looks pretty pleased, just 0.07 of a second off her personal best. There you see the replay. Ryerson got out great. Van Ooy a little sluggish out of the blocks and had a lot of work to do to catch up.
We have some Union Catholic in this. Actually, not yet. I will wait on that note.
Looks like they might have reseeded some of these, so our heat sheet's not 100% accurate here. Catherine Dortmund, Vanessa Agimang, Cecilia King, Janelle Thomas, Ogechi Ezukwo, Sarah McKee, Mariah Taylor, and Gigi Kirchner. Out of lane 1, it looks like Catherine Dortmund. So Dortmund wins it 8.76.
She is very happy with it. Representing for Ohio Speed. I love seeing all the New Balance kits out here as well. I know that was always the really exciting part about coming to New Balance and racing in their stuff. But she should be very pleased with that. She was just so quick over the hurdles. And she knows that she needs to be, I mean, as you could just see from the boys, Heat 1 is the scariest one to be in terms of timed finals like this. We're trying to make it to the semifinal at least. She got started with a pretty good time. Huge PR from her.
All right, here we go with our next section. Section 3, Lily Eagleston, Aaliyah Elliott, Yvonne Campbell, Maya Barnett, Annalise Taylor, Elise Turner, Lily Petrie, and Lalia Akawuba. Annalise Taylor has gone 8.68 this season. She goes in lane 5, so she comes in. She's probably the favorite in this section. Taylor got a great start. And it's going to be Annalise Taylor, as we predicted.
I mean, she came in with a seat time of 8.68, so she just walking away with a nice personal best, 8.65. How can you not be happy with that? She should feel very relaxed as she watches these next 18 or so heats go. It's 8.65. I can go ahead and call it. That'll be pretty good.
Yeah, she's probably pretty safe.
Fine.
She has the fastest mark so far, with 3 out of our 20 heats completed. And there you see, pretty emphatic victory for Annalise Taylor from Arizona.
Arizona? I don't think I've heard any of athletes from Arizona yet.
Yeah, that might be the first one I've seen so far, too.
Talk about flying across the country for some competition.
All right, in this next section, our front runner is from a little closer to here. That will be Taylor Cox from Union Catholic High School in Scotch Plains, New Jersey. She'll be in lane 7. Joining her in this heat will be Alexis Tarlu in lane 1. Elizabeth Yaboa Cody goes in 2. Victoria Payne is in 3. Aaliyah Ferguson is in 4. Mercedes Cruz Fletcher is in 5. Ariana Taylor is in 6. Alicia Clark is in lane 8. Taylor Cox will be in lane 7 though, and she's currently ranked number 2 in the nation with a time of 8.29. She was 5th in the final at this meet last year, and at the New Balance Nationals outdoor meet in Philly last June, she was 4th overall with an outstanding time of 13.65. So she is really the class of this field serenity.
And Taylor, she just came out blazing from the very beginning. She's in a completely different race. Goodness, look at that time, Dave. 8:34. Unofficial, it gets rounded up to 8:35. Now I can say the fun fact about Union Catholic. They're actually home to Sydney McLaughlin-Lavroni.
Right.
So they have talent coming out of New Jersey for sure. I mean, this is their neck of the woods being up here in Boston. But goodness, talk about comfortable. We were talking about Annalise Taylor would be comfortable. Taylor Cox is comfortable.
This was absolute dominance. What a clean run. She got a great start, clean run, stayed nice and relaxed. 8.35, so she's 0.3 of a second clear of the next fastest right now.
8.35. Obviously, the college girls are going a lot faster now. They're hitting 7.9s, but that could have, qualified her for nationals. NC's right down the street from here. 8.35 is blazing.
And she's just a junior.
And she's just a junior. And we can say things like that because, once again, these are the same hurdle heights that would be in college, unlike the men's.
So heat 5, getting ready to settle into their blocks, and we've got another star in this one. So we've got Simone Bernard in 1, Ella Shandaria is in 2, Soleil Russell is in 3, Mary Solars is in 4, Layla Hansen in 5, Jasmine Jackson in 6, Michelle Smith in 7, and Alexandra Nicholas in lane 8. Now Michelle Smith in lane 8, much better at the 400-meter hurdles. She's a Georgia commit. She's the New Balance Nationals outdoor champion at 400-meter hurdles. She's run 56.6 in that event, which would probably most years make her a finalist at the NCAA championships.
Absolutely.
So there you see the long-legged Smith out in lane 7. It takes her a while to get going, but once she gets going, there's no stopping her.
She hurdles just like a 400 hurdler, and it's pretty tough for a 400 hurdler to transition back down to short hurdles, and short hurdles indoors, for it to be as short as 60 meters. But she looks fantastic coming over those hurdles. 8:78 for her.
So 8:78, she's probably pretty happy with that. She was your New Balance National Outdoor Champion at 400-meter hurdles last year. She was also 4th in the flat 400. Internationally, she represents the U.S. Virgin Islands and ran for them at the Pan Am Games 3 or 4 months ago out in Chile. And she'll also be competing in the 400 meters here at this meet, an event in which she'll be one of the front runners.
Wow. And a Georgia commit. Going to be training under Carol Smith there.
Yeah, Georgia's stacked. I think they also picked up Adeja Hodge for the fall as well.
Did.
So that'll bolster their 4x4 squad. All right, so we're moving on to heat number 6. And we've got Talia Woodward, Ali Doyle, Sydney Harris, Sophia Martinez, Nabintu Koulibaly, Marissa Gordon, Janae Dawes, and Zaria Oliphant. So in lane 3, we've got Sydney Harris. What can you tell us about her, Serenity?
Now, she was ranked number 14 in the nation with 8:56. The Florida State champion, New Balance Nationals outdoors. She was 2nd in the 100 hurdles for Rising Stars. And she's moving well already, stepping over the hurdles. We see different types of form, Dave, with these hurdlers. We see the ones that are just steppers, or we just see the ones that are just straight powering through them, and she was a stepper for sure. I mean, she has the height to do it, and that's 8:57 from Sydney Harris. She's super excited about it. Repping the IMG Academy, which is pretty much a whole school for just straight athletes.
Yeah, down in Bradenton, Florida, a powerhouse track program down there. And here we see again, she's quick between her hurdles. Snaps that leg down very quickly, and she is easily through with that time, surely 8:57. That puts her 2nd overall in the standings, behind Taylor Cox. All right, heat 7 is next on the track, and we have Ava Littler running in lane 1. Billy Frazier goes in 2. Anaya James Greer is in 3. Kiara Davis will be in lane 4. Paris Coleman will be in 5. Maya Rollins is in 6. And Mia Lee Bowens is in lane 7. Maya Rollins comes in with the fastest seed time. She's from the Purple Track Club, better known as the Pioneer High School in Ann Arbor, Michigan. She is a senior. She's a Michigan State champ, and she's ranked number 8th in the nation. Last year at New Balance National Outdoors, she was 6th in the high hurdles, clocking 13:90. So she should be the overriding favorite in this 7th section.
Girls' hurdles are just stacked.
So they see just to your left of the picture with the Princess Leia buns. That's Maya Rollins. She got a slow start. Somebody went down. I think it was lane 1. But now Rollins coming through. So Maya Rollins takes that section in 8:76, and there she is.
She has the height of a 400 hurdler. And I know she probably hates those words, but she looked great over these short hurdles. She got a little bit of a slow start. She didn't pop up as fast. Looks like lane 3 went down, but she just kept on powering through. Made it up at the end there with 8:76.
Yeah, Rollins looked smoother and smoother as the race unfolded. So 8:76, that puts her number 5 overall, so she should be pretty safe. All right, so we are moving on to heat number 8. And in this upcoming section, we've got Anila Castro running in lane 1. Sky Lee goes in 2. London Davis is in 3. Isabel Evans is in 4. Jordan Henderson in 5. Tori Goodson is in 6. And Taisha Mona is in 7. Sky Lee from St. Louis, Missouri. She's a senior, ranked number 10 in the nation. Oh, and it looks like she maybe a scratch?
I don't see her.
No, she's not there. In fact, we have 3 scratches on this one. So only 4 runners. So we've got lanes 1, 4, 6, and 7. That's Castro, Evans, Goodson, and Mona. Mona crashing the party from the Great White North, from Ontario.
Oh.
Lane 6, Tori Goodson from the Raider Nation Track Club. And she clocks 8:77. And that looks like a good bet to advance, Randy. That puts her at number 6 overall so far. There she is.
Yeah, and that was a personal best from her.
Let's take a look at her race.
Nobody to her left. But at this point, nobody to her right either.
Yeah, no distractions, and she got a nice clean run, and that should safely see her through to the semifinals. All right, so we are moving on to heat number 9.
Heat 9, out of 20.
All right, so looks like we have everybody here for this one. Kayla Rain Quinones is in lane 1. Kendall Spain is in 2. Layla Smith is in 3. Kimbriel Winfield is in lane 4. Natalia Wappel is in 5. Samantha Williams in 6. Aubrey Harris in 7. And Chloe Young to the left of your picture out in lane 8. So no clear front runner in this 9th section. 8.85 is the fastest seed time we have on our sheets. That belongs to Layla Smith, and she's in lane 3. Smith got a nice start.
That looks like hip 2.
Yeah, Kendall Spain.
With the red hair. 8.66 for her. That's Team St. Louis. Missouri has brought out a crew, I'll say, at this
There
meet.
she is, loving that hair. So 8.66, that puts her fourth overall. That should safely see her through to the semis. Layla Smith, we mentioned earlier, got a great start, but faded a little bit in the second half.
It's like, did she fade or did Kendall Spain just
Yeah, good point.
dominate?
All right, so we're moving on to Heat 10. After this one, we'll be halfway through these preliminary heats for the Girls' Championship 60-meter hurdles. And running in this 10th heat, we'll have Fiona Eastman in lane 1. Kaylee Curl goes in 2. Hayden Golden's in 3. Kaylee Atterley is in 4. Cassidy Hopkins from Bullis goes in 5. Naira Joseph goes in 6. Jackie Wright is in 7. And Jaden Grant is in lane 8. So in lane 5, we've got Cassidy Hopkins. Tell us a little bit more about her.
Well, Bullis, out of Maryland, not Michigan. Don't get it confused. Ranked 18th in the nation with 8.59, and that was 2 weeks ago. So, of course, she's looking to see a personal best today. Now, she's also competing in long jump at this meet. And at New Balance Nationals Outdoors, she was 6th in the 400-meter hurdles. And indoors last year, she was 2nd for Rising Stars. So she has just been a chameleon. And there she is right in the middle, Bullish Track Club in that white. The form is honestly perfect, but she got some company there at the end. It looks like it was J.C. Wright who was giving her company at the end there. But Cassidy Hopkins should be very happy with that time. And that just moves her up to the third overall with 8:59. When you get that replay, she looked good from the very beginning, Dave.
Yeah, nice smooth run from Cassidy Hopkins. She got a really nice start. Didn't even touch any of the hurdles, but was very low over them and snapping that leg down quickly. Quick between the hurdles, quick across the line. 8:59 is good for third overall, so no doubt she will advance to the semis with that clocking.
Matching her personal best as well.
So the time to beat remains Taylor Cox's 8:35, an outstanding clocking out of lane 4. As we get ready to move on to heat number 11, we've got Olivia LaBelle running in lane 1. Caden Simpson will go in 2. Brooke Jordan's in 3. Alan Idogan goes in 4. Thalia Waters goes in 5. She has the fastest seed time. Aaliyah Murphy goes in 6. Abigail Dennis is in 7. And Stephanie Ogunbiyi goes in lane 8. So Thalia Waters in lane 5, ranked number 9 in the nation with 8.50. She's from West Palm Beach, Florida. Running here for the Fast Lane Track Club. So let's see if lane 5 is a fast lane for her. So no preferred lanes here in these prelims. It's completely randomized. So
yeah.
One heat, you might get our best runner in lane 1. You might be lane 8.
Yeah, no preferred lanes yet. And if you're just now tuning in, this is New Balance Nationals indoors here at the Reggie Lewis facility. I'm Serenity Douglas, joined by Dave Milner. We've gotten to see a whole bunch of heats of great running so far. We're on day 3 out of 4 of amazing running. Hopefully we're going to see some national records today. We've been spoiled, Dave.
Yeah. We've had a lot of meet records. We saw national records go down in both of the girls' distance relays. But this Thalia Waters dominant here out of lane 5. 8.38. She's making a statement.
Oh, my goodness. And she's surprised with it, too. Just as surprised as us. She's so happy about that, as she should be. That was a fantastic run from her. 8:38, fast lane, fast run. Let's see if we can get a replay, because from the very beginning, this had to be a special race. And she was right there in the middle, like you were saying. Getting a good lane draw in a prelim is lucky. Great run from her.
Absolutely dominant. So that 8:38 clocking vaults her to number 3 in the nation. And sends a message to Taylor Cox from Union Catholic High School. Look
Absolutely.
out.
Ooh, I'm excited for the final.
All right, so we are coming up to heat number 12 of 20. Our bubble time is 8.99. That belongs to Aubrey Harris from Virginia. As we get ready for heat number 12, we've got Peyton G running in lane 1. Jada Watson goes in 2. Kaylee Powell is in 4. Erin Carty is in 5. Dominique Clement is in 6. Gabriella Cunningham, more about her in a second, goes in 7. And Celeste Davis is in 8. Lane 3 is empty. But tell us about Gabby Cunningham.
I mean, she's ranked 4th in the nation with 8:41. And you've been seeing these girls run 8:3, so I hope she's going to get that as well. Now, she was a semifinalist New Balance Nationals indoors last year. And look at her.
Absolutely dominant. The class of the field.
8:54 from her. Just shy of her personal best there, but still a great run nonetheless. And she's so tall, immediately going straight to the bat, on to the next round with ease.
So Cunningham there you see on the outside. Only a semifinalist last year, but she looks like a good bet to be All-American here this year. Vastly improved. So that clocking by Cunningham puts her at number 3 in the overall standing so far. That bubble time is now 8.98. As we get ready for heat number 12. Sorry, as we get ready for heat number 13. All right, so in this next heat, we've got Giselle Holland from Montverde Academy. Morgan Hayes goes next to her in lane 2. Amara Crabb is in 3. Amelia Cole is in 4. Mackenzie Hadfield is in 5. Candy Flynn is in 6. Demaria Williams is in 7. And it looks like lane 8 is unused in this heat. But in lane 6, we got Kennedy Flynn from Bullis.
University of South Carolina commit from Bullis. She was ranked number 7 in the nation with 8:48. Outdoors last year in high hurdle, she got 7th. Indoors, she was 10th in the semifinal. She just missed the final. She looks to change that today.
Yeah, like Cunningham in the previous heat, just missed making the final, but should be a good bet to get a little further along this year. Not the greatest start by her.
Whole lot of company on her.
Demaria Williams from Montverde Academy was close, but Flynn gets the win, 8:69. So that puts her number 9 overall. Should be pretty safe. Demaria Williams from Montverde Academy was 2nd in 8:77. That puts her at number 12. So those two should make it through. There you see on the replay, those two neck and neck across the line, and then Kennedy just showing her strength in the final 3 or 4 meters. So that bubble time has now been punted to 8:94.
Okay.
As we get ready for heat number 14. And coming up, we'll have Nia Armstrong occupying lane 1. Nyla Jones will be in 2. Cameron Travis in 3. Aaliyah McDonald in 4. Liliana McDonald in 5. Valencia Calhoun is in 6. Jade Hatcher is in 7. And Gabby White from Bullis is in lane 8. And she is the class of this field. She's going to be to the very left of your picture if we pan out a little bit. There she is. Just settling into her blocks in the white and purple uniform.
Full heat. And Gabby White, keep your eyes on her all the way out there in lane 8. She's ranked number 12 in the nation just 2 weeks ago with 8:54. And from the very outside, not the best lane, but she's using it to her advantage, but she's getting some company all the way in lane 1. That's what I mean by not the best lane to be in, because you cannot see what's going on all the way in lane 1 from Nia Armstrong out there for Vass, 8:70. She ended up getting the win. Gabby White coming in second with 8:73. I think it's safe to say that that would have been a little bit different if they were closer together.
Yeah.
They could battle it out a lot more.
So that's interesting, because Nia Armstrong is actually the brother of Nehemiah Armstrong, who just missed making the final, both in the same track club. But she's that confirmed as your winner at 8:70. Gabby White, 8:73 in second.
And we have to specify that last year at the same meet, New Balance Nationals Indoors, they had a Rising Stars section. They had freshman Rising Stars in the championship section. So you see a lot of these girls now in the championship section, still dominating, still looking pretty good. But what's that bubble time, Dave?
That bubble time is now 8:92, and that belongs to Aaliyah Elliott from St. Louis. But to your point, that means that there are a lot more of these championship heats now. As we get ready for heat number 15, it's Indira O'Neill in lane 1. Jada Mackey, it goes in 2. Karima McKenzie is in 3. Jessica Uzor is in 4. Inara Uka Wuba is in 5. Ava Allen's in 6. Miana Robinson's in 7. And Lindsay Johnson is out in lane 8 to the left of your picture. And it's Johnson comes in as a slight favorite in this preliminary heat. She was 4th in the Rising Stars section of the 100-meter hurdles at New Balance National Outdoors last year.
A full heat as well. And this one was pretty tight. I don't see a heat. I don't see a hip number yet.
Yeah, I think it fell off. But that was Indira Ukawuba at lane 5, 878. That's O'Neill. She was not the winner. Or was she? No, Ukawuba was the winner at lane 5 from Oklahoma. So that 878 puts her at number 17. So she has a good chance of moving on. They see her as center of picture, had a nice clean run. But yeah, her right hip number fell off early into the race.
I was telling Candace yesterday, these hip numbers help us as the broadcast committee a lot. But when I was running, I used to, as soon as I would get it, I just take it off. I don't want anything to hold me back from running fast. I don't want to feel anything on me.
Yeah, the worst is in the where we live in the South. You get
Oh.
humid races in the outdoor track season. Those numbers just fall off so readily whenever it gets humid.
So sticky. You put it on your uniform, can't get it off your uniform later on. Oh gosh. Hopefully they're making the uniforms a lot better nowadays, especially with these New Balance kits that they have that you can see with Union Catholic in lane 1 there.
All right, so here's our lineup in section 16. We've got Kira Fleming from Union Catholic in 1. And it's Maria Camposano, Alexa Adams, Hannah Komakiea, Kennedy Myers, Jada Wilson, and Layla Hawkins.
And that top spot is still from Taylor Hicks from Union Catholic with 8:35, but right in the middle of the track there, that's 5 with Kennedy Myers, 8:56 with lane 4 track club. Lane 4 because everybody knows that that's the best lane that you could get. She's pretty happy with her time there.
So she made good use of lane 5.
She did.
All right, so Candy Myers is now 4th in the overall standings at 8:56. That should very safely see her advance to the semis, which take place in about 7 or 8 hours. All right, we are moving on to heat number 17. And in this heat, to the right of your picture will be Morgan Roundtree from Motor City Track Club. She's ran 8:61, actually 8:58. No, 8:61 this year. She was the Rising Stars 100-meter hurdle champion outdoors at New Balance last summer. Anyway, she goes in lane 1. Beside her is Megan Kane in 2, Takia Ferguson in 3, Michaela Willis in 4, Alicia Ramos in 5, Devin Parham in 6, Maggie Scalzo in 7, and Gianna Meinhardt in 8. But Morgan Roundtree, the runner to watch, in lane 1 to the right of your picture, just settling into our blocks right now. In the white and, what is that, peach?
Peach.
From Motor City Track Club.
Those New Balance kits.
Looking slick. Roundtree got a really nice start. All right, it's all Morgan Roundtree right now.
She looked great. Crossing at 8:70 unofficial. It'll go down to 8:69 from Motor City Track Club. I got a chance to talk to her mom yesterday. She stopped me on the way to the bathroom, and she said her daughter is so excited to run. I think it was right before the sprint medley relay. She said she was so excited to run because they got new kits from New Balance. And I said, those new kits give you superpowers. And I remember running at New Balance Nationals indoors and getting to run in the fancy uniforms. Because this is the fastest party on the planet. You know, how can you not? And Morgan just looks fantastic. Coming across the line at 8:69. She should be feeling pretty comfortable.
So yeah, that's a number 11. That should safely advance.
I mean, there's not as many heats as the guys, so.
Yeah. So she only has nine more heats to watch. So tell us about your New Balance Nationals experience. What event did you run?
I ran the 400, and I ran back when it was still at the Armory. And back then, New Balance wasn't giving out kits back then just to anybody, little old me at least. So I think I was wearing something like Saucony, and I was just so excited to just be running on a stage like New Balance Nationals. But I was mainly excited for those book bags. You know, the book bags are such a hit every single year. And if you got a New Balance Nationals book bag, like, you were the it girl for sure.
All right, we're getting ready for heat number 18. We got Naomi Byam in 1, Selena Carlisle in 2, Gabriella Smith in 3, Isabella Wheeler in 4, Annika Scott in 5, Chloe Thomas in 6, Gianna Green in 7, and Emmeline Clark is out in lane 8. Naomi Byam from Canada is in lane 1, but she got a poor start, and it's lane 5. Annika Scott from Bedford Track Club that gets the win, 870. So Annika Scott from Bedford Track Club gets the win in 870, and that should be good enough to see her through. With just 2 more heats remaining. She's 13th overall, so pretty safely through for her as we get ready for our penultimate heat, number 19. So here's the lineup for heat number 19. Layla Smith goes in lane 1, and then it's Adrian Bowden in 2. Naya Blades in 3, Sophia Swindell in 4, Linnea Nerutha in 5, Ariana Garcia in 6, Messiah Brawner in 7, and Sydney Dungy in lane 8. Lanes to watch here are lanes 4 and 6. Sophia Swindell from the Lawrenceville School is in 4, and lane 6, Ariana Garcia, both the sub-9 exponents.
The Lawrenceville School,
yes.
Like the Ohio State.
Yes.
They're out of New Jersey.
So Sophia was 4th outdoors at the Rising Stars 100-meter hurdles. So she goes in lane 4, just a junior. Keep an eye out for her. She's wearing the red top with black shorts. She got a nice start. She's been challenged by Garcia in lane 6. So it's the 2 we picked neck and neck. Garcia got the win out of lane 6. All right, so Ariana Garcia from Florida, 875. So that's going to see her through to the final. Sorry, semifinal. But Sophia Swindell, who we just saw run, now she's the owner of that bubble mark at 881, and she has 1 more heat to sweat through. Unfortunately for her, Macaria Harris is one of the best runners in the competition, is in this next heat. So in all likelihood, Sophia Swindell is going to get bumped out in this next section.
Yeah. And Macaria Harris out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, all the way from the dirty South.
So Macaria ranked number 8 in the nation. She's the Louisiana state champion. This event last year, she was 4th, so she's the 2nd best returner. Also running the 200 meters here, but she is the class of this field, and she's there in the yellow and black checkered uniform, walking back to lane 3 and her blocks, looking like she has ice flowing through her veins.
From Run Fast Track Club. And to think that she's the 2nd best returner with 837.
Yeah, if she does not advance to this final, it'll be a big shock. But can she send a message to Taylor Cox and Thalia Waters, who've run 8:35 and 8:38 in their preliminary heats. They're the top 2 qualifiers thus far. Great start by her. That looked pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
871 though. She did not exactly make a statement there, but that was a very comfortable qualification. So she probably already knew what she had to run, having seen all the other heats and being in an advantageous situation of being in the final heat, knowing there was no potential shocks to come after her. So she's safely through. Taylor Cox is the fastest qualifier at 8:35. Morgan Ryerson, who we saw win her heat, she was the last qualifier at 8:81.
We're going to get those final results for you. The top 24 made it to the semifinals. That will be run a while from now.
So they see Taylor Cox, our top qualifier from Union Catholic High School in New Jersey, 8:35. Thalia Waters, 8:38. Those two well ahead of our third qualifier, Gabby Cunningham, at 8:54. As we scroll through there, you'll see our final qualifier, Morgan Ryerson, at 8:81. And there you see. And Sophia Swindle just missing out by thousands. So next event on the track is going to be the boys 60-meter championship prelims. So we're going to clear the hurdles out of the way. And we'll be back with you very shortly. Hi, welcome back to the Reggie Lewis Center. I'm Dave Miller. I'm here with Serenity Douglas, and we are on day 3 of New Balance Nationals Indoors. And our next event on tap is the Boys Championship 60-meter dash prelims. The top 24 will advance to the semifinals this evening on time only. So winning your heat does not by itself do anything for you. And how many heats do we have of this?
Go ahead and buckle up. Don't go nowhere. Get comfortable. 42 heats.
42.
42. Is that an error? No, it is not. 42 heats of the boys 60-meter championships. That's why there's even a semifinals. You know, we were speaking earlier, at this age, so many heats because there's so many runners, which is a good thing. It's a good problem to have, that all these runners came out here to New Balance Nationals, indoors, all the way up in Boston, Massachusetts. We're here at the Reggie Lewis facility. So athletes that come from all over the world just to run with the fast of the fast.
All right, we're lowering the music, getting ready for this first section. Section 1 of 42. Walker Norris will go in lane 1. Julian Ram Tyler Bess is in 2. Elijah Amenra is in 3. Chase Kaufman's in 4. Samuel Gott is in 5. Gavin Rolls is in 6. Casey Borkowski in 7. And Marquise Davis will occupy lane 8. So as they settle into their blocks, I can tell you that the fastest seat time in this first section belongs to Marquise Davis from Cleveland Heights High School in Ohio. And he is at lane 8 to the left of your picture as we zoom in. The yellow and black. Got village people cranking as these sprinters get ready to kick off 42 heats. So sprint fans, get comfy, get your coffee and pancakes ready, and buckle up. We've got about an hour of 60-meter dash prelims to go here.
And nothing special to do in this. You just run straight. Gotta shoot out of the blocks. Drive down the track. Now, Dave, I know that your specialty is in distance running, mid-distance running, but here in these sprinting events, the essential part of it is the block start, especially with a 60. It's not like outdoors in 100 where you have a little bit of room to make it up. In a 60, if you don't get out of those blocks immediately, stay in your drive phase, similar to a plane taking off, then a lot of your race can fall apart. Unless you're a Noah Lyles and can shoot from the back.
All right, here we go. Section 1 about to settle into their blocks. So keep an eye on Marquise Davis from Cleveland Heights in lane 8, and also Elijah Amenra in lane 3. They are the two sub-7 exponents.
And that's lane 3.
Yeah, great start by Elijah Amenra. 6:86 for Elijah Amenra. A really nice time for him. I believe that's a personal best for the Virginia runner. Marquise never really got going out of lane 8. A really nice start and very relaxed looking run by Elijah out of lane 3. So he takes the dub in the first section. And he'll have to see if 6:86 holds up to advance him. All right, you want to have a little fun here, Serenity?
Yeah.
Let's try and predict the time that is the last qualifier into the semis.
All right, yeah.
You
Well,
wanna
we're
go?
still early on.
I know, but that's just going to make
I
it more
wanna-
fun.
let's
Oh, you want to wait
see.
till like the...
No,
third,
no, I
fourth
want to do it now.
Right
You're
now?
right.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go 6:99.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. That's a good prediction. Because the way I was going to go, I was going to go like 7 flat, maybe like 7:04.
All right. We should have done it blind. All right.
We should have done it
All right,
blind.
pick one. Pick one. What are you doing?
Okay, I'm going to do, I think the last time is going to be, I'm going to be bold like you. I think it's going to be 689.
689?
689.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, we'll see. This is the fastest party on the planet. Yeah, write that down. 689. What are you, 699? Okay. As we move into Heat 2, there's a lot of scratches. 4 in this heat. So there's only Devon Benjamin, Gunnar Richards, Maquan Gravely, and Bryce Leaks. Oh. Looks like somebody just got added. He did not scratch. That's Maquan Gravely. In lane 5 there. Oh, yeah, he just ran and got some blocks. Okay. I mean, you can do things like this at these younger meets. You can kind of just jump in. Okay, somebody doesn't want to show up. I want to show up.
Yeah, I don't think you could get away with that in the final. Were he to make it. So we have 5 runners in section 2.
Yeah, it looks like it was lane 2 who just went and got a block. Maybe he was just a little bit late. You know what happens.
So that's Lloyd Boateng from South Windsor High School. Sometimes a little adrenaline from showing up late can work in your favor. So we got Benjamin in 1, Boateng in 2, Richards in 4, Gravely in 5, and Leaks all the way out in lane 8 to the left of your picture. Nice start by lane 5. That's Mikran Gravely.
And that all white, looking like Frozone.
Gravely gets it up. 696. All right, well, according to your prediction, that's not going to be good enough to advance.
Yeah.
I have him advancing. We'll see.
I mean, because we have 42 heats, Dave. That's
yeah, I know.
so many.
I know. I think I might have screwed up on this prediction, but we'll see. All right, so we're getting ready for our third heat. And we'll see Isaiah Newman running in lane 1. Ryan Elson's in 2. Lane 3 is now empty. Christopher Oman goes in 4. Lane 5 is empty. Josiah Kwake goes in 6. Nia Patterson goes in 7. And Trip Capers is in lane 8.
All right, Dave, if you had to run a 60,
Oh
if you had to, in another world, you're at your ripe age, what would you run?
Oh, good gosh, I don't know. I think I once ran like 12-1 for 100 meters. It takes me about 100. It takes me 100 meters just to get to full speed. And now, as I've gotten older, it takes me about a quarter mile to get up to full speed. So I don't even want to think about it. I was not blessed with a lot of fast twitch muscle fibers. And what fibers I did have were used mostly for soccer. So it's the Colorado runner, Ryan Elson, out of lane 2.
It was tight.
Wearing the all blue that I think gets the nod there. He seems pretty happy. 7:04. And there he is. Real training out of Niwot, Colorado. A fantastic distance program they have there, but also producing some quality sprinters.
His turnover was crazy.
Joshua in lane 6 gave him a run for his money, but Ryan Elson's your winner in section 3, 7:04. That unlikely to advance, but we'll see. We still have a long way to go here as we get ready for heat number 4. So in heat 4, we'll have Micah Walker running in lane 1, Peter Del Rey, Easton Woods, Jihad Dix, Jaden Wiley, Chase DeJesus, Dylan Carter, and Denver Shields.
And Jaden Wiley at an ATL Zoom. It's Brazelton, Georgia. Shout out to all the Georgians out there, being a Georgian myself. It's good to see y'all representing and getting up out of Georgia sometimes to go to some meets. He was ranked number 6 in the nation with 673, but that was back in December. And he also competes in the 200 today, so this will be a nice little warm-up for him. I always like stepping on the track a little bit earlier.
So 3 races for him today if he makes the semifinals in this 60. And he's out fast.
Goodness. He pretty much climbs the wall there. I mean, it could be pretty tough trying to break that momentum. He's happy with his time, 676 at an ATL Zoom. 676, and he just moved up to that top qualifying time. He's chilling.
It's a really nice start by Jaden in the middle of your picture, and he dips at the line, taking no chances, 676. And he's our fastest qualifier, and Wiley from Georgia looking just peachy in the prelims. That's only 0.03 of a second off his personal best.
And let's check in with the shot put pentathlon. They've already competed in the 60 hurdles earlier this morning, long jump, and now the third event out of 5, which is the shot put. We'll give you guys an update for who that leader is a little bit later, but if you guys want to follow along, send this link over to all your besties. This is New Balance National's YouTube channel. It's completely free. If you heard a name you recognize, or if you're just a track fanatic, as we are, send it over. Lots of great events.
All right, here we go with heat number 5. We've got Quinton Williams in 1, Avery Taylor in 2, Jaden Perkins is in 3, Kyle Warmington is in 4, Kevin Humes is in 5, Elijah McCausland is in 6, and Jalen Bacote is in 7. Lane 8 is empty. That was Lucas Andrade, and he ran the 60-meter hurdles earlier and qualified for the semis. Pretty even, but lane 3, that's Jaden Perkins. So Jaden Perkins from McNamara Mustangs gets the win, 6.91, just ahead of Kevin Humes. So that puts Perkins number 3 in the overall standings. Let's take another look at his run at lane 3.
And he popped straight up.
In lane 5, Kevin Humes was out hard through 50 meters and then was just overhauled by Perkins in the last 10 or so. All right, so that puts Perkins number 3 in the overall standings as we get ready for heat number 6 of 42. We've got a late scratch here, 2 late scratches actually. Mason Scott and Alec Terakadis are out. So Krish Bala goes in 2. Riyadh Weddington goes in 3. Add-on Dillon is in 5. Amari Carter's in 6. Jelani Anderson is 7. And Koan Bento is in lane 8.
And it's still morning time over here on the East Coast. 10:43. So these athletes have been up for a very long time. Ton of heats, ton of action still to go.
Really strong start out of lane 3 by Riyadh Weddington. And he's going to get the win, 687.
Okay. With the old Nike kit on.
So another Missouri sprinter kicking butt here. And there you see Weddington. So that puts him number 3 in the overall standings after 6 preliminary heats.
You know, Dave, I could see you running a smooth 9.2.
Are we still doing this?
Yeah, I think 9.2. You know why? Okay, actually, speaking of running, Cat Williams yesterday ran a 40. I think he ran it in like, it was very slow. I think he ran it in like 5.9.
Who was it who was just challenged to break 4 seconds and was offered like
That
100
was
grand?
Christian Coleman. RG3 offered him 100 grand. That's just not the right guy to offer 100 grand. Like, you're going to lose 100 grand.
Probably.
But RG3, he knows track, and he should know that.
Yeah. All right, here we go with section number 7. We've got Liam Acevedo, Octavius Richard, Kareem El Sadani, Luca Marsilio, Desmond Starks, and Reed Phillips. And lane 7, that's Reed Phillips from Episcopal High School. Oh, no, correction, it's Desmond Starks, I'm sorry. From Archbishop Carroll High School.
Whew, these two fired up, 686.
So that puts him number 3 in the overall standings so far after 7 heats.
Oh, that's why he's fired up on paper. He was 710. Walking away with 686. Look at him in the light blue, owning this field. He looks great.
Smooth run by Starks to take section 7. As we get ready for heat number 8. All right, heat number 8, we'll see Demetrius Lewis Jr. from Bullis High School running in lane 1. Charles Albertson goes in 2. Kobe Mack goes in 3. Oh, we've got some scratches. So Demetrius Lewis is out. So let me restart that.
Ton of scratches, wow.
Yeah, only 3 runners now going in this section. So Charles Albertson from Maine goes in lane number 2. Kobe Mack from Mustang Track Club is in 3. And Jason DeJesus is in 5. So just 3 runners in this section. And that was Jason DeJesus out of lane 5. And he gets to win 6.99. So that puts him number 10 overall so far.
I mean, with 42 heats, we're bound to see a lot of scratches.
Yeah.
But Jason looks fantastic right there in the middle of the track.
And it could be the case that, you know, some of these scratches we're seeing from some of the better clubs like Bullis High School and Union Catholic, perhaps they're saving these runners to improve their chances in the relays. A lot of these athletes are doubling, tripling, even quadrupling. So
absolutely,
that may have been the case with him. But our bubble time is now 7.10.
We're about to approach your bubble time
I know,
soon.
Starting to think my prediction was not a good one. All right, heat number 9 is on the track, and we've got Tariq Haya from DC Cadets running in lane 1. Elijah Hay goes in 2. Bryce Jackson is in 3. Nicholas Massarelli is in 4. Gabrielle Scott is in 6. Samuel Elliott Barnes is in lane 8. Lane 5 being empty. I think that was Gabrielle Scott, yeah, out of lane 6, 6.92. So he'll have a good chance of making the prelims, we'll see. Now you see Gabrielle Scott, winner of Heat 9, and a time of 6.92. That puts him number 6 overall so far. But we are only a seventh of the way through our heat, so still a long way to go.
And if you see down there at the bottom of your screen, there's still plenty of spectators here this morning. Here at the Reggie Lewis track facility. We're on day 3 of New Balance Nationals indoors. This is actually the last day we will be here because tomorrow we move over to the track at New Balance.
Yeah, for those of you wondering what's going on, why we're at this track, there's another little meet going on at the track
Small.
at New Balance called the NCAA Championships, which will wrap up this evening, and then we'll move everything over to the track at New Balance, just 3 miles down the road, for Sunday's championship final action. All right, here we go with heat number 10. We've got Marky Bradford running in lane 1. Everton Brown goes in 2. Tyler Pagano is in 4. John Chisholm is in 5. Madia Judo Diawara goes in 6. Nick Gow is in 7. And Niles Brigman is in lane 8.
Whew.
Nick Gow out of lane 7 gets the win. 6.86. And he is very happy with that.
Flight. He took flight for sure. That's a fast white boy, 686.
So Nick moves up to number 3. Got a really nice start. Very compact runner,
Yeah.
ideally suited to this distance. All right, so we are moving on to heat number 11 of 42. All right, so in this section we've got Kane Stanley from IMG Academy, Perrion Williams from Franklin Track Club, Bergen Caprod goes in 3, and then it's Keen Tangi Tang in 4, Dylan Williams in 5 from Union Catholic, Mohamed Thiam, we saw him earlier in the 60-meter hurdles, in 6. Rowan Calder in 7, and Kieran Boyle is in lane 8. And in lane 1, we've got somebody we should expect to make the final quite easily, unless he false started.
And that one...
And is he holding his hamstring? Oh, no.
I don't know. Now, Kane Stanley in lane 1 from IMG Academy. He is a busy, busy man at this meet. Ranked number 25 in the nation with 681. He's the lead leg for IMG's team tonight in the 4x200 final. But we do have a red flag.
Oh, it's not him.
It's looking like it's lane 3. We're going to take a look back at that one, though, see if we got some movement in the blocks. The official saw it. Yes, yeah. He has twitched. They were a lot more lenient the first 2 days, but this is the championship races.
Yeah, that's Bergen Caprod from Queensbury, New York, who unfortunately has been ejected. So lane 3 is now empty. Great start by Stanley.
Whew.
Whoa, 6.67.
Wow, 667. And he is turned up. IB turns up. 667 is blazing. And he has plenty more to run today as well. He's a University of Miami commit. He's happy with that one. I mean, the camera has to follow this man all the way into the crowd. We're going to take a look back at his race. He was in lane 1 here. The drive phase was insane. He didn't raise up until maybe 20 more to go. That's the way you do it. 6-6 from him. Looks like the camera's still trying to find him, but he is gone. He's out of here. He's getting ready for that semi.
So, Serenity, that 6.67 is number 3 in the nation so far this year.
Wow.
And that is going to make him one of the favorites for the final, which will take place tomorrow.
6'6" to 7. I think he's the wrong track.
All right, that means our bubble time is now 7:06. That belongs to Mohammed Thayem from Maryland. As we get ready for section 12, we've got William McGough, Drew Davis, Miles Burr, Calvin Hernandez, and Anthony Smith, and another false start.
A false start in the 60 is always kind of tough for multiple reasons. Because by the time, as you can see, these guys are walking back, the race is basically over. They were 20 in by then. We're going to see. It's pretty tough to see, but are you going to get a fast start like that the next time around? You know, you're a little shaken up because you do not want to be disqualified. Like I said, in the first 2 days, the officials were pretty lenient, but those were middle schoolers and freshmen. These guys are the championship runners. It's not clear what happened there. You see a little bit of a replay to see if anybody was moving in the blocks. I didn't see anything.
Oh,
maybe like a stumble.
Maybe out of lane 8. Maybe his block slipped.
Yeah, it seems like his blocks slipped. They're going to give him another chance. They're going to try to, they're giving him some more blocks.
That was lane 7. Maybe Anthony Smith from Colorado. I think his blocks may have slipped.
Okay.
He's getting a new set.
Which is good, but it is one of those things where it's like those athletes shot out of the blocks thinking that this was their one and only race, and then it got called back. So are you going to shoot out of the blocks with the same ambition? You don't know. It's kind of hard to repeat it sometimes, but these guys are going to get reset here soon. He's trying his blocks out. Seem good out of Colorado. Right there in the light blue. I was never the one to get a run out before my race, but I also ran the 400. I was like, y'all are not going to let me waste my breath.
What's the furthest you've ever ran in a 400 before being recalled by the gun? You ever go all the way around the first turn?
You know, I've never gotten recalled.
Oh, really?
Because, you know, the 400, nobody's antsy to come up the blocks.
All right, nice clean start this time. So that was William McGough out of lane 1 from Alabama, 691. So McGough wins section 12, and that puts him number 7 overall. Looks pretty happy with that. McGough got a clean start, stayed low to the ground, didn't come up too quickly, and was rewarded with the win. All right, we are moving on to heat number 13. All right, heat 13 is on the track. We've got Calvin Jordan occupying lane 1. Antoine Hughes goes in 2. Lane 3 is empty. Andrew Jeremiah Boki is in 4. Joel Spaulding is in 5. Nathan Looney in 7. And Lamar Lynch in 8.
With the shades indoors as lane 2, Antoine Hughes Jr. from Mustangs Track Club. Now, he came in ranked 15th in the nation with 677. He's University of South Carolina commit. He's actually coached by his dad, Antoine Hughes Sr. He's like, all right, shh, calm down, everyone. I still got to come back for this semifinal. 670 from him. And we're going to take another look at his race. Out of lane 2, you got to respect a guy wearing shades indoors. You don't even need them, but he's a cool cat.
Boy, his future's so bright, he has to. 670 puts him number 2 overall, behind just Kane Stanley.
And he should feel good about that one. And comfortable, too.
All right, so heat number 14 is lining up. We got Alex Munto from Spokane, Washington, running in lane 1. Evan Bray goes in 2. Antonio Colon is in 3. Nico Landers in 4. Jaminawe Abdul Latif is in 5. Lucas Robles in 6. Gavin Moe in 7. And Jordan Lewis in 8. So Lucas Robles comes in with the fastest seat time at 6:87. He goes in lane 6, so keep an eye out for him. And it's Robles in lane 6, as we predicted, in all black at 6:96. So the Arkansas junior gets the win out of heat 14, and that puts him at number 13 overall.
And it's safe to say your bubble time prediction slowly coming to an end, but let's see where we are so far.
I don't want to talk about that. I'm very sad.
Yeah, 7:02 right now is the bubble time at the moment. Who would have thought? I mean, I would have thought. We're at New Balance Indoor Nationals. It's the fastest party on the planet. You better come here trying to do something.
So there's something to be said for these Mondo tracks that have aged a few years. They're very firm tracks, and they're very fast tracks for sprinting. And that's certainly the case with the center runway here at the Reggie Lewis Center. All right, we're getting ready for heat number 15. We've got 42 of these on tap for you. But in heat 15, we've got Philip Bright III, Elijah Jones, Parrish Hartley, Daniel Tobia, Cole Friedman, Tyrell Fennell, Benjamin Rode, and Fava Aki.
Ooh. Full heat. That's good.
So no clear front runner in this one, but Philip Bright is seated at 683. He goes in lane 1, so keep an eye out for him. He's all the way from Louisiana. And Wright got a great start, and he's going to take it out of lane 1.
.687 from Philip Wright the third.
So Philip Wright III moves to 7th overall with that 687 clocking, and there he is. All the way to the right of the picture. He got a really nice start and clear the whole way. So he should be pretty safe. 7th overall. We are a little more than a third the way through these preliminary heats.
A third.
So if you're just tuning in, we're here at the Reggie Lewis Center in Roxbury, Massachusetts. We're on day 3 of New Balance Indoor Nationals, and you're watching the Boys Championship 60-meter prelims, of which there are 42. And the top 24 times will move on to the semifinals early this evening. Finals will take place tomorrow at the track at New Balance, which is 3 miles down the road. All right. Heat 16 is on the track. We got 4 scratches, so we're down to 4 runners. Finn Martin goes in lane 2. Christian Howell's in 3. Nico Romano is in 6. And Clifton McBride is in lane 8. It looked like McBride from San Antonio in lane 8. And he does get the nod at 697. So that puts him at number 16 overall. So we'll see. I'd say that's borderline for advancing. Our bubble time now 7:01.
All the way out there in lane 8. That's tough. Can't see anybody.
Is that not the lane Sha'Carri Richardson won her world title from?
You know what?
Maybe sometimes it's better to, if you're easily distracted, to not have the distractions, right?
You are absolutely right. Lane 8 is notorious for being good. Wade Van Niekerk set a world record.
Yep.
Out of lane 8. He saw nobody that entire race. I would think that, like, I false started and I just never heard the regun.
Maybe you have. Maybe you have been in a false start race. All right, so that bubble time is now 7:01. It belongs to Anthony Smith from Colorado. As we get ready for heat number 17, we have 6 runners lining up. Matthew Morrison goes in 1. We saw him earlier in the 60 hurdles. Jalen McCoy is in 2. Amir Mawad goes in 4. Sunil Peters is in lane 5. Weston Schresinger in 7. And Darius Mason is in lane 8.
Ooh.
Oh, this is a close one.
Yeah.
Maybe lane 4 in the middle there?
It's like 1, 4, and 7.
Yeah, Amir Mawad actually. Lane 4 gets it 7:02. So that is not going to be good enough to move on.
And he was shaking his head like that was not the one.
Yeah, he knows.
Winning your heat with a time final is not enough. With a lot of these athletes, you have to go for a personal best. Plus some.
Yeah, we've seen a few of these runners winning their heat, but making the mistake of easing up the last 5 meters or so, and then just being edged out of qualifying by, a 100th or 2.
Which is pretty different from what we see with the college athletes. We see them shutting it down by a lot, but they advance on placement, not on time. Some people prefer it this way. Let my time speak for itself, not the place, because what if you get placed into a little bit of a slower heat?
Yeah.
So I think I prefer it to be time, even though it can get pretty long, such as 42 heats.
Yep. All right, looks like we got a few empty lanes in section 18. All right, so in this next section, running in lane 1, we'll have Nathan Donahue. But in lane 2, Jake Odie Jordan from Archbishop Carroll.
That light blue. His PR coming in was 684, and he was just shy of it, running 686. Last year, he won the freshman 100. I'm sorry, he was 3rd in the freshman 100 at New Balance Outdoors. Seems like he feels okay about that time. He ran very well, though. Right there out of lane 2 in that light blue. You cannot miss it. He stayed in that dry phase. Shoulders up. Right through the line.
So nice run by Jake Odie Jordan. That puts him number 6 overall in the standings. Just a sophomore. But surely he will advance with that time. Which we have 4 runners all at 686 right now.
Wow, 4 runners at 686. And we're only on heat 19.
Yeah, so not even halfway through these preliminary heats. All right, so heat number 19 is up next, and we'll have Jake's teammate, Damil Bostic, running in lane 5 in this one. He'll be joined by Morris Giggets running in lane 1. Dominic Frank is in 2. Lanes 3 and 4 are empty. Hunter Broxton goes in 6. Bodie Gislani goes in 7. And Kieran Small is in lane 8. So close there between Dominic Frank from the Speed Academy and Damil Bostic from Archbishop Carroll.
But it looks like it would be Dominic Frank with 7:02 though. And he is out. And that's pretty tough to know from right when you cross the line, you see the time, 7:02, you already know that you're not making it to the semifinal. Great run nonetheless. You see him in red all the way out in lane 2. It's kind of hard for him to gauge where his placement is. The effort was great, but it just would not be enough. He was just shy of his personal best. But we have to speak about Dominic Calhoun. He came in with 682 on paper. And he would not advance either.
All right, next on the track is heat number 20. And looks like we have just one runner missing. Lane 7 is empty. We've got Marco Bozer in 1, CJ Martin in 2, Zayden Horn in 3, Christopher Brooks in 4, Alex Cruz from 5, Dominic Corley in 6, and Gage Jones in lane 8.
And keep your eye on lane 4. Christopher Brooks is a native right out of Massachusetts, but he's only run a 55 so far this year. So 5 more meters with this 60.
So he was the Rising Stars 60-meter champion last year in 6.95.
He's right there in the middle, but it looks like
that was red. That was
on the outside there. 678 from Dominic Corley from Spokane Speed Academy.
So Dominic gets the win, 678, which puts him number 4 overall right now. Christopher Brooks, 689, the local lad. Now he's going to have to see if that's good enough to hold up. It's 11th so far, and we are halfway through these heats. So,
and Dominic Corley actually came in ranked number 2 in the nation with 664. And he's the top seed at this meet since Jaden Finley is not here. So hoping to see him in the final for sure. He should be sitting pretty comfortably into the semifinal.
Yeah. So
but
Corley, a senior from Meade High School in Spokane. A few years back, that was one of the premier distance programs in the nation. But now turning out some really, really high-quality sprinters. As we get ready for Heat 21. And we've got John Santos in 1, Brandon Sims in 2, Caden Michaud in 3, Austin Fiener in 4, Maxim Blamester in 5, Jalen Scott is in 6, Joseph D'Angelo in 7, and Dion Cleary in 8. Lane 1 is empty. Santos is a scratch. But tell us about Jalen Scott, Serenity.
He was 7th at New Balance Nationals indoors at this race, 681. He's from Heart of Georgia High School, Hampton, Georgia. Shout out to the Georgians. And goodness, Jalen Scott with the knee lift. He's not the tallest one, but he runs like it's 671 unofficially from him. He's going to go up to 678. Down from the heart of Georgia, the Peach State.
So Jalen slides in at number 4 overall, so he will easily advance to the semifinals, one would think. Here we go. Nice start by him. Great knee lift. And never really in doubt.
I mean, he PR'd by a lot there. He came in 687. Running into the semifinal, 678.
So he was 7th in this event last year. So he'll be expecting to make the final once again. But surely he'll make the semifinals with that mark. As we get ready for heat number 22. So we are over the hump, over the halfway point of these preliminary heats. Brandon Stotts goes in 1. Sam Elvis goes in 2. Brandon Torres is in 3. Alim Raji is in 4. Roshmel Gillen is in 5. Isaac Easley in 6. Monroe Thomason in 7. And Andrew Smith in lane 8. Do we actually have everybody here? We got a full boat for heat number 22. Alim Raji is the only sub-7 exponent in this one. He's in lane 4.
This one was tight, but look at lane 8.
Yeah, that was Andrew Smith from Westerville.
697. Once again, with the shades indoors, protecting you from all of the artificial light. Great run from him. Keep your eye on lane 8 in that all black with the shades on.
It's a very wide arm carriage.
He is. You know, it reminds me of somebody from Virginia, the world record holder, Grant Holloway. He has pretty wide arms as well as he runs. He used to be a lot more hunched over back in the day.
All right, well, Smith clocks 697. That unlikely to advance since he's pretty close to that bubble time right now. He's down at 22nd, and we still have almost half of the heats to go. So I'm liking your, what did you predict, 689 to advance?
I sure did.
That's looking pretty good right now.
I don't want to get too close, but it's still too soon.
All right, heat 23 is on the track. We got Micah Chen, Sean McCullum, Samuel Bruno, Franklin Aka. Oh, no, we got a few scratches. So let's try that again. Micah Chen goes in 1, Sean McCullum's in 2, Samuel Bruno's in 3, Josiah Juarez is in 5, and Joseph Cannon out in lane 8 to the left of your picture. Nice clean start. It's a great start out of lane 2 by Sean McCullum.
Oh my gosh, he's so tall. Is that a high schooler? In that
Sean
peach
McCullum,
there.
he's a big guy, and he gets the win, 688. He's from Pennsylvania, just a junior, and he wins that heat in pretty dominant fashion, and he is number 12 on the list. Powerfully built runner in lane 2. All right, so we'll see if Sean's 688 holds up. I had a pretty good chance that will make it in. We're a little over halfway, and he's ranked number 12 thus far. All right, heat 24 is on the track. I see a few empty lanes.
Oh gosh.
All right, so we got a few scratches, and that's because some of these guys ran the 60-meter hurdles earlier, so Anthony Waterman being one of those has advanced, so he is opted not to run it. So we only have 3 runners. Chems Edin Jubani goes in 2, Ajay Holmes goes in 4, and Delbert Cowsett from Maryland is in lane 7. Devontae Young also out. Did he run the 60 hurdles earlier?
He sure did, and he qualified, I want to say. So he's chilling.
So it's lane 7, Delbert Cowsett from Maryland that's leading the way, 7:02 unofficially. And he is confirmed as your winner, 7:02, but that will not be good enough to move on.
You would think some of these heats, like these later heats, would have a little bit of the advantage because they know exactly what they need to hit, but knowing it and doing it are two different things.
Yeah, absolutely. At least, you know, he at least did not make the mistake of easing up. He went for it, but
Right.
came up a little bit short. So our bubble time, 6.97. That belongs to Dylan Carter from Louisiana. Whoa.
And moving on to heat 25 of 42.
All right, keep an eye on Austin Diggs in lane 1. He has the fastest seat time, and he gets out the fastest in all black. And Diggs is going to get the win here, the Texan. 686.
That's a popular time.
Yeah, it is. So we have 5 runners now, all at 686.
Oh.
Probably going to be the case that somebody misses out by a thousandth or a couple of thousandths of a second on making the semifinals tonight. But Austin Digser confirmed as your winner. The aptly named Nicholas Spikes, second place, 7 flat. But that's not going to be good enough to move on for Spikes. Ralph Johnson also running 7 flat in third. All right, Heat 26 is on the track. Got Nicholas Vout running in lane 1. Caden White goes in 2. Adam Salam Atia goes in 3. Sam Puana is in 4. Roman Spikes, who just saw his brother run earlier, is in lane 5. Ryan Johnson 6. Chad Miller 7. And Chiro Ogbibor in 8. Do we have a full heat here? Nice start out of lane 8 by Cairo Ogbibor, but he's been challenged by lane 6.
Ryan Johnson.
Ryan Johnson, yeah. So there's Ryan Johnson. His 689 puts him number 14 overall now, after 26 of our 42 heats.
That was not a weak heat, Dave.
No.
689 from Ryan Johnson, as you can see right there. Followed up with a 694 and a 697 from Roman Spikes.
3 sub-7s out of heat 26. So that means our bubble time is now 6.96. Which means I have officially lost the bubble time prediction contest.
Yeah, just as I predicted, but it's fine.
It's fine. That's what happens when you get a distance runner calling sprint races. All right, heat 27 is on the track. Lane 2 is empty because John Hanna, the third, is scratched, which leaves Joseph McIntosh running in 1. Looks like lane 3 is empty also. Marcus Grant is in 4, Tyra Viveris in 5, Timothy Kelm in 6, Lucas Lindauer in 7, and Taylor in 8. Great start in lane 1 by Joseph McIntosh, but look on the outside, that lane 8, Tate Taylor. Tate Taylor from San Antonio, 694.
So tall. He's shaking his head though.
So Tate Taylor gets the win. Another win out of lane 8. All right, so our bubble time, 696. That belongs to Lucas Robley from Arkansas. But we are on heat number 28. We are 2/3 away through these preliminary heats. All right, we've got Tori Willis running in lane 1. Terrence Mahomes is in 2. Jeremiah Brown is in 3. Mikael Del Gallego Fico in 4. Kimoni Davis is in 5. Lane 6 is empty. Kyle Brown goes in 7. And Jackson Jean-Jacques is in 8. So look, keep an eye out for lane 2. That's Terrence Mahomes. Has run 6.90 twice this year. Just a sophomore. He was a freshman champ last year. And he has got a great start. Looks like Mahomes, he's up at the line. But he gets the win 7 flat, and he may well regret easing up on the line like that because, yeah, he's just missed out.
Yeah, he is not happy with that one. Out of Westlake High School in Atlanta, Georgia. He was the 60-meter champ last year for the freshman class with 685. That's why he is not happy with that one.
Yeah, showing a little inexperience there.
For sure.
He only eased up the last 3 or 4 meters, so it might not have made the difference, but he'll never know for sure. But it looked like about 5 or 6 meters out, he started grimacing. Maybe he tightened up, like felt a hamstring go or something.
For sure.
Maybe that's why he eased up, just the error on the side of caution. But he is not going to move on to the semis, unfortunately. Alrighty, we're on heat number 29. So in heat 29, lane 7 is probably the one to keep an eye on. That's Tuni Ogunyeyi. He's seated at 686. But we've got Braylon Minor in 1, Gabriel Chei in 2, Max Shapiro in 3, Yiming Chen in 4, Reese Snow in 5, Roman Wilson in 6, Tuni Ogunyeyi goes in 7, and then Malaki Hinton is in 8. Everybody showed up for this one? Lane 7 is Ogunyeyi, as we expected.
But it looks like he's pulling up a little bit. Maybe he didn't want to hit the bank as hard. Maybe he's touching his hamstring a little. It's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, he's kind of clutching his left hamstring.
It's like, what am I feeling?
I mean, he's probably going to advance with that time, but he doesn't look too happy. Watch him carefully, second from the left. Yeah, you see him there, like 5 or 6 meters out from the finish. He grimaces again. So we'll see if he shows up for the semifinal, if indeed he does advance. All right, heat 30 is next on the track. We've got Lucas Subak. He's from the Great White North, Quebec. Malik Okbanmari goes in 2, Corey Levy goes in 3, Maki Prather goes in 4, Caleb Hewitt's in 5, Noah Morris in 6, Demetrius Sherian in 7 from Massachusetts, and Naeem Dudley goes in lane 8. So this is heat number 30.
I mean, you say Quebec, Canada.
Quebec.
Quebec.
That's how they say it up there.
Quebec. I mean, it's not that far from here, technically.
No, it really isn't.
Sounds far.
Yeah. Montreal is probably like a 6-hour drive from here. In lane 4, it's Maki Prather. And he wins it in 6:92, just a sophomore. And that puts him at number 19 overall. So has a shot at making it into the semifinals tonight. So just a reminder, if you're just tuning in, you're watching the 60-meter boys championship prelims. Heat winners do not automatically advance. It's just the top 24 by time only qualify for tonight's semifinals. And in order to do so, currently, that bubble time is 6.94. Obviously, that's going to get shifted faster and faster as we proceed with these heats. We still have 12 more. All right, so in this next section, heat number 31, we got Miles Outerbridge from Montverde Academy. Holden Barber goes in 2, Patrick Coleman's in 3, and it's David Chang, Carson Edwards, Janelle Harris, Braddock Salisbury, and Nashawn Hall. Carson Edwards from the Field School in DC is the boy to watch. He's run 6:88 3 weeks ago, and then at this meet last year, he was 8th in the Rising Stars 60-meter dash. So lane 5. He's in the all black center of your picture, or gray. It's hard to tell from here.
Ooh. That one was tight at the end there, out of lane 5 and lane 6.
Yeah, I think Carson Edwards did get the win. 6:86. Just 0.3 of a second ahead of North Carolina's Janelle Harris. But there you see Edwards.
That was a fast heat.
Yeah.
Take a replay at that. It was really lane 4, 5, and 6 really just battling it out.
Carson Edwards from the field school in DC gets the win, and he becomes the 6th runner to clock 6:86 here in these prelims. Our bubble time now is 6.94. As we move on to heat number 32. Looks like we got at least one empty lane. Running in lane 1 is Ethan Biggs. In lane 2 is Tyler Castillo. Marquise Taylor goes in 3. Danny Raffin is in 4. Looks like 5 is empty. In lane 6 is Mason Samuels. 7 is Max Egan, and Ryan Nash from your neck of the woods, Kennesaw, Georgia, is in lane 8.
This one has been even.
Oh, lanes 1 and 8 bookends. Biggs gets it out of lane 1 from North Carolina. And then your man from Georgia, 2nd place. Ethan Biggs wins it, 7:05, and there he is. From Union Pines High School. But that 7:05, unfortunately, is not going to be good enough to move on. All right, we are moving on to heat number 33. And it looks like we may have lane 7 empty, but everybody else is here. But in heat 33, running in lane 1 from right to left as you're looking at things, we'll have Devin James from Motor City Track Club. Then Sincere Fontaine in 2, Jaden Bardelis in 3, Michael Bradley in 4, Kevin Brooks is in 5, Jaleel Haley is in 6, Nancy Jackson is now there in lane 7, and Marlon Newsom is in lane 8. So all 8 runners on the track for heat number 33.
So as a 400 runner, I did the 60 maybe like once. It was horrible. Having to start next to other people, you hear them breathing and coughing, like, oh my gosh. How do you focus? If somebody twitches next to me, I'm going to twitch too. As I say that, they're standing up now.
But to your point, I think we've noticed a little bit of a pattern here. Runners who've had the empty lane next to them have actually fared pretty well so far. So, you know, free of that twitching, free of distractions of seeing somebody in your peripheral vision. And it's been the runners that are either, you know, lane 8 or lane 1 that have actually fared pretty well so far in these prelims.
Absolutely. It's for sure a talent.
All right, nice clean start, first time away. And it's lane 3's Jaden Bardalis, I think, is going to get the win. Jaden, 6:85.
And a personal best.
Yeah, and that vaults him all the way up to number 6 in the overall standings, and he's sitting pretty. So Jaden Bardalis looks like he's going to advance to the semifinals. Got a nice clean start. He's there in the white top and green shorts. Runs all the way through the line, not making the same mistake quite a few of his colleagues have.
You know, something my coach always said, you got to run through the line, because if you don't, then you are getting caught. And you risk not making the finals. And I would hate to not make a final just because I didn't lean enough or didn't run all the way through and up the bank.
Yeah, it's one thing to get caught by somebody in the same race. It's even more soul-crushing to get caught by somebody that's running 30 minutes later. All right, here we go. This is heat number 34. Chase Ward, Julian Ward, Jalen Bennett, Savian Coleman, Nasir Caesar, Alex Todorov, Kasim Leckie, and Connor Fleming. And we got everybody here once again.
Keep your eye on lane 5 there, Nasir Caesar. He hasn't run indoors yet. He has a PR of 697. And he's just a sophomore, so young. Running in the championship section.
Last year he was 4th in the freshman 60. Now running against the big boys. He's in lane 5. And he might have just have taken that. He's in the white and the green. Yep, he gets the nod. 694, 1/100th of a second ahead of Julian Ward. Unfortunately, though, 694 is not going to be good enough to move on.
694 is not good enough to move on, and I wonder if he knows that by now. I'm not sure if he does, because that's a fast time, and on, like, hearing the time, you would think so. But we have the results right in front of us, and that is just not good enough to make it.
694, good for a sophomore, but not quite good enough to move on to the semifinals tonight. Bubble time remains at 6.92. That belongs to Meki Prada. As we get ready for heat number 35.
Moving right along. It's been quick. Maybe, you know, time moves fast when you're having fun. That's what they say.
All right, so let's see our lineup for heat number 35. We've got Jaden Satterfield, Jaden Kudelka, Kyrie Langley, Karamako Saka. We saw him in the 60-meter hurdles just a little while ago. Isaac Chandra, Malik Dark, Luke Richardson, and Demiladi Falobi. Sacco has already qualified for the 60-meter hurdle semifinals. He was our 4th best qualified, clocking a 70.88 over the sticks.
Tight race there, but you see that orange singlet.
That's Isaac Chandra, 6.97. But that's not going to be good enough to move on, unfortunately. I think he may just have realized.
Still a good run by him. And I know he wishes he ran that personal best of 686.
That's the tough part. It's so hard to advance here. I mean, had he been, you know, within 5/100ths of a second of his personal best, that's what it was going to take just to qualify to the next round, let alone the final.
That's tough.
All right, moving on. We are on heat number 36 of 42 now.
And while we still have some time, I've been looking for the best lobster roll in Boston. So if you know of a place, DM me either on Twitter or Instagram, _SerenityD. We have a couple scratches in this race.
All right, so we've got John Morrison in 1, Floyd Samuels in 2, Jordan Gibbs goes in 3, Ethan Ramirez is in 4, Gunnar Williams in 7, and Brasheen Ferguson out in lane 8. And in lane 2 is Floyd Samuels. Had a really fine run. And he gets the win 6.93. But unfortunately, that is just outside of our bubble time, so he is not going to move on. So that's the difference. He was only 0.03 of a second off making it. Had he run his PB, he might just about have snuck in.
But think about that pressure. I mean, I'm not sure if the athletes know it, but they should by now have seen all of the other heats before them, thinking, hey, I have to run a personal best to make it to the semifinals, not even the final.
All right, heat number 37 is on tap next. And we have Andre Clark running in lane 1. Jason Bruce Sanders goes in 2. Dalen Robinson's in 3. Rashawn Engels in 4. Joshua Granite's in 5. Nehemiah Oyarumbi is in 6. Corey McManus is in 7. And Dario Amikuchi is in 8. Jason Bruce Sanders is not running, it turns out. So lane 2 is empty. A nice start out of lane 7. That's McManus, I believe. I think Corey McManus took the win. Yes, he did. 6.91 now. That puts him just ahead of the bubble time, but we still have 5 more heats remaining. What's interesting here is that there are 4 guys at 6.91, and it's one of these guys is going to lose out by a couple of thousandths of a second at making tonight's semifinals, and Corey McManus may well be one of those people.
Yeah, sitting way too close to it when we still have about 3 heats left.
Actually, 5 heats left.
I hate myself.
Yeah.
Right. You know, math was not my favorite subject.
All right, so in heat number 38, looks like, again, we have a couple of empty lanes. The more empty lanes, the better for Gabrielle Scott, who's sitting on the bubble at 6.92, 24th place. All right, looks like we only have 5 runners in this one. Nolan Thaler goes in 1. Kyla Brown is in 3. Thomas Carlson from just up the road in Marblehead is in lane 5. Jason Woods from DC Cadets is in 6. And Bishop Brady's High School's Joshua Genchos is in 7. It's lane 3's Kyla Brown from Oklahoma.
That lime green, and he just does it 6.87.
He's probably pretty safe.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he knows.
Yeah,
He
okay,
knows.
we see the guns. Put those away. Let's see that replay here. In that highlighter green. His turnover was absolutely ridiculous towards the end. He said, I'm not taking any chances.
Yeah. Nice run by Kyla Brown from the Oklahoma Cheetah Track Club, 6.87, so that should see him safely through to tonight's semis. And we have 4 heats remaining. Bubble time is 6.91. That belongs to Corey McManus from North Carolina.
We haven't seen any qualifiers in a while. I think since about heat 33. Because these times have just been ridiculously fast in those earlier heats. These guys have been running and getting knocked out as soon as they cross the line. If it's not, let's see, 6.901 or faster.
All right, so we got Blake. Do we have everybody here for this one? Blake Williams goes in 1. Samuel Yeps in 2. Amari Eugene in 3. Zuri Ruffin in 4. Aaron Mull in 5. Kylan Swift in 6. Jonathan Core in 7. And Vito La Rosa in 8. Nice clean stop, but look in the middle. That looks like that's Aaron Mull.
Actually, in lane 1.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That one
Blake
was
Williams,
tough.
another Georgia boy.
At a Dunwoody High School.
But 6.97 is not going to be good enough to move on, unfortunately.
Man, Still a smile from him, though. I mean, this is a fantastic experience all around. You got to come here and compete with the best of the best. In a tight race like this, he competed very well. There you see him in lane 1 with the headband looking like Kung Fu Kenny out there. Great run from him. Those are the final results from that heat. He'll just miss the final, unfortunately, the semifinal at that.
All right, heat 40, just 3 more heats to go. So bubble time remains 6:91. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the tail end of the boys 60-meter championship prelims. There are 42 heats. Heat 40 is on the track. Just the top 24 times advance, not the heat winners. So that bubble time right now is 6.91 as we get ready for heat number 40. And we've got Mesai Mena, Ryan Budke, Eric Brown, Jackson Wilson, Konrad Walanowski, Bronte Morton, John Louis, and Dylan DeFore. We've got a full complement of runners here in heat 40. Nice clean start. Very even race right now.
Oh,
I'll let you pick that one out.
yeah, I mean, he's going to have to...
Perhaps lane 3? Eric Brown?
Looks like it was...
No, Ryan Budke, I think, unless they go ahead and correct it.
Oh.
It was Eric Brown.
Eric Brown, 7:01.
So Eric Brown from Chelsea Track Club gets the dub, but he will not advance.
He's still very happy.
You know what? There's something to be said for just winning a race at a nationals meet. I remember a couple of years ago at the meet that shall not be mentioned out in Eugene, Oregon, and you know, one of the athletes I coached won her heat in the mile at Hayward Field, and you know, she was upset that she hadn't run a personal best. I was like, you might go your entire career, you could be a professional and an Olympian even, and never win at Hayward Field. That's an experience to take away and remember for the rest of your life.
I'm glad you said that. I was an 8-time All-American, and I have not won at Hayward Field. It's tough.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to get lucky with the heat breaks in the distance races. All right, so this is heat number 41, and we got a false start, which will allow me to tell you who's running, especially since they got almost all the way down the straightaway. All right, so in this penultimate section, we've got Tate Taylor, Cruz Dindia, Donovan Dixon, Zach Hall, Sawyer Schlitt, Jose Davis Whitaker, Josh Brown, Ryan Kavanaugh, and Spencer Anderson.
And it was actually a green card.
Okay, so nobody penalized. And that will allow us to tell you a little bit more about the runner in lane 5. That's Jose Davis Whitaker. Now he's a senior from Jamaica, New York. That's in Queens, to those who are not familiar with the New York City metro area. And in 2023, last year, he was 4th in the Rising Stars 100 meters at the New Balance Nationals outdoor meet at Penn. So Davis Whitaker is in the center of your picture, wearing the black and green uniform. He looks like he's about the tallest guy on the field.
Looks like they're trying out Sawyer Schlitt's blocks there. Maybe that's what the green card was all about. These things happen.
Yeah, we saw the block slip for one of the athletes in the earlier heats. So it's the man we predicted, Davis Whitaker, that gets the win. And 6.82, and he has just made the finals. Semifinals. In fact, that's going to slide in at number 6, so he makes it very comfortably.
Oh, wow, 682.
So, correction, that was Tate Taylor out of lane 5.
San Antonio Swift.
Okay, so it looks like what happened was that Davis Whitaker was supposed to be in that lane and Tate Taylor got moved into it. We're not entirely sure, but Tate Taylor was your winner in 682.
And Dave, we have made it. The final heat. Heat 42 out of 42.
All right, so the runner to watch in this one is probably Jonathan Walroth, who goes in lane 7. But we have Timothy Reeves, Lucas Flore, Jamorian Harris, CJ Handy, Javen Newkirk, Elijah Gardea, Jonathan Walroth in lane 7, and Kenichi Emua in lane 8. Reeves is a late scratch, so lane 1 is empty. All right, so the bubble time, 6.91.
And these guys have seen it all at this point.
So they know exactly what they have to do. Nothing to come after this one.
Yeah, way too much movement in the blocks. Can't even tell who was the first one to move, but that's how it is when you're all starting next to each other.
All right, nobody punished here. Green card. So the 2 sub-7 runners in this one are Jamorian Harris in 3 and Jonathan Walroth in 7.
They have to take their time getting into the blocks. Do not rush it until that gun goes off.
That's a great start by Walroth in 7, and he is dominant. But did he do enough to move on? So the bubble time was
685.
685. He's good. He's in.
Great run out of Jonathan, out of North Carolina.
He's like a huge sigh of relief.
685 from him.
So he actually ends up qualifying pretty handily. So Jonathan Walroth slides in at number 7. Now you see him in lane 7, second from the left. Smartly dips at the line, not taking any chances. So Serenity, you predicted 689 would be the bubble time.
I did.
You're only 200ths of a second off. I was way off. I'm not.
Well,
I'm not playing that game again.
I does this. Now look at those final results.
So Jonathan Walroth is 685, but there you see your fastest qualified, Kane Stanley 667, Antoine Hughes 670, Jaden Wiley 676. So it took 691 to make the semifinals tonight.
And I'm super excited. We're talking about tonight. We just got into the afternoon, Dave.
It's not even noon. I'm already exhausted from 67. What have we done? 73?
It's so many events, but I'm super excited for the girls.
All right. All right, so we have 16 heats of this girls 60-meter championship prelims. So just a reminder, if you're just tuning in to watch this event, meet record is 7:26. National lead is 7:22 by Mia Brea Pedersen from Oregon. She's not here. But running in this first heat, we have a little treat for you just to kick things off.
We sure do. And that's why I'm excited. Excited because there's only 16 prelims. Honestly, they could have just maybe canceled out their semi. But it's Adeja Hodge in lane 2. She's ranked number 2 in the nation, but she is the top seed here with 7:24. She's a University of Georgia commit. Georgia has just been snatching all of the commits. They're going to be training under Carol Smith. She is in lane 2. She competes for the British Virgin Islands, by the way.
So last year she won the 200 meters, set a new national high school record. It was also a world under 20 record, an unbelievable run.
And you can hear a pin drop in here.
And the race is already over.
The race is over.
Hodge is already clear after 10 meters.
7:34 from Adeja Hodge.
So 7:34. That's just 0.12 of a second off the national lead, and she was easing up considerably at the line.
Yeah, she spared them for sure.
All right, so Adeja Hodge making a statement in that very first heat to kick things off.
What a way to pop things off. We're not entirely sure.
So we've got heat 3 showing up on the scoreboard, but we should be on heat 2. So heat 2 has Samia Eddy, Nina Kia Abogi, Gabriella Cunningham. We saw her in the 60 hurdles. Ashley Odiasi, Jayla Graham, Gabrielle Knight, Grace Smith, and Jasmine West. And looks like out of lane 4, it was Ashley Odiasi. So Ashley wins it in 7.62. Ashley Odiasi from Alberta, Canada. So say they see the replay. Ashley, the Canadian, dipping at the line, just edging Grace Smith. As we get ready for heat number 3. There you see the runners in heat 3. Looks like we may have an empty lane, maybe not. So Annie Camella will run in lane 1. Naya Clayton goes into Josie Remp in 3. Petrina Zborowski in 4. Kendall Daly in 5. Lane 6 is empty. Erica Austin is in 7, and Damia Richards in 8. So this is heat 3 of 16 of the girls' championship 60-meter dash. And lane 2, that's Nia Clayton. She got off to a great start, and she takes this heat in pretty convincing fashion, clocking 7:49. So there you see Nia Clayton from Westlake Village, and that 7:49 puts her second overall so far after just 3 heats.
And there she is in lane 2. She stayed down in her dry face. You know, I compare it to a plane taking off. You got to keep your head down. There's some science reason behind it. Don't ask me. As all the coaches who say that you're supposed to be doing it. But she looked great with 7:49, just shy of her seat time on paper, which was 7:43.
All right, so heat 4, getting ready to settle into their blocks. Ruth Ayuk Tucker goes in 1. Elise Cooper's in 2. Arima Turner is in 3 from Montverde Academy. Athona Williams is in 4. Gabrielle Bozeth is in 5. Indy Wallace-Purcell is in 6. Faith Wright is in 7. And Bradley Klein is in lane 8. Looks like lane 1 is empty, so Ruth Ayuk Thakur is not racing. Or, no, lane 2 is empty. It's Elise Cooper who's not there. And that is a great run by Indy Wallace-Purcell out of lane 6. For a Tiger Elite, 7:57.
She's very energetic after that one. That's a personal best for her, 7:57. She came in running 7:64. She's really happy about that one. Executed the race beautifully.
So they see Indy confirmed as the winner of Section 4, 7.57. So not nearly as many heats of these girls' 60-meter dashes as there were for the boys. So probably a little easier to predict
for sure
who's going to advance and who isn't.
They might end up taking out the semifinal, but we'll see. I mean, but right now it's top 24 advances. Now look at that bright green hair from Kiera Davis in lane 3 there.
All right, she comes in as our top runner in this section from Rough Cuts Track Club. She'll be joined by Zara Floyd in lane 4. Taylor Asker's in 5. Ava Kitchens from ATL Zoom is in 6. And Tori Goodson is out in lane 8. But Kiera Davis was 5th in the Rising Stars 60 meters at this meet last year, clocking 7:69. She got a great start, and she wins this section pretty comfortably. $7.55 for Kiera. 7:61 for Taylor Asker from Union Catholic in 2nd. There you see Kiera Davis. She looks pretty happy with that run.
And she stayed down. Slow rise there. She was getting some company at the end. Looks like she tightened up just a little bit. But nonetheless, she still got the dub with 7:55.
Yeah, maybe she sensed Asker coming up on her right-hand side. But maintained her composure, gets the dub, and that will surely advance as we move on to Heat 6.
Moving on to Heat 6 of 16 here. We have Jada Ray, Gabriela Manzano, Janiyah Johnson, Sarah Drsteska, Stella Anaya, Ashley Johnson, and Jada Solomon. Did not show from lane, I want to say 4. And they are off. Fast heat. It looks like it'll be Janiyah Johnson with 7:40 from Greyhounds. She's happy with that because she just PR'd. She came in running 7:54. Going into the semifinal, 7:40. Gonna take a look at that replay there. She didn't drive for that long, but she already has a natural lean, so it helped her. It was to her advantage, and she goes all the way up to the second qualifying time into that semifinal, right under Adeja Hodge with 7:34. But there goes those final results from Heat 6, 7:40 from her. Great run from Janiyah Johnson. But we're going to keep on moving right along. Heat 7 of 16. In this one we have Victoria Minot, Dylan Nelson, Kyra Terry, Lauren Canty, Cameron Erie, Alexia Jones, Chloe Trevant, and Isabella Castillo. And keep your eye on Alexia Jones out there in lane 6. And right off the bat, Alexia Jones in that red top gets a perfect start. 7:51. She's clean into that semifinal. She's moved up to the 5th qualifying time with 7:51 from her. Super excited to rep her set as she's moving on to the semifinal. Her and her teammate are pretty happy about that one. She's to the left of your screen. Not too much of a dry phase at all, but it works for her, so she's doing it. 7:51 from her. We're rolling right through these. That was Heat 7. There's Alexia Jones with 7:51. Victoria Minot with 7:69. Kyra Terry, 7:72. As we head into Heat 8 out of 16.
All right, Serenity. So we are approaching the hump prep. Oh, that's right, not the hump prep. The hump heat. Be halfway through after this one. So we got Jessica Asai, Kira Davis, Kira Beaumont, Jaden Mackey, Jasmine Sharps, Jayla Dace, Sarah Claflin, and Maya Coleman. Now keep an eye out for Jayla in lane 6 from Detroit Renaissance High School. She's ran 7:67, and she was 6th in the Rising Stars 60 meters at this meet last year. So she goes in lane 6. Keep an eye out for her.
But keep an eye out for lane 3. That's Kiera Beaumont.
Yeah, Dace never really got going. Kiera Beaumont winning it in 7:44. Another Georgia sprinter from North Cobb High School.
Shout out to Georgia. We're going to take another look at it. She was in the all blue in lane 3. She was flying straight into that semifinal. Super excited for the semis and the finals already. These girls have been powering it out.
So Beaumont slides in at number 3 in the overall standings with her 7:44 clocking. As we get ready for Heat 9. So in Heat 9, we'll have Jaden Augustine running in 1, and it's Kendall Christian, Kendall Godfrey, Talia Graham, Mia Flowers, Corbin Raston, Ashley DeLeon, and Deja Reed from Montverde Academy. Deja Reed was on 4x2 duty yesterday, just a freshman.
Oh,
yeah, actually looks like Reed is a scratch, and we have a full stop.
Yeah. Some movement, clear as day, from Kendall Godfrey in lane 3. She's throwing her head back, but let's take a second look at it. Ooh. That's tough to see. She's waiting to hear what the officials will say about it. Maybe she heard something. And it looks
green
like,
card.
yes, she is in, which is good. However, she might sit in the blocks now with the second try.
Nice clean start this time, but at a lane 5, that looks like Mia Flowers, clocking 7:63. So Flowers doesn't look ecstatic about that run. She's run 7:46.
And Godfrey really got out on her on the inside.
Yeah, Flowers came through late. 7:63, borderline. That might not be good enough. 7:68 is the current bubble time. All right, so we have heat 10 lining up next. So running in the 10th section, we'll have Nesta Weir running in lane 1. Layla Laris goes in 2. Kimora Lee Williams from Tennessee goes in 3. Chloe Guthrie is in 4. Charlize Fraser goes in 5. Ayani Daly is in 6. Jyla Vaden goes in 7. Marley Scoggins is in lane 8. Kimora Lee Williams from my neck of the woods in Nashville, Tennessee is in lane 3. She comes in with the fastest seat time at 7:51. She attends John Overton High School. And Williams gets a nice start. And it's Williams that takes that heat in pretty convincing fashion. And she clocks 7:52. That vaults her to number 7 in the overall standings.
She's pleased with it, with the bright red hair. That was a great run from her. And all smiles from her as well.
So it's a win for the Nashville runner, which makes this commentator happy as we get ready for heat number 11. All right, so in heat number 11, we got Alexis Best, Mackenzie Suggs, Sydney Rhodes, Thalia Waters, Makaria Harris, who we saw in action earlier in the 60-meter hurdles, Molly Richard, Amoy Hagens, and Layla Campbell. Now in the hurdles, it was Makaria Harris who didn't run quite as fast as we expected. She still advanced. She was the 14th fastest qualifier. Thalia Waters was the second fastest qualifier in their hurdles, and they go side by side. Oh, Makaria Harris is a late scratch, it turns out. So that was lane 6. Molly Richard got the win in 7:50.
Big PR from her.
So that will see her safely through the semi, surely. She's 5th overall with that mark.
And it looks like that was Alexis Best, who did not finish, unfortunately, with the injury. But Marley Richard got heat 11 out of 16 with 750.
So that means our bubble time is now 7.66. That belongs to Annie Camella from Wellesley, just down the road here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. As we get ready for heat number 12 of 16. And we've got Brielle Mindley running in lane 1. Brianna Selby goes in 2. Nala Wise is in 3. Lily Verbeek is in 4. Lane 5 is empty. Abigail Scott is in 6. Alex Hopkins is in 7. Caitlin Lennon is in 8. And Brielle Mindley is a late scratch. So lanes 1 and 5 are empty. Keep an eye out for Brianna Selby. What can you tell us about her?
She's the defending champ.
That's right.
With 730 out of Chesapeake, Virginia. She's right there in lane 2. She did not get a good start at all. Oh no, actually she did. She got a fantastic start.
Whoa,
726. Goodness. She corrected me on that one.
That 726, that ties the meet record set by Shawn T. Jackson last year. And Selby sending a message to Adesia Hodge.
Absolutely. Brianna Selby now takes the top qualifying time with 7:26. But we don't know. Adesia Hodge could be playing it safe since they have 3 rounds. And there's Brianna out of lane 2 there. Just powerful running. She stayed in her drive phase. She didn't get up until about the 40. Amazing time from her, 7:26.
So that's a great run by Selby from Chesapeake, Virginia. That's Grant Holloway country.
Sure is.
And we are looking forward to an exciting battle between Selby and Hodge tomorrow in the final. But they got the semifinals to get through first, and then we've got the remainder of these first round heats. As we move on to heat number 13. Looks like lane 3 is empty. Got Lauren Qualm running in lane 1, Dylan Galoli in 2. Lane 3 was Peyton Payne from Billis. She's out. Bryce Hatcher goes in 4. Abby Damaris goes in 5. And Natasha Redmond is in 7. The bubble time right now is 7.62. That's a great start by Leon Quam out of lane 1. And she's going to take that section from the Ranger Track Club, just a sophomore. And she clocks 7:51. That should safely see her through, as it puts her at number 9 overall. And there she is. Yeah, she knows she's good.
Yeah. All the way in lane 1. She kind of stepped up the blocks there. Still a good run by her.
So they see Lauren Quam confronted as your winner of section 13 at 7:51. And we get ready for heat 14. So just a reminder, the top 24 teams advance to the semifinals tonight. Winning your heat in and of itself does not get you a spot. The bubble time is now 7:62.
Held by Juliana Ballin out of heat 3, one of those early heats.
Yeah, Ballon from Padua Academy in Delaware. So she's going to be watching these next 3 heats unfold nervously as we see Maya Collins occupying lane 1. Amelia Speller is in 2. Gabrielle Garner is in 3. Nayla Jones is in 4. Elizabeth Tannis in 5. Naya Musa is in 6. Sage Pfeiffer is in 7. And Mira Rasul in lane 8. lane 4, it's
Wow.
Nayla Jones charging to the win.
7:46 unofficially. Let's round up to 7:47. She's really happy with that one. She can't believe it. She can't believe it because she came in running 7:55.
Yeah. So PBs by 0.08 of a second in
Yeah.
the prelims. That's a great sign. She's easily going to qualify for the final. She's actually 5th in the overall standings with that clocking.
She just shot out of the blocks. She stayed in her phase all the way through the line. I know her coach is going to be happy about that execution. He's like, see, if you do what I tell you to do, the times will come.
All right, so that punts our bubble time to 7:61, and that belongs to Caitlin Lanen from Illinois. And we've got 2 heats remaining. All right, so in this penultimate heat, running in lane 1, we've got Alora Tortelleri Cruz from Colorado. Olivia Rank goes in lane 2. Sade Gray goes in 3 for Louisiana. Jade Irwin goes in 4. Sean O'Brien is in 5. Michaela Murphy's in 6. Olivia Acaro in 7. And Jasmine Ross in lane 8. But Gray is the runner to watch out of lane 3. Last year at New Balance Nationals Outdoors, she made the final of the 100 meters. She's currently ranked number 34 in the nation and has run 7:51. And if she runs 7:51 again, she's going to be safely through. 7:61 being the bubble time.
And you can see her right there in lane 3 with the checkered yellow and black uniform. It got close there at the end. She got some company.
Yeah, Jasmine Ross out in lane 8 had a good run too. But Gray wins it in 7:61, which is actually the bubble time.
Oh, one more
Oof.
heat.
Oh, and she actually just, she's out by 1,000th of a second already with
Oh,
one
that
heat
hurts.
remaining.
That
A
hurts.
1,000th of a second. And I think she may have just realized. And there you see Gray winning her heat, but unfortunately not moving on to tonight's semis.
And if you see all those waving hands at the bottom of your screen, they're giving out some gear here at New Balance Indoor Nationals. Who doesn't love gear? All of those hands, as we just hit like the noon mark, it's 12:22. There's been a crowd out here since 8 this morning, started bright and early.
There are t-shirts just flying around here as we move on to our 16th and final heat, and there are our girls for the last prelim. So from right to left on your picture, running in lane 1, it's Rianne Jones. In lane 2, it's Lauren Croppo. In lane 3, it's Jasmine Cook. In lane 4, it's Julian Warner. In lane 5, Bryn McKeever. In lane 6, Tamara Doval. In lane 7, Shamel Holmes. And in lane 8, Brooke Jackson. Time required to move on is 7:61. Let's keep an eye on the clock here. Oh, 7:55.
Oh,
That's good enough.
crazy knee lift.
Sharmel Holmes from South Carolina is going to be moving on to tonight's semis. And she qualifies in 15th place, it turns out, pretty comfortably. And then also, we got 3 qualifiers out of this last section.
I mean, that was a fast heat. Brooke Jackson was coming on at the end there, 7:57 from her, and then Jasmine Cook with 7:60. Here's a replay. You see Holmes and Jackson battling it out in those outside lanes. Cook in the inside there. Those are the cues. Got 3 cues from that.
I feel sorry for the girls that were on the bubble time watching that last prelim and just seeing
Absolutely. That's how you do
seeing that
it.
semifinal fade away into the distance. All right, so that puts a bow on our girls' 60-meter prelims. Next event on the track is the girls' pentathlon 60-meter hurdles. So the first event in the girls' pentathlon, and that's going to kick off in about 8 or 9 minutes.
And we are back here at New Balance Nationals indoors here in Boston, Massachusetts at the Reggie Lewis facility. We are down in the blocks for Heat 1 of the girls pentathlon 60-meter hurdles. We only have 3 girls in this race so far. Actually 4.
So it's Kelly Banner, Sarah Dumas, Morgan Meyer, and Avery Kerr. And it looks like it's 2 middle names, Dumas and Meyer, duking it out. So Dumas gets the win, 9.08. That's good for 893 points. Just ahead of Morgan Meyer's 911, which yields 887.
And they have 4 events to go. This is just 1 of 5. We saw the men earlier. The men should be moving on to the air. I think they're still in shot put. But it's the women's turn. She's very happy with that. And let's take another look at that. She almost lost the camera there for a second, but there she is. She hit 1 hurdle, but she bounced back all the way through the line. She was getting some major company on her as well. Nonetheless, she still got it. And here's that final result. Sarah Dumas with 908, 893 points.
So in this next section, we've got Juliana Ligor from North Reading High School out of Massachusetts. She's currently ranked number 3 in the country, and she goes in Heat 2. Yuliana Maskolskaya from IMG Academy is ranked number 2 in the country. She is next door to her in lane 4, and then in this next section, side by side. Nice clean start, and it's Ligor that's leading out of lane 2.
Amazing time of 9:03 for her.
So 9:03, that yields 904 points for Ligor and moves her into the lead. And she's pretty happy with that.
Some of the best multi-athletes here at this track. It's amazing to see.
And that's probably a personal best for her. She'd run 8:58 for 55 hurdles. 9:03 for 60, a superior performance. So
Yeah,
that's why she's all smiles. And she moves into the lead overall.
I mean, and she's at home pretty much.
Yeah. All right, so we move on to Heat 3. And we've got Angelina Massey from Pennsylvania in lane 2. Genevieve Deschaux from Connecticut, that's Saratoga High School, I believe, running in lane 3. And Akira Millette from Lynchburg, Virginia, goes in lane 6.
They're trying to get people to be quiet at the start because they are tossing out New Balance gear. But there are still races going on.
All right, nice clean start. And lane 6, Millette is going the best so far. Akira Millette from Virginia is going to take this section. 9.43. It's corrected to 9.44. So that's good for 820 points.
Still all smiles for her. You know why? Because this is multis. And there's still 4 more events to go. This may not have been her strongest event, but they have long jump, they have high jump, they have shot put,
And they have 800.
and they, oh gosh, don't mention the 800. You can see down there at the bottom the New Balance gear. I mean, this is the fastest party on the planet. You gotta have the great vibes.
All right, here we go. Section 4. Kaylee Stoggle goes in 2. Kirsten Moore is in 4. Laurel Phillips goes in 6. And Kate Bryan is in lane 8. So a really nice start at lane 2 by Kaylee Stoggle in the all pink. In lane 2, and Stoggle, another Georgia runner excelling here. Clock's 9:08. That's good for 893 points. So that's our second best mark so far.
She's very happy with that. Great run from her. She was just stepping over those hurdles from the very beginning. You got to pop up, get to the first hurdle. Form was great.
Yeah, she got a great start, clear run, stayed focused, stayed tunnel vision down lane 2. And she is tied for second overall now with Sarah Dumas as we move on to our 5th and final heat. And we've got Sierra Thompson, Kenzie Pruitt, Amaria Gordon, and Imani Pugh. So 9:03 is the time to beat.
So section 5 out of 5. So many great events so far. And in a bit, we're going to hop off for some time for Kate Buskirk and David Melly to call some races.
And that's a win out of lane 6 for Amaria Gordon. So that's the fastest time of the day for Amaria Gordon from Florida Elite, 8.82. That's good for 948 points. So that is quite the points yield for the Florida athlete. So she moves into the lead after one event.
Wow.
So there you see our point standings after one event. Amaria Gordon, 948 points for her 8.82 clocking. Juliana Ligor, 903. That's good for 904 points. And Sarah Dumas occupying third place, 908, which is good for 893 points, tied with Kaylee Stargill. So we have 18 pentathletes, and they'll have 4 more events to run, or to compete in, I should say. And we are going to hand things off here. This is goodbye for now from me, Dave Milner, and Serenity Douglas, as we get ready to hand the baton off to Kate Van Buskirk and David Melly, and they're going to take you through the next couple of hours. Stay tuned.
All right, clear Welcome back to day 3 here at the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championship. Saturday track and field action here at the Reggie Lewis Center. It has been a fabulous 3 days so far of competition here in Boston. I'm Kate Van Buskirk, and I'm being joined today by David Melly, and we are going to bring you some 400-meter prelim action, followed by the unseeded heats of the 2 miles. So those are next on tap for us here. We've already seen several national records go down. Lots of meet records get crushed. Of course, personal bests and personal records galore. And I'm sure we're going to see a bunch more of that starting right on track now with our championship boys 400-meter prelims.
And the one thing you got is we're having a lot of fun, too. It's a great atmosphere, fastest party on the planet, and we've got a ton of teams, ton of fans. The loudest cheering section in the whole stadium right now is right here on the home stretch next to us, so I feel like we're in the thick of it with this fantastic atmosphere here at the Reggie Lewis.
Absolutely, and again, as a reminder for our audience at home, this will be our last day here at the Reggie Lewis Center as we move over to the track at New Balance tomorrow for our final day of the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. That venue has been playing host to the NCAA Indoor Championships, but we'll have our turn there tomorrow.
So if you're warming up tomorrow, don't come here.
That's right,
Go to Brighton.
So section number 1 on track now for these boys' 400-meter prelims. It will only be the top 8 on time who will get through to the final, and there are 24 prelims of these 400s. It's going to be furious competition.
And we do have one scratch in lane 3, but in lane 2 we have Ashton Thomas. Lane 4 we have Jeffrey McBurrows. Lane 5 is Joseph Mizak, and lane 6 is Zach Griffith.
And that's a shame about that scratch in lane 3 because that was going to be one of our top athletes.
And one thing that's tough about these prelims is because there are more heats than spots in the final, there's no automatic qualifiers. So just because you win your heat does not mean that you got a spot in the final. So you have to run for every second. There's no coasting into an easy prelim victory. You got to be sure that you are getting that qualifying time for the final. As we see after this first heat, 2 strong starters in lanes 5 and 6 coming around the turn one last time. And we are coming through the arch, down the home stretch, pulling away. It looks like that's Mizek who will take this first section in 49.13. And as the second heat gets set, we'll run you through the entries there. But now we have officially a line in the sand and a time to beat. So we have 49.13 is now the mark as we will get ready for heat 2. Jackson Crenshaw, Joshua Stolarski, Cameron Williams, Jaden Marchand, and Amari Barrow.
So Jaden Martin here comes in ranked 9th in the nation with a 47.64. He's also run 47.73 this season. He's a Georgetown commit and one of the top athletes to watch in this section.
And so Marchand will be running out of lane 5, which is on this 6-lane track, the preferred lane to be running in for the sprints. It is interesting. Reggie Lewis has a slightly shallower bank than some of the other sort of more traditionally sprint-friendly stadiums. And so what that means is that it's a little safer. You know, you won't see as many stumbles or trips coming off the curve, but it's also a little harder to run fast as you don't get that sort of slingshot effect coming into the straightaways.
One of the features of it being a more historic venue before the
Yes,
era
yeah.
of hydraulics.
But that hasn't stopped some of these sprinters from really running some fast times already this weekend. We've seen fantastic performances in the 200s and the qualifying rounds at the sprint medley. And so we are in for quick times and fantastic competition here as Heat 2 gets underway. Already it looks like Marchand has broken the stagger and leads coming off that second turn.
He's such a tall, powerful figure and really wanting to put his mark on this thing early, looking very confident and controlled as he hits that bell, and he's going through in 23.10, so a touch slower than what we saw in that opening section, and he's going to have to really start cranking things down to get a time that's going to get him into that final.
And he's got company here with 100 meters to go. It looks like Cameron Williams of Above Expectations is right on his tail and keeping that pressure on as they come down the home stretch. Marchand's going to take it. What will be the time to beat? It is a blazing prelim time of 47.96. That is fast.
That's very fast, and again, based on that opening 200 split, just compared to our first section, I wondered if that was going to be in the cards today, but really great result.
Yeah, and you know, we talk a lot about the sprinters and the middle distance runners, in particular the 800 runners. There's folks that run the race a lot of different ways, and that's true in the 400 as well. You know, you think about folks on the collegiate level or the pro level like Talitha Diggs, or even a couple of years ago Allison Felix. You know, having that last 100 speed versus that first 200 speed is a different skill set in some ways, and you're going to see a lot of different race plans, different race executions as we move through these 400 meter prelims. And as heat 3 gets into the blocks, we're going to see Michael Hubner in lane 2, Riley Van Alstine in lane 3, David Edward Atafo in lane 4, Javian Green in lane 5, and Michael Hussey in lane 6. And in this one, Green has a sub 47 seed, which for a high schooler is absolutely moving. And
well, he's ranked 10th in the nation with that time and has a PR actually 100th of a second faster from last year. And he's going to the University of Tennessee in the fall, so looking to close out his indoor career in style here at the New Balance National Indoor Championships.
And representing Montverde Academy, the sprint powerhouse we've seen already this weekend, you know, performances across the events. They really know how to dominate, and they show up to this meet ready to compete, that's for sure, as Green comes around with 100 meters to go looking really controlled. He's going to the arms a little bit, but he's not pushing, not straining as he comes down the home stretch.
Just rocking and rolling a bit now, and I'm wondering if maybe this is taking a little bit more out of him than he would have liked. 48.59 for that win. And, you know, a really solid performance, but perhaps not quite what he was looking for, given that 46.59 seed coming in.
Yeah, and you never know as well, you know, sort of, this could be, I haven't looked through the entirety of the results, but for all we know, this could be, you know, his second or third race already this weekend. There's a lot of these top athletes are doubling up in the relays or multiple individual events as well. And so that really can take its toll, but it's also great practice for the collegiate level when you're, you know, running a conference meet or NCAAs, and you're trying to get as many points for your team as possible.
Absolutely, learning how to clear that lactic quickly to get yourself up for the next race. So speaking of the next race, section 4 on track now of these prelims.
We got Alexander Walkenfuss out of Maryland in lane 2, Brennan McCabe, a sophomore from Immaculate, in lane 3, Tristan Smalls in lane 4, Ryan Chocolar in lane 5, and it looks like those, we have a DNS in lane 5, and Ryan Chocolar will be in lane 6 for this one.
And that was the fastest seed of the bunch, was Liam Acevedo, who is our late scratch. So on paper, really closely matched is this quartet as they're off and running. Right now, that bubble time to beat, 49.85. Still early days, though.
And Chocolar from Pequannock Township in New Jersey is the top seed in this, but all 4 of these runners have 49-point personal best. So this really is going to be anyone's race as we see them tightly grouped coming around the turn. This is going to be a strong and closely contested finish, as Chocolar is kind of on the outside here, running a little bit extra distance. It looks like Tristan Smalls will be holding the inside line as they come around the turn. One final time. We'll see if the places get shuffled on the home stretch here. And now it looks like coming out into lane 3, that's McCabe might have taken that one. We'll see as the results come through. Yep, Brendan McCabe, 49.81 to Tristan Smalls, 49.94.
And incidentally, 49.81 was his seed to the 100th of a second coming in. So talk about perfectly matching what you've been capable of this season. Also, really well-timed kick off of the bend there. You talked about being able to slingshot off of the final turn, and that's exactly what McCabe was able to do. Just sort of bide your time. You know, the 400 is so interesting that way because, of course, it's a sprint, but it really is sort of the endurance of the sprints. And learning how to sort of distribute your effort properly throughout the entirety of that race is an art.
And it is, you know, it is just so much more effort to pass on a turn than on a straight. When I was in high school, that was one of the cardinal rules my coach always said to us is you never pass on the curve. You always wait to the straight and then make your move. But with these kind of really physical, closely knit races, you know, the best laid plans of mice and men, you never know what's going to happen. And it can be smart to wait, but then you run out of real estate on these short straightaways. So we'll see as Heat 5 lines up. This is Terrell Alexander in 3, Burzel Shepard in 4, Faraj Al-Amin in 5, and Jamal Brown in 6. We have a DNS in lane 2.
Keep your eye on lane 5 there. Again, of course, the most advantageous position on this track. Faraj Al-Amin of the Lions Track Club has a 48.47 best. That's him in that light blue kit, already putting his stamp on the race early on at the cut-in. It will be Al-Amin and Shepard searching for that pole position, with Shepard just taking the edge at the bell, 22.86 for that opening 200.
I like the look of the beanie in the sprint race. You don't see that every day, especially because it is quite warm in here. And this is a very closely contested. They are maybe a foot apart as they come around the turn. 3 runners. We got Shepard, Al-Amin, and Brown stride for stride, and it looks like it is going to be on the outside the Carroll runner, Al-Amin, who takes it. But that was a very close race. 49.47 for the win. 49.67 for Jamel Brown, and 49.75 for Brazil Shepard.
And it just looked to my eye, and this is kind of the danger of, being a little bit further back early on and then not being able to make your move. You see right in the middle of these 2 leaders at the moment, cruising through in the middle. I think he was trying to find an opening, and there just wasn't one. It almost looked like that athlete in third was accelerating faster than the 2 guys ahead of him, but we both know what it's like to be mid-distance athletes and to be boxed. Don't say that you can't get boxed in a sprint, because that's exactly what we saw in that home stretch.
It can definitely be tough, especially with so many of these races. We have the quality of competition is such that folks are, tenths of a second apart across the board in each one of these heats. And so as you try to get your best time, it's not like you have an open lane just waiting for you. We'll get heat 6 set here with Ashton Brand in 2, Tonavila Hicks in 3, Julian Robertson 4, Curtis Bain in 5, and Marquise Taylor, Purge Track and Field in lane 6. And it looks like we have Bain with a 47.10 seed will be the favorite here.
Yeah, and a late scratch there by Ashton Brand. So another 4-man race with Bain taking that lead at the bell in that orange kit, 23.02. So again, a slightly slower opening lap, but now he's really cranking things down on that backstretch. Again, that really forward kind of arm punching, air punching upper body motion.
And this race is far from over as we see the Bullis athlete coming around the turn. Is this going to be another photo finish here? And it is, but it does look like Bain holds off a late charge in 49.66. Robertson 49.70. A really, really strong closing half for him.
So just outside that bubble time, which already for 8th place to get you into that final is 49.50. Here you see that contest in those closing 30 meters or so between Baines and Robertson. And I think probably Bain was able to use that momentum on his outside to his advantage. He really benefited from feeling the Bullis athlete on his shoulder. Unfortunately, not quite enough to get through to the final.
With 24 heats and with so much talent, it is, we're not going to know exactly where the cutoff line lands until a bit later in the prelims, but I would guess that there's not going to be a 49 guy in the final. We're going to see, sub 49 is going to have to be what it takes to put yourself in contention. And they're off in lane 2. We have Thomas Conklin. Lane 3, Antonio Tobin. Lane 4, Ty Oakes. Lane 5, Justin Anderson. And lane 6, Rondre Ostion.
And we do have a scratch. I'm wondering if that might just be lane...
It looks like lane 2 is the DNS. Yep.
So it's going to be at the bell there.
With Anderson
taking the lead.
The first turn.
And he's looking really strong up in front there. He's being pressured, though, from behind. I think that's by
Oakes of
Ty
Michigan.
Oakes. And Ty Oakes, we should mention, only a sophomore. We have 2 10th graders in this race. And a race on our hands indeed, as they are neck and neck towards the finish line. And just on the outside there, it looked as though Justin Anderson was able to retake the lead for the dip at the line. And indeed, that's confirmed. So 48.77, a great performance for him. The Cavaliers Track Club.
And 1/100th of a second, we talk about positioning and strength and mechanics, but just as important when it's that close is you need to time your lean just right, and you'll see these sprinters come through, and it is a race of inches to see whose chest can cross that tape first.
So on the inside there was Rondre Ostian. He was the athlete in the black and red, and another young runner, only in grade 10 as well. And he was the second in the freshman race outdoors last year. So just wondering if his relative inexperience was showing a tad there. Nonetheless, a great time by both of those athletes, and enough to put them in contention for the final after 7 sections.
In Heat 8, we have Caleb Curry in lane 2, Brody Hamilton in lane 3, Maddox Treese, lane 4, Cole Strother in lane 5, and Henry Shaib in lane 6.
And Strother, the athlete to watch here, he's in the lead right now in that all-white kit. He comes in ranked 15th in the nation with that 47.99, and he has a significant margin of improvement over the rest of the field at the bell. It was a great opening lap for him, 22.70.
And as we see 100 meters to go, them tightening up a little bit, that looks like Shaib is going to be the contender for the win, as once again we have a battle to the finish every step of the way. And I believe Shaib will take that one. Waiting for the official result now. Henry Shaib, 48.82. And Shaib out of Ann Arbor, Michigan, with the Maximum Track Club, is going to be really happy with that performance.
Well, as you said, we've seen this time and again with these sections. It's really been sort of textbook that if you're in second coming around that final bend and are able to use the sort of dip in that last curve to sort of slingshot around the other athletes, it's been working out for at least 3 or 4 of the last sections.
And now as the Heat 9 lines up, we have Elliot Morissette, Curtis Hill, Kahari Wilbon, Alexander Lambert, and Evan Hudson getting into the blocks now. Heat 9 of the boys 400-meter prelims. Lambert of Bullis enters with the fastest seed at 48.39. And as they get going, we'll see if he can hold off the competition and make a case for the final. Lambert out well, but Wilbon is right in his tail as they come to the break. And the Bullis runner, Lambert, hits the bell in first, but he has plenty of company as this is another tightly contested race. It looks like Hudson is on his tail as Wilbon starts to fade a little bit, but Lambert is holding the pole position here, coming around the home stretch, driving it home. And 49.17 to take the heat in that one. 49.16 officially. Evan Hudson second, 49.42.
Well, talk about sprint dynasties. Bullis, of course, turning up in full force, as always, at these championships. And has, I think, just enough of a gap back to Hudson on this final turn that he's able to hold him off. You see him starting to rock and roll through those shoulders a little bit to the line. Hudson, I think, looked a little bit more steady, but just not able to get the turnover required to get up on our leader. So well done by the Bullis athlete as we head into section number 10 of 24 of these 400-meter prelims. Again, a reminder, only top 8 make it through to the final on time. And right now, that bubble position is sitting right at 49.01. And we knew coming in that it would likely take something much faster than 49 to get through, just based on the talent of this incredible field. So section number 10 now, it's going to be Keen Tenny Tang, Luke Finzen, Matthew Strickland, Nathaniel Vigo Catala, and Will Jaden Smith.
And Catala enters with a 47-82 seed, so he'll be the one to watch for sure as he gets set into the blocks. Looks like he has a couple strong 500-meter performances under his belt already this season, so that's a great opportunity to build a little strength and really make sure that the second half of your 400-meter race is strong. As they come around, it looks like we have Vigo Catala hitting the pole in first.
I believe that was actually Strickland. It looks as though Vigo Catala might have scratched at the last moment. So Strickland up in the lead right now with a 23:02 opener. He's from Heart of Georgia, but now
and
a pass
Smith
on the outside.
Lead. This is quite the race, and now it looks like Benson is getting back into the mix. This is quite the race, but it will be Smith pulling away in the end. Will Jaden Smith, 49-25 for the Ann Arbor Youth Track Club. A strong heat winning performance. Smith was the only junior in that race as well, so he'll be back next year to contend for another New Balance Nationals, hopefully.
Well, it looks like we have another full section on track now for our 11th heat. In 2, it will be Christian Barber. In 3, it will be Kier Lawson. In 4, Gunnar Williams. In 5, it will be Carl Dietz. And 6 will be Tylen Johnson. Fastest time of this section, a very quick 48:33, courtesy of Dietz in 5.
And they're off. It looks like Dietz already making up the stagger on his outside, followed closely by Williams on his inside. Those two will come off the turn contending for the lead, and actually it will be Williams who is going to hit the 200-meter mark first, holding the inside. Such an important skill. They always say, you know, when you're coaching the 400, getting to the break as quickly as you can and holding that inside line is so critical.
Well, now you're seeing that move by Dietz on the outside, but to your point, Williams really made him run the further line around the top end of the track heading into our final lap here. Although it doesn't seem to be affecting him too much. Dietz now pulling away from the field. There's a challenge by the Carroll athlete in blue, but it won't be enough. 49.70 will take the win for Carl Dietz.
And as the Chardon, Ohio athlete comes through the straightaway looking really strong, you know, he probably is wishing he had a little more clear track in front of him early on in that race to really get closer to that 49 barrier, but still just a commanding win as he uses every meter of that home stretch to open up a lead. Now we're getting set for Heat 12. We have Joseph Williams in lane 2. We have Ryan Robert in lane 3. Todd Burton Jr. in 4. Chase Hansen in 5. And Ethan Mullinex in lane 6.
Chase Hansen in with a 47.65 time, and as I say that, the athletes are recalled. That's our first recalled start of the afternoon. Take a look at what might have been
pretty close to me. I didn't see any really flagrant false start, but just so much as a flinch in the blocks can trigger an automatic response. It looks like perhaps lane 4 is there an issue with the blocks itself and not the starting mechanism?
Yeah, it just looks like they were trying to secure those blocks down a little more. And it appears as though all athletes will start, which is great.
Yeah, it looks like we had a technical issue and not a false start charge to the field. So no worries as these athletes reset, try and get that heart rate down again, focus, and execute your race no matter what the world throws at you. And they're off cleanly this time.
It's always something you like to see, and a really fast start there out of 5 by Hansen. He's the Westlake Village athlete from Westlake Village, California, and he's off to an incredibly fast first 150 or so. He does come in with a 47.65 seed, but that is from outdoors last year, so looking to throw down indoors and taking a commanding lead at the bell, 22.81, with a few meters back of daylight to the next athletes. He's really in a race of his own right now, and we'll see if he can hold it with about 100 meters to go, looking very strong up front.
And that is going to be Hansen all the way, although we have some hard charging closers behind him. That looks like that's going to be Hansen crossing the line, 49.26.
And then throw a blanket over the rest of them, really.
Yeah. Ryan Robber comes up second and 50 flat.
So Hansen, again, just really in control from the start. Another really tall, powerful athlete, and one of those long sort of loping strides that can sometimes get you in trouble if you have too much company around you. Luckily, he took care of that right from the gun.
Yeah, it's so funny, like the conventional wisdom is that, being tall is not an advantage in the indoor sprints, but if any two athletes have proved that wrong in the professional level lately, it's Fem Cabal and Shawnee Miller-Weibo, both of whom have won world titles indoors despite being 6 feet or taller. And so it really goes to show that all kinds of runners can have a lot of success on the indoor track.
Well, and another example of why this type of experience is so important, because athletes, not only are they still growing at this age, but still really sorting out how to manage their bodies and their strength. Another 5 athletes on track here in our 13th section. Adam Kaufman, Chase Harrison, Miles Burr, Anders Feltz, and Avery McRae. And it is on the outside in that orange kit, a very fast start by McRae. And with the glasses on, he will have the pole position at the bell, 22.97 for him. And he's going to be followed very closely by Anders Feltz and Harrison. Feltz trying to make a move now as he's diminishing that advantage and now swings wide to try to get ahead of McRae on the top of the turn. McRae doing well to hold on and not allow the pass, and it's a battle between these two into the final few meters. Right at the line, it looks like Anders Feltz is going to get it. Fantastic run for him.
49.20 to McRae's 49.30.
So that was a fantastic run there by Anders. Well done, too, by Avery, who is only a sophomore. So, again, we're seeing such a mix of talent and ability with these really young athletes.
And as we'll see in a second here, I think one of the things you were talking about, body control and learning to stay disciplined throughout the race. You can see a little bit in the replay here that as Feltz is driving, McRae starts to swim just a little bit in those last couple strides, and that's totally the kind of thing that a coach will identify and work with you and make sure that you have the skills needed to really execute your race for every single step of that 400 meters. And we have only 3 starters here in Heat 14. It looks like we have Samurai Chung in 2, Gideon Griffin in 3, and then Safi Reed out in lane 6.
So tough spot for Reed there, all by himself on the outside, running absolutely blind without the advantage of feeling any competition to his inside. But he seems to be handling it well, the athlete in the all-white kit and the arm warmers, trying to work to the front of this pack, and he just does so at the bell. It's 23.14, a slightly slower opening lap, and now all 3 men right on each other's heels as there's a swing wide there, I believe, by is that Griffith in the blue singlet, but Reed does a great job of holding him off, swinging onto the outside of lane 1 there, not letting Griffith pass, and it will be from gun to tape, Reed taking that win in 49.37. All in a day's work. Reed looking calm, cool, and collected here, really going to the arms. You saw the hands in full flex position. Seems to almost relax a little bit as he leans his shoulders towards that finish line. Knows he has the win in the bag. Won't be enough to get through to the final, but great performance nonetheless. And as we're over halfway through now, our preliminaries of this men's 400.
We got set for Heat 15. We have Colvin Busey in lane 2. Furious Trammell with some very colorful hair in lane 3. Jesse Myers in lane 4. JBR Kerr in lane 5. And Emerson Kington in lane 6. Phillips Academy up in New Hampshire. And they're away. It looks like Kerr in 5 got a really quick start. You can often tell sometimes, who's coming up from the 200 or even the 60 if they are the first one to get out of the blocks and get moving. But it will be Trammell who hits 200 meters first, leading the way for the Catoctin Running Club. But these guys are pretty evenly spaced and all in contention right now as they come up to 100 meters remaining. Trammell driving hard, looking really strong here, and a whisper of a gap to the second place opening up as Trammell tries to take this thing gun to tape, and he will with a 48.85 victory, officially pushing the cutoff bubble to 48.96. So we have 8 sub-49 performances already in the books with 9 heats remaining in the prelims.
Yeah, Trammell looks so composed here, just powering for home. You can see that Myers behind him, or Mize, sorry, is tightening up a bit, like you said, almost going, to that swimming arm motion where you're rocking back and forth through the shoulders. But the athlete who can, I always, think about working through the discomfort, not against it. It's such a difficult thing to do. A lot easier for me to sit here in a booth to prescribe that to athletes than to actually make it happen in person. But well done there. Furious Trammell sits in 7th on our descending order list towards that final. As you said, still about 8 heats to go, and we are into heat number 16 now with Alexander Montoro, Keenan Frisbee, Tyler Schwinn, Nicholas Steed, and Brogan Garrett.
And it looks like the fast seed in this one is Steed at 48.09. He's going to need to execute something pretty close to that to have a shot at making this final.
Well, he's off to a very fast start. He is ranked 21st in the nation with that time. And he was the Rising Star 400-meter champion at the New Balance National Outdoor Meet last year, wanting to really turn it over with the big boys here today. And he will be in the lead at the bell. Again, a slightly slower opening lap of 23.02.
And Garrett right on his tail, hopefully keeping the pressure on as these athletes come up to 100 meters to go. It's going to still be Steed in the lead, but he hasn't quite dropped the competition as he comes under the arch and into the home stretch. Garrett will come up on his shoulder, and will he take it? Yes, he will, with a late kick and a 49.23 victory in the Heat 16 of the boys 400.
And he looks pumped about that. Brogan Garrett at just a touch outside of his season's best of 49.08. But again, a win is a win, and he did that perfectly timed there down the home stretch. Another example, he looks so composed, focused, as you see Steed starting to tie up. Steed does have an 800 background as well, so I would have thought perhaps the strength of that might have assisted him today, but strong performances by both of these athletes. Heat 17 on track now, and it looks as though we have another full section. Aiden Henley in 2, Bishop Lane in 3, Aiden Myers in 4, Jacob Coates in 5, and Christopher Miller-Harris in 6. 2 athletes with 48 and change clockings coming into this 17th prelim.
And they're off and running. It looks like Miller-Harris is first out of the curve, as he looks really strong on the outside there, and that looks like Myers perhaps on the inside there, making up a bit of that stagger. But it will be a close battle for this break here, as Miller-Harris holds on to it, but just barely, coming around the turn with 250 to go, or 150 to go.
Miller-Harris starting to pull away now. He was another rising star athlete at last year's New Balance National Indoors who shone brightly with a second place finish, and now in this championship section he is showing his improvement and development. Still only a junior, but running with maturity that we haven't seen from him so far. What a performance, 48.64.
And he's really hyped up about that one, as he should be. That's going to be a personal best for him, as well as just looking so smooth and so controlled coming through the home stretch here. Miller-Harris is hyped up for that one, the San Antonio runner here. You can see as he comes down the home stretch, just no lateral motion in his upper body, just all his energy oriented towards that finish line, and he is going to be well positioned to have a good shot at the final, as he has the number 4 time on the day with 7 heats remaining.
Well, an athlete in our next section with a 47.83 seed, that's going to be Jalen Bennett in lane 5. He comes in ranked 12th in the nation with that time. Set that PR here in Boston at the BU Terrier Classic for 8th just a couple of weeks ago. So Daniel Ward not starting this section in 2. In 3, it is Aaron Guillaume. In 4, Landon Lacey. As I mentioned, Jalen Bennett 5, and then Andrew Fouche in lane 6.
And it looks like it's going to be Bennett beating the break here, coming into this second lap, but he's got plenty of company as Guillaume is right on his tail. And you could throw a blanket over this field right now as they come down the backstretch, with Bennett holding his line and opening up his stride, coming around the turn one last time. He looks like he will be really well positioned to take this heat and put himself in close to a qualifying position, but 49-13, 49-12 officially for Jalen Bennett of Phillips Exeter to take that first, this 18th section of the boys 400-meter qualifying.
And another example of a section where the winner was the only athlete who was not a senior, so still a junior for the Phillips Exeter athlete. And, you know, it's interesting. We'll have a look at it here. He doesn't have, you know, that super high knee drive that we sometimes see with other sprinters. He keeps that turnover really close to the ground, but it works for him. Doesn't, I think, maybe look as fast as he's actually going, but a very efficient athlete.
And we're going to see a bit of a dual meet battle here, as there are a couple scratches, and we will have only 2 starters in Heat 19 of the boys 400. We will have Mason Samuels on the inside in 3, taking on John Appel, Watkins Memorial in 6.
And that's a tough split when 2 of the scratched athletes are the 2 middle lanes.
Yeah, it's like a bowling 7-10 split.
That's right.
And they're off. You know, and I don't know, I could count dozens, if not hundreds of times I've heard coaches saying it, but it is always true that you have to run your race. And whether there's someone on your inside, whether there's nobody and you're all by yourself, you just have to know your body, your mind, and be able to execute to the best of your ability no matter what the circumstances are around you.
Well, it is Mason Samuels running his own race here and starting to put some distance back on I'm sorry, that was John Appel ahead of Mason Samuels, putting some distance on him. And Samuels working hard to try to get back in contention, but you can see the grimace on the face of Mason Samuels, trying to tie up, but it looks as though
Appel will take this one.
Samuels is going to run out of track to catch Appel, and it will be 49.97. Tough break for these guys. Again, in some ways, having fewer athletes in a section means that your chances go up a little bit in terms of getting through to the final because there are fewer athletes to contest, but it also can mean the opposite because you just don't have that push, that energy from the competitors around you that we need in a race to be able to get the best out of ourselves. It was closer in the end than it might have looked with 100 meters to go, but it is John Appel taking the win in section 19 as we move on to section 20.
We'll get
Rayshawn Canoes in 2, Shane Smith in 3, Jalen Galloway in 4, Maximilian D'Angelo in 5, and then Chris Estelle will round out this field. 5 competitors on track for section 20 of our boys 400-meter prelims. Fastest time on paper going to D'Angelo in 5 from the Raleigh Wild.
And they're off. And D'Angelo with that 48-26 seed is going to want to really make sure that he gets out quick in this one, and as the heats click away and the cutoff time gets even faster, there is so little room for error for these top athletes as they come around the break and move towards the inside. It will be D'Angelo out of Raleigh who takes the first turn.
He looks really smooth down that backstretch, really long extension through the upper body, but no movement through the trunk. And he's maybe not extending his lead, but certainly doing well to maintain it into the final turn here and under that red New Balance arch. Now things open up, really going to the arms, and a big closing lap there for D'Angelo, 48.55, and that is going to be enough right now.
Yeah, that puts him at number 3 on the day. That's a really strong performance from D'Angelo. He looks cool as a cucumber out there. He doesn't even look bothered.
Oh, the sunglasses help.
And
you either have to have a strong poker face or you got to wear the shades.
Yeah. And of course, the other factor here is that in these prelim heats, you're not just competing for a spot in the final. You're competing for the best lane draw, for the best opportunity to contend for a top 4 or 5, or even the victory.
Well, speaking of victory, we are up to section number 21, and this is going to feature Quincy Williams of Bullis.
Quincy Wilson.
I'm sorry, Quincy Wilson, of course.
Everybody knows this guy here. He's a superstar in the making, as the sophomore is the national record holder, meet record holder and national leader this year.
Well, he's the defending champ from last year when he won this championship section as a freshman. That is just absolutely unheard of, and he's gone on to continue making his name known throughout this track community, and he is going to be starting in lane 5 for Bullis. Of course, that program with just an absolutely incredible legacy.
We also have Devin Mathis, Samuel Elliott Barnes, Alexander Osiemi, and Brandon Davis in this one. But as the runners hit the break, it is all Quincy Wilson with daylight to spare as he comes through with the fastest 200 split of the day thus far at 22.1, and he is moving so fast he's skirting out into lane 2 on those curves as he opens up a huge lead over the competition in this one. He looks absolutely fantastic and in control as he comes through the arch and down the straightaway, hoping to really send a message and set a strong standard.
Wow.
Of 46.69. An incredible mark to put out there heading into the final. That is the fastest time of the day by over a second.
And completely solo. I mean, this guy, when you're this good, you have to get used to running pretty much solo. But Wilson cranking down a 46.69. And again, look at how composed he looks. Talk about running your own race. Not another person in picture for meters back. A furious race on behind him. But we knew that from the beginning, this is going to be the Quincy Wilson show. Looking to defend his title from indoors last year. He was second outdoors. Still was a freshman last year. And he has also helped his team secure a spot in the 4x200 meter relay championship final taking place later tonight. So this young man has a lot on his
busy
plate
weekend,
at the moment.
Yeah. And as we get set for Heat 22, 3 to go, we have 5 entrants. We have Robbie Wade in lane 2, Corey Sanders Jr. in lane 3, Luke Petrina in lane 4, Michael Middleton in lane 5, and Michael Fisher in lane 6. As they get off and underway, we will keep an eye on Middleton in 5 with a 47-10 seed. He should be the favorite in this one, but he's getting a challenge from his inside already from Katrina, and it looks like he will be hard-pressed to hit the bell in the lead.
Well, Middleton's time is the second fastest in the country, and he, of course, has been put on notice with that 46.69 throw down by Wilson in the last section, and now we see the movement by the taller man in the yellow on the outside. Michael Middleton opening things up with 100 meters to go. He's also run 47.58 this season, so a couple of 47 and change clockings, but he's going to have to hold on here as he's got some challenge from the outside.
Ooh.
And a fall at the line. I think he just got nipped for that win.
It was the other Michael in the race, Michael Fisher, who takes this one in 49.86 as Michael Middleton hits the track. Hopefully he's okay and more frustrated than banged up, but that's why they run the race. Anything can happen in this New Balance Nationals qualifying, and as we see Wallingford's Michael Fisher, 49.86, I think it goes to show, the composure and the maturity as an athlete to not let somebody getting out to a lead get to you and to know that you can catch them in the final strides of the race.
He really just looked as though he was, having a hard time maintaining his stride, even several meters out, so you might hear some applause in the stadium here. We're glad to see that he's up and moving around and hopefully all right. That is the drama of racing. Like he said, that's why you run the race and don't just hand out the medals based on how pretty the times look on the paper.
And with 2 heats to go of this boys 400-meter qualifying, we have Thomas Fendig in lane 2, Andrew Cirrus in lane 3, Jaden King in 4, CJ Martin in 5, and Joshua Grisham to Matha Catholic High School in lane 6. It looks like we'll have 2 48 runners in this one battling it out.
Yeah, CJ Martin in 5 there in the blue, off to a really good start. And he was a finalist from the New Balance National Outdoor 400-meter Championships last year and already making up the stagger on the athlete to his outside. Martin running very well. He ran his best last year in 47.42. So we know what he's capable of. Clearly in the lead at the bell, 22.77. That's a solid opening lap. And he is starting to open things up on the rest of the field. You see his head's back a little bit. He's looking strong and powerful, though, with 100 to go. Really fast turnover, fast arms.
And as they come through the arch, it will be Martin to the finish line. 48-40. Oh, he does a little somersault there at the end. Like a pole vaulter clearing a new height. CJ Martin with a 48-39. That will put him in qualifying contention. The 3rd fastest time of the day.
That looks really strong. I mean, he has really great mechanics. Little bit of rolling here, but that's expected as that bear jumps on your back in the closing meters. Does well to sort of almost go into an intentional somersault instead of falling down. It's like, how well can you fall?
I was going to say, he's doing his Gene Wilder impression.
Yeah, there you
little
go.
Willy Wonka action there down on the track.
Well, only one section remains now. 24th heat here of our 400-meter prelims for the boys championship, and the time to beat to make it into that final now is 48.77, courtesy of Justin Anderson. Looks like we have another full track of 5 athletes here. So Nazario Gums will start in 2, Nelson Lindsay in 3, Evan Pardue in 4, King Taylor in 5, and Mabon Hachet in 6. Fastest seed here, again, belonging to lane 5. That is Taylor with a 48.23, and he's going to have to run awfully close to that if he wants to get himself into this top 8 and into the final. And he knows it.
Taylor from Louisiana is going to hit this break battling with Lindsay for the lead going into the second lap. And it does look like Lindsay will hold the inside, followed closely by Taylor, and I believe that is Purdue as well in the mix. As they come around the turn one last time, it will be Taylor into the lead, but this race is far from over as the athletes come to the line.
49.09, and it was awfully close at the line, but it does go to Taylor, 49.08, and then Lindsay in second with 49.10. Unfortunately, not enough to get through to that final, which means that Justin Anderson of the Cavalier Track Club is able to hold on to that final position. And after 24 heats of this championship boys 400, we're going to have an absolutely incredible final on our hands tomorrow. Another final look at that battle between these two athletes right to that line.
Taylor is really doing well for himself to hold off that hard charge from Lindsay coming up on his shoulder.
So to our final then, it will be Quincy Wilson of Bullis, Jaden Martin of Southside, CJ Martin of Clayton High, Cameron Williams of Above Expectations, Maximilian D'Angelo of Raleigh Wildcats, Javian Green of MBA, Christopher Miller-Harris of San Antonio Swift, and as we mentioned, Justin Anderson rounding out that top 8 of the Cavalier Track Club. That final will go tomorrow.
And we mentioned just how important every step, every stride, the girls lining up now for their qualifier would do well to pay attention to the fact that we had, let's see, 1, 2, 3 athletes that missed qualifying for the final by less than 1/10 of a second across different heats. And that's a sign that the competition is high and these athletes are well matched for each other, but there is very little room for error, and particularly in these heats as they sort of try to navigate the balance between staying composed and really pushing as best you can. You've got to really err on the side of giving it your best performance on the day and not worry about how you're going to feel tomorrow in the final. And now we are gearing up for the first heat of the girls 400-meter qualifying. If you're just joining us now, the top 8 will advance on time. We have 26 heats, so that means that just winning your heat is not going to guarantee a spot in the finals. You have to execute one of the top times on the day, and there will be a closely contested battle. Several athletes in this field enter with sub 54-second seed times, which is really, really fast stuff for high schoolers, and we will see how they execute after watching the boys go through qualifying a few minutes ago. We have this first heat lining up now. Not much of a pause in the action here at the Reggie Lewis Center as they are running this meet like clockwork. We have Anna Creel in lane 2. We have a DNS in lane 3. Faith Murphy in 4. Tyler Lowe in 5. And Madison Brister in 6 to kick us off and get the action started in the girls' 400-meter qualifying rounds.
And fastest time in this section is out of lane 5, that's Lowe with a 53.39. Now that's a mark from last year. She has run 55.30 this year, and she is doing her best to make it to the inside line for this opening 200. She does that in 25.75.
Marked very closely by Brister, and those two will battle it out onto the back stretch as they come up on 100 meters remaining. Lowe has held her position well and is in the lead headed around this turn one last time, but she's going to need to really keep pushing and hold off a charge from Lister as they come down the home stretch.
Lowe looking strong here. Again, you see how high her arms are coming up. compared to Lister behind her, but Lowe holds on, 55.94 for the IMG Academy athlete who's headed to Texas A&M in the fall. And she has set the mark for the field, as you said, 26 prelims here. So we've got lots of running ahead of us. But 55.94 by Taylor Lowe will be the current top mark. Looking pretty relaxed about the whole affair. And here again, you just see that high arm movement. Really, you know, my coach always used to say cheek to cheek. You want to get those hands going as far up and as far back, but close to the body as possible. And it really works for her as we head into section number 2 here. 4 athletes on track. In lane 3, it's Chantel Reed. In 4, Deshauna Kellogg. In 5, Samara Lawrence. And then Kendall Barnhard starts in 6.
And as they're off, it does look like Samara Lawrence, with the fast seed in this one, is going to hit the break first. Lawrence, representing North Babylon Track Club.
And a pretty aggressive cut in there, David. Sorry, really kind of veering into the inside lane, not taking that longer, slow, sort of longer line approach, but it's working out for her down the backstretch, opening up her stride. She's a really elegant runner, I'll say. She's got a really nice sort of biomechanic about her and looks very smooth, holding off a charge on her inside now, it looks, from the athlete in lane 4. That is Kellogg.
And a really strong finish there from Lawrence, 56-57. One of the things that we'll see from so many of these runners is that once you sort of have the race locked up, the instinct to, you know, cruise it on in kicks in, particularly as, you know, you feel the lactic acid setting in your legs. But there is plenty of competition in the heats to come, and you have to be pushing all the way to that finish line to ensure that you give yourself the best shot possible of making that final. And we're lined up with a couple DNSs in this one. It looks like we're going to have 3 athletes starting, with Skylar Skivelair in 2, Hannah Gates in 4, and Justice McDaniel in 5. And am I reading this correctly that Hannah Gates is here all the way from Saskatchewan? Holding the athletes in the box for quite a while now. But they're off cleanly, which we'd love to see. With Skivelair, Gates, and McDaniel. In this one, McDaniel with a 54.94 seed is favored.
And she's only a sophomore, so that is a pretty stellar time for such a young athlete. And she will be in the pole position heading into the Bell lap here. Good cut in there for the McNamara Mustang, and a 27.25 opening lap for her. Hot on her heels, though, is Skylar Skivelair.
And as they come around the turn one last time, it is going to be a 2-athlete battle, as we have McDaniel still in the lead, opening up a bit of a gap now, going to the arms. Blades out, as they say, as she crosses the line in 58.31 to win the third heat of the girls' 400-meter prelims.
So that 54.94 seed actually came from the outdoor season last year. She was second at the New Balance National Outdoor Championships in the 400 last year, so just getting her legs back under her here in this indoor season, and we'll expect to see some great things from her as we move to the outdoor circuit. And it looks like maybe a few scratches in this next section as well. So lanes 5 and 2 are scratches.
But we
Another
have
3-athlete race out there with Taylor Riley in 3, Rama Giwa in 4, and then Sherry Jackson will start in lane 6.
And these athletes are pretty closely matched in this one, with seeds between 55 high and 57. And so we'll see how they match up as they get off and running with what looks like Jackson off to a strong start, but quickly eating up the stagger is what looks like Giwa out in 4 as they come through the arch for the first time and run that break.
And it will be
Aiming for the
Giwa in the
inside
lead.
line.
27.81 for that opening lap for Giwa, and she's got quite a gap back to the other 2 now. Strong stride down that backstretch. Now being hunted down as a big pass on the outside there by Taylor Riley. She's a 58.03 athlete. Riley now just getting herself in position to hopefully swing wide around Giwa, and she does just that. It is a 2-athlete battle to the line, and Giwa just in the closing meters. 58.93 will take it.
Oh no, and they're giving Riley the edge here. 58.92. Giwa 58.97. She just missed out on that heat win. And a really strong battle between these two.
Thanks for that, David. I misspoke.
These close races, it's a literal photo finish as they go to the camera to see, sort out who exactly got across that line first. And as we see the replay now, Riley doing well for herself to stay composed, to keep her eyes on that finish line, and to time that finishing burst really well. As we enter Heat 5, we have Gabrielle Walker in 2, Victoria Minot in 3, Alexandra Lee in 4, Dahlia Beasley in 5, and Jalen Millord from Fastlane Track Club in 6. And we do have a sub-56 runner in Beasley in this one, coming from Washington Township, New Jersey. So we'll see how she fares against this strong field.
Well, she's a Rutgers commit. She's a class of 24, so in her final year of New Balance National Championship racing. But it is Millard at the cut-in, 26.13, given to her as the opening split. Jalen Millard of Fastlane Track Club, and she is running away with this thing.
Look
Incredible turnover.
What a really strong effort from Millard as she comes around. It will be the Jalen Millard show coming through the home stretch here with a really fantastic performance here. 55.44. What a breakthrough. Millard seated at 56.10. She gets well under that. And at 55.43 officially, she now has the fastest time on the day. And Kate, I gotta say, she looked really composed and really within herself as she executed that sub.
Well, that was extraordinary running, and it goes to show just how fast she was moving, given that she had such a clear lead on Dahlia behind her, but was able to hold on for the win, and Dahlia still closes in a 56 and change. So that was extraordinary running.
And as we get set for Heat 6, we have Reese Reynolds Malone in 2, Nyla Henderson in 3, Sydney Nolan in 4, and Elise Dickinson in 6. Sydney Nolan is in lane 5. And it looks right now as they come around the second turn that the Montverde athlete Dickinson will be in the lead coming into this bell lap.
Yeah, Dickinson looking really confident here. She's got a powerful stride up front. That arm carriage is low but controlled. But fast turnover now by Sydney Nolan, who comes in with a 55-17 seed. And she's going to challenge on the outside with 100 meters to go. Again, a tough spot to be trying to make a pass. And it looks as though Nolan maybe makes the decision just to take the foot off the gas a tiny bit, tuck in on the shoulder of Dickinson, and now tries to unleash a second surge. But it's going to be Elise Dickinson just holding her off holding that inside line, running the shortest distance, and 56.50, pardon me, will take the win there in section number 6.
And what a just masterclass of tactical execution from Dickinson there. You know, she saw Nolan get up on her shoulder, and she held the line, protected her space, didn't let the pressure she was facing, you know, get to her and change her race execution. And you can see as they come down the home stretch there, she is keeping that power, moving forward, staying focused, and rewarded with the heat win and a really, really strong 56.50 performance, the 5th fastest on the day so far.
Well, we have a very fast seed time here in section number 7 on track, and that is courtesy of Charlyn Ramirez Castillo.
I do believe it looks like she is a DNS.
And that is unfortunate because a 54.47 would have been something to see. Keep your eye, though, on the outside in lane 6. That's Gabrielle Steffson with a 56.89. She's joined on the inside by Abby Miller, Nayela Astoria Anderson, and Natasha Mosley.
And as they're off, it looks like we will see, that looks like in 4, Mosley from the DC Cadets is going to be coming off that turn, looking for the lead at the break. And the cadet hits 226.88. Natasha Mosley, the junior, although Asteria Anderson responds quickly, and now she's making a move to the lead, trying to use that final turn to put a little distance on the competition as Asteria Anderson comes through the arch and comes down the home stretch. It's going to be a close 1 through 4 finish here, but Asteria Anderson takes it, holding off 3 hard-charging athletes in 57.84.
Well, she had such an advantage over the field with 100 to go, but I think the 3 athletes behind her worked hard together to close that gap, and it was very close at the finish line. You can see Asteria Anderson starting to tie up and just straining, hoping that there aren't 401 meters in this race. Luckily, there are not. She's able to hold on for the win. And at the end of 7 heats, pardon me, the time to beat right now belongs to Faith Murphy at 57.04. We have section 8 on track now, and it looks as though we have 2 scratches here as well. So Skylar Franklin and Kayla Burback will not be competing.
And if there's one thing 400-meter runners and marathoners have in common, it's that when you're in the final stage of that race, you just want to be done.
Absolutely, for very different reasons. Similar feeling for sure.
And as we have Brianne Barnett, Kayla Buback, Kayla Buback's the scratch here, Megan Jasinski, and Sam Jones from Freedom Track Club. It looks like Barnett on the inside is going to have a sizable lead coming into the second lap.
And a quick opening 200 there. She is completely by herself. Has she gauged this correctly as we see our athlete in second there starting to make moves down the back stretch?
And
that gap shrinking with every stride. 26.60 for Barnett for that opening lap. It is Sam Jones now right hot on her heels, and as they come into the final turn, it looks as though Sam Jones is going to swing wide and try to contest on the outside. Another 2-athlete battle right to the finish line. Sam Jones perfectly timed that kick. 58.26.
And Barnett, who, according to our start list here, is only an 8th grader running in the championship race, is really shown, a lot of experience and a lot of opportunity to grow as an athlete in that race.
And that's pretty brave, too. I mean, to really come out here and give your all in the company of women, really, is something to be said for how much courage that takes for a young athlete like this. Here you see that contest once again between that 8th grader and a high school senior
The highest level race I did in 8th grade was the city championship, so I was not going to New Balance Nationals, that's for sure. And as we get set for Heat 9, we will have Sophie Sampson in lane 2, Annalena Torres in 3, Gia Clay in 4, Michelle Smith in 5, and Alexandria North in 6. And in this one, it looks like Michelle Smith of Montverde with a 54-15 seed will be the athlete to watch.
Well, she's had a busy day already. She's already qualified this morning for the 60-meter hurdle semifinal, which is actually not even her best event. She's a fantastic flat 400 runner, but also a 400-meter hurdler. She competes internationally for the U.S. Virgin Islands and was 4th in the Pan Am Games in the 400-meter hurdles in November. So some running in her legs already, but again, comes in with a 54-15 seed. Keep your eye on the very fast athlete in all white in lane 5.
And as a hurdler running the flat 400, it can feel like a total gift just to be able to get around those turns with no barriers in the way.
Well, as you say that, we should mention that the national record is held by a slightly familiar name. You might have heard of her.
Oh, Sydney McLaughlin, yeah.
Dabbles in both the flat and the hurdle 400, and an opening lap there for Smith of 25.9. That is far and away the fastest of the day so far, and she is showing no signs of slowing down with 100 meters to go. Mechanics are absolutely perfect, and she looks like she's just having a good time out there.
And as she comes down the home stretch, just powering away from the field, looking completely within herself.
Wow.
A blazing fast 54.22. Again, the fastest qualifying mark by 1.2 seconds so far as we approach halfway in the qualifying rounds. But something tells me that we will be seeing Michelle Smith in the final, because that is a really, really fast time, and she looks happy to be done, but honestly, she doesn't even look that pressed.
No, she doesn't. Well, again, there wasn't much change in the mechanics, the face, anything about her composure from the start of the race to the end, and that really tells you all you need to know. I mean, she does have a 56.66 PR in the 400 hurdles, so making light work of this today. She's going to Georgia in the fall. They'll be very lucky to have her there. As we head into our 11th section of preliminaries here in these championship 400s, we have a scratch in lane 2.
It looks like we're going to have Alyssa Little in 3, Gwendolyn Gaffney in 4, Delaney Brinker out of St. Louis in 5, and Kira Davis in 6. And Brinker with a 55.43 seed is the one to watch in this one. But as they get out, it looks like Brinker will not be making up the stagger too much, as on her outside, Davis gets a really strong start. And as they go into this break, it looks right now like it is anybody's race. It will be Brinker and Davis battling for the pole, and Brinker will hold the inside, marked closely by Davis. But Davis looks like she is ready to fight this thing every single meter.
She sure does. I also like the Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price nod with the hair there. I mean, this woman is on fire right now. 100 meters to go, and it is a battle around that top end of the track. Davis and Brinkler, but it's going to be
Davis down the home stretch. Kira Davis, really strong 55.60 win for Kira Davis. 55.82, not too many of these races have we seen a sub 56 runner-up, so Delaney Brinker doing well to hang on and still run a pretty darn fast time.
And Davis has some good experience at New Balance Nationals in the past. She was 5th in the Rising Stars 60-meter last year, and really stepping things up here to take a dominant win in the prelims of the 400.
And as we are 10 heats deep in the qualifying round, we've only seen 5 sub 56 marks. 2 of them were in that race that we just watched here. And heat 11 gets into the blocks now. We will have Olive Elcaro in 2, Kate Fenwick in 3, Mimi Duffy in 4, Raya Rodriguez in 5, and Zoe Brooks out of Bullis in 6. Rodriguez also with a sub 55 seed will be one to watch. And 4, 5, and 6 are all out pretty quick in this one. Duffy, Rodriguez, and Brooks very closely matched. It's going to be a real battle once they hit the break for that inside lane and the lead going into that second lap. Rodriguez gets a step on Duffy, but it is still very close, and that looks like Ocaro now swinging around. This is a very closely contested race.
One of the most dramatic sections we've seen so far. We knew on paper it would be tight, but this is, I think we're about to see another lead change, and that will make it about 4 in the last lap as Rodriguez does all she can to battle past Ocaro to the line and just takes it in 57.42.
Wow, what a race.
I don't know what I just saw, but it was exciting.
And Rodriguez with that 57.42 probably be maybe the tiniest bit disappointed with that time, but still being able to just, not execute a perfect race and still come out with a win is so critical. Such good racing experience as these athletes toe the line across multiple events, multiple distances. You see Rodriguez really battling it out to come out on top of that 3 runners in the home stretch there as they cross the line. And we're getting set with heat 12 of 26 now. We have 1 DNS in 2, but we have in 3, but we have Sloan Hinton in 2, Madison Gardner in 4, Faith Franklin out of Texas in 5, and Harriet Healy, radar running, in 6. And Franklin with a 53.74 seed will be one to watch, and already has really put herself out there. Not even a third of the way into this race, she is getting out really hot, battling to that inside position. 25.42 through 200. That is fast running as Franklin has a bit of a gap on Gardner. Looks like she's going in the arms already with 100 meters to go.
Well, she's a joy to watch. She's got that really high back kick. She's a really dynamic sprinter. Like you said, going to the arms a bit. You can see the effort starting to build here. But she is a 53.74 athlete from a second-place finish at the Carl Lewis Invitational earlier this year. And 54.35 is going to be one of our fastest times of the day.
And she will be also headed to the SEC next year as a Vanderbilt University commit.
54.34 for Faith Franklin.
First, she's got to take a detour to the final tomorrow.
That's right.
As she has the second fastest qualifying time on the day so far, our second sub-55 performance. As we have heat 13 getting underway, we have Kai Allen in 2, an open lane in 3. We have Alexandria Scott in 4, Sophie Rambo in 5, and Mariah Williams of the Flying Angels in 6.
And a great start there, unsurprisingly, by Sophie Rambo of Speed Evolution. She is only a sophomore. We have 3 grade 10 athletes in this heat. One of them a scratch, unfortunately. But both Sophie Rambo and Mariah Williams, only 10th graders, and they will be the top 2 athletes at the cut-in. Another fantastic opening lap here of 25.13 for Sophie Rambo, who has run 54.26 so far this season. She's in a class of her own up front. The Flying Angels athlete out of Ontario, Canada, doing all she can to try to catch, but right now this is the Sophie Rambo show, and no one is going to catch her as she swings her way towards that New Balance arch. Chin coming up a little bit. She's straining towards the finish line, but a stunning 55.49 completely solo. That was very impressive.
And she'll get 55.48 officially, followed by Alexandria Scott in 57.31. looking pretty relaxed and composed as she gets ready to cool down and get ready for the final. As we'll see a replay here, a little bit of pain on the face, but keeping those front side mechanics strong, keeping those knees driving as she comes across the line. That's really good sign that she's got more in the tank for the final.
So a 3-woman race on track now as we have scratches in 3 and 6. So Gabriel Matthews, Morgan Hayward, and Zoe Dorsey. And we have another race in which we have 2 10th graders. That is Matthews and Dorsey. Dorsey on the outside there, the tall figure in that pinkish orange kit. And she will have the advantage at the cut-in. Zoe Dorsey taking to the bell in 26.64, and she was the New Balance National Indoor Rising Stars 400-meter champion last year as a freshman in 55.71. So she's got some experience at this meet and with winning races, and it looks as though she is going to run away with this section 14 of these prelims.
And Dorsey coming through the arch here, coming around the turn, still pretty relaxed, really gritting a little bit, but pushing smoothly towards the finish line. 56.85, her winning mark there. A strong performance out of the Fayetteville Academy runner. We'll see.
That was a big effort there for Dorsey. You can see what it took out of her. That was a hard opening lap, and then fought as strong as she could into that final closing 30 meters or so. You could just see the fatigue building and almost immediate, I think, disappointment maybe seeing the clock. But not sure she could have done much more. She took it from the gun and ran hard throughout the entirety of that race.
And as we are a little over halfway through these prelims, we already have the cutoff set at 55.94. It will take a sub 56 to make this final, and we will also likely see a couple more fast times moving forward. So we're not done yet as we get heat 15 underway with Layla Ortiz in 2, Jada Armstrong in 3, Kieran Murray, Noelle Evans, Delia Gregory, and Maylee Roberts as they come around to the break. That looks like Evans hitting the first place with 150 to go. She looks really strong. Evans is in the lead, although marked closely by Murray eating up the ground behind her.
And Murray, only a 10th grader, and putting the gears to this senior to her front and now to her side. It is these two stride for stride all the way to the line. It looks to my eye like Evans might have held on for that win, and indeed she does, 57.84, but she had to work for it.
And what a strong response there. You know, you saw the minute that Murray got up on her shoulder, Evans was able to kind of muster up that extra 1% of effort to hold that inside line and to hold the lead coming down the home stretch into that final lap. You know, you see oftentimes the runners coming off that last turn, you swing really wide just because you're moving so quickly, and you know, are trying to pass the runner in front of you. And while you do end up running a little extra distance, you know, in that moment, you're just trying to get to the finish line any way you can.
Absolutely.
As we get underway with Heat 16, we have Olivia Capalla in 2, Macy Schreiner in 3, Jayla Johnson in 4, Kiara Webb in 5, and Brooke Cochran in 6. And we have a 55-10 runner in Webb, but this is anybody's race as 3 runners led by Webb hit the turn with 200 to go.
And Webb out of Pickering, Ontario, courtesy of the Speed Academy. So coming south of the border to contest this race here. She did run that 55-10 earlier this year. She was also second at the Canadian Track and Field Championships last year outdoors, and you can see why. Powering for home. Really excellent form. Everything forward, nothing side to side. Total relaxation in the face. And crosses the line in what looks like a pretty chill 55.80. And if you can look that smooth and relaxed, little wave to camera, running 55.8 by yourself, that bodes extremely well for things to come.
And as you see, the athletes charging hard behind her, but being able to kind of hold that inside position the whole way around is the ideal way, particularly in the indoor races for the 400. And Webb did well to, win that first lap battle and have the space to really open up her stride in that second lap. And as we come up to heat 17, we will have Kirsten Ashby in 2, Lauren Bickert in 3, London Johnson in 4, a empty lane in 5, and Harriet Barber of Manchester Central High School in 6. And it looks like we will have a 56.07 out of Barber is the top seed in this one. Barber already being actually overtaken by the runners on her inside, so this is going to be an interesting battle over the second lap of this race, and that looks like that's Ashby who will have the lead with 1 lap to go.
A very tight race on track. Now swinging wide, it looks like it might be Barber on the outside in that green trying to get herself back into conversation. But this is one of the tightest prelims that we've seen so far as Barber works that backstretch, just trying to get ahead of the competitors into the turn, and she does just that and now really starts to take off. Harriet Barber looking strong through these closing seconds of this race, and look at the distance she's put on the rest of the field, just in about 100 meters space. 56.49.
And I don't know for sure, but I'm going to guess that based on the way she ran that race, Barber is probably a middle distance runner in the making.
I was going to say that looks like some 800 strength coming in with that 400 speed. You love to see it.
Being able to be 4th place at 200 meters and passing the entire field in your second lap is a great sign that there is more in the tank for Barber as she looks calm and composed crossing that line. And as we get ready for heat 18, we will have 5 runners in this one. Lila Ayland from Pickering North in 2. Amanda Boateng in 3. Ava Nabel, IMG, in 4. Olivia Williams in 5. And Janae Dawes from the Speed Academy in 6. And the runner to watch in this one is Olivia Williams, thanks to her 53.47 seed. She's got a 52.88 outdoor PB. So
from this year, when you live in
not,
Florida,
not messing around.
You can run some outdoor times early season, and not messing around is exactly what's happening right now. She is off to a cracking start, just blowing the field out of the water here. Again, 52.88 already under her belt this year. She's going to the University of Iowa in the fall, but first she is going to make her way to the inside of this track, approaching the bell lap. Eons ahead of our next runner, 25.47 it looks to be, as she crosses the line with 1 to go. And again, talk about superb mechanics. She just looks like she's floating down that back stretch, maintaining composure with 100 to go. Now that gap is diminishing ever so slightly, but I don't think anything is going to disrupt the dominance.
And as Williams crosses the line in 53.89, an incredible prelim time, 53.88 officially, our first sub 54 of the day, just ahead of her teammate and I'm guessing training partner,
That's right.
Michelle Smith, also out of Montverde. She will be the athlete to watch in this final, because if you can look that smooth and composed running 53.88, we are in for some truly, truly special running in this final tomorrow.
Well, and somehow we still have 7 heats to go here at the Reggie Lewis Center on day 3 of our coverage of New Balance National Indoors. There you see the times from section number 18. 56.52 for Ava Nabel, and that's a great mark as well. It's just when it's eclipsed so mightily by your winner, it's really puts it in perspective. So on track now with section 19 of these prelims. Anastasia Kudin in 3, Emily Belvin in 4, Clemmy Lilly in 5, and Daisy Luna in 6. Clemmy Lilly will be a DNS, so it is another 3-athlete race. And on the outside, that is Daisy Luna running very strong. She will be in the lead at the cut-in. Powerful stride behind her as well by Kudin, but it is all Daisy Luna right now. 26.71 at the halfway mark.
And Luna out of Hoover High in Alabama is making the most of her trip to Boston because she looks really strong coming around this final turn here. Luna powering under the arch and down the home stretch one last time. Eyes on the clock, really trying to get to that finish line as fast as possible, and she will with a 57.85 official to win Heat 19. A really strong performance there from the Alabama runner.
And as we said, it can be really tough when you end up in a situation where there's only 3 athletes on this 6-lane track. So as much as these girls are running very much their own races, sort of out of necessity, maintaining that focus, it's, again, great experience for future outings on the track, both indoors and out. We're set on track now for section number 20. We have Isabella Swallow, Zakaila Ziegler, Madison McClamrock, Rhea Randolph, and Callie Huck. It looks as though Rhea Randolph, glad to see her out there in lane 5. She comes in with a 55-53 seed, and she is in 9th grade.
Wow. And if I am not mistaken, I believe she's from Union Catholic High School.
That's right.
Another grade 400 runner, Cindy McLaughlin.
Heard and seen lots from them at this meet and over the years, and away running clean, and it is Randolph having made up that stagger almost immediately, and a huge advantage at the cut-in, looking smooth as butter.
She looks like she's jogging.
I don't think I look that smooth jogging. She's turning over a little quicker now down that back stretch. She's going to start feeling the pressure behind because the girls are turning over very quickly in her slipstream. But with 100 to go, another little injection of speed, and Randolph is going to run away with this thing, making her way under the red arch of New Balance and towards the finish line. Fabulous time for this 9th grader, 56.20.
And when they say, you can't teach talent, I think that's what we just saw right there. There is nothing but potential here in Rhea Randolph. And with such a composed heat win here at the New Balance Nationals, in the championship section as well, it's just a sign of great things to come for sure.
Absolutely.
I want one of those pink sleeves.
We can get you one. There's nothing stopping you from looking like Rhea Randolph. I can't promise it'll make you run.
I was going to say, I think my lack of sprint speed is what's stopping me more than anything else.
You never know. The sleeve might help, just a little.
And as we get set for Heat 21, we will have Sarah Labor out of the 2, Claire McGee, Cariona Lewis, Kaylin Cree, and Shelby Sanders in lane 6. And it looks like both Cree and Sanders are off to a great start here with, I believe, Labor on the inside putting in a really strong move, trying to get to that turn first.
And Cree into the inside line first, but she is getting stumbled up a little bit as the opening lap of 56.79 is taken by Sarah Labor, the cadets athlete, and now we see that move from Kaylin Cree on the outside. She's going to be staying right here in Boston. She's going to Harvard in the fall, and she is showing this squad how to get it done. Powerful, powerful stride down this home stretch. Pulling away from the rest of the field, a little bit of a grimace, but it is enough to take home a victory in section number 21.
How do you like them apples, huh? 56.31 for Kaylin Cree, 57.50 for Shelby Sanders, 58.17 for Sarah Labor, and 58.67 for Claire McGee. Another strong heat here as we get set for Heat 22. The action doesn't stop with Felice Hunter-Young in 2, Olivia Serrano in 3, Dylan Galoli in 4, Selena Matthew in 5, and Jada Wilson, Ann Arbor Youth Track Club in 6. And it looks like Matthew with a 54-27 seed is already out like a bullet in this first lap. Matthew is not wasting any time hitting the brake with a massive lead. She will come through in 25.98. A really, really strong start. Can she hold on? We will find out as she comes around the backstretch the second time. Matthew looking like she has her eyes on the final as she comes around the final turn, under the arch, down the home stretch. And Semina Matthew is taking this heat and making it her own with a 55.03 heat win.
Wow.
As of right now, that is good enough to earn her a spot in the final, as she is the number 4 time on the day with only 4 heats left to run. Semina Matthew, she's got half a track behind her.
She does, and yet she almost looks like she's running scared. I think it might just be the effort. She's just straining for that line. Eyes wide and so close to that sub 55 mark. And speaking of 55 marks, we have 2 of them set to take to the track in our next section here. Section 23 of 26. They are Michaelan Rose in 5 and Farah Nazir in 6. They're joined by Sydney Kuhn in 3 and Sydney Yang in 4.
2 Sydneys, 2 55s,
Good
4
pairings.
athletes. Let's do this.
So again, the bubble time to beat right now is Madison Gardner's 55.77. Shows you the depth of this field. And on the outside to the early lead here, that appears to be Farah Nazir. And she will be at the pole position at the cut-in.
Nasir out of Gainesville High School in Virginia hits the first lap in the lead and is opening up a little bit of a gap on the field as she comes down the back stretch. Nasir looking really strong, with a bit of a challenge coming up on her shoulder as Rose moves in to second place, but it's going to be Farah Nasir all the way to the finish line. 56.85. 56.84 officially for Nasir as she takes heat 23 of the girls 400-meter qualifying rounds for this high school championship. And as you see Rose coming off that last turn, you know, a little more work to do as she's got to get around Kuhn in third, but Nasir just ran her race and executed from start to finish there.
Very well fought as we get on track now for heat 24 of 26. We're just ticking away here. There will be a scratch of Rodriguez in 3, meaning that it is Morgan Jean, Cora Rollins, Sydney Sutton, and Simia Urish. Let's keep your eye on the Bullis athlete, Sydney Sutton, only in 11th grade, and she was second at the New Balance National Outdoor Championships in this event last year, just as a sophomore in 53.88. Again, Bullis turning out dominant athlete after dominant athlete. We're watching that transpire yet again here in this third to last preliminary. It is Sutton with the advantage at the bell, 25.51.
And Sutton really strong, driving those knees, almost leaning back a little bit as she comes around the final turn with a big cheering squad willing her home. Sutton's going to come onto the home stretch, but this race is not over yet as Yorish is coming up on her shoulder. But it will be Sydney Sutton with an incredible 54.40. And that means that Simia Yorish is going to run a massive season's best of 54.74.
Wow.
I believe that is our first prelim of the day with 2 sub-55 performances. A great battle between Sutton and Yorish.
Absolutely, and they will be 4th and 5th on our descending order list with only 2 sections remaining. Here's another look at that fight to the line, and you can see how composed Urish looks. Not able to get up on the shoulder of Sutton, but what a run there for the junior from Bullis. She was 5th in this championship 400 meter last year. Definitely looking to improve on that mark heading into tomorrow's final.
And 2 heats to go. We have Chloe Higgins in 3, Kimora Lee Williams in 4, Nakira Hudson in 5, and Alaji Bradley in 6.
I think that's a scratch from Kimora Lee Williams, unfortunately, one of our fast athletes, but it is.
I see. Yeah, Kimora Lee Williams in 4 is a DNS, and as Hudson, the sophomore, hits the bell in the lead, the time for the final is 55:48, and these athletes will be hard-pressed to get into that top 8 with these 2 heats to go as Hudson powers away from Bradley. Coming around the turn the one last time, it will be Nakira Hudson, the sophomore out of Montverde Academy, who will push her way towards the end of this race, and she will, with 1 heat remaining, clock a 55:43. That puts her right at number 8 heading into this final heat of the girls championship 400. And as she presses, trying to ensure that not just she gets the heat win, but she gets a spot in that final, every single 100th of a second, 1,000th of a second counts, because this is a closely contested field.
Well, and there's some advantage now, of course, because all of these athletes in the later heats know exactly what they need to run in order to get into that final. So again, with 1 section remaining on track, Nakira Hudson with a 55:43 has the time to beat.
And they're off for the final section of the girls championship 400 qualifying rounds.
So it is Layden Jack in 2, Emily Frawley in 3, Sasha Swalchuk in 4, and Kay Castillo in 5. And on the outside there, a strong battle developing between Castillo and Swalchuk. It will be Castillo with the advantage at the bell, 27:30. The petite athlete in that pink kit really turning over strong, leaning to the inside of that curve. There's a great shot from our camera folks there, and she is pulling away.
Is that Castillo or Winters? I think that might be Winters coming around the turn here. As Winters comes down the home stretch. 58:04 for Ava Grace Winters, the junior out of ATA Ignite.
And we apologize, our heat sheets were shuffled at the last moment, so apologies to our winner there, Ava Grace Winters, with a very solid performance to round out our.
She just won her heat. She doesn't care what we got to say.
That's right.
She's happy with her performance.
Well, I want to put some respect on her name because she
for
took
sure.
that from gun to tape. Very, very brave. So that concludes our 26 sections of preliminary girls 400 meter championship racing. We will have our final tomorrow, and it has just been an absolutely studded set of sections here. So Olivia Williams, 53:88, 54:22 for Michelle Smith, and Faith Franklin with 54:34. You see the remainder of our times populating down to 8th, which is our last finalist in at 55:43, and to have to run under 55.5 seconds to get into this final, again, just speaks to the unbelievable depth and talent that we are seeing continue to build year after year here at these New Balance Nationals.
And we don't officially keep a team score running here at New Balance Nationals, but Montverde Academy is going to have 3 runners in the 400 final, which is just such an incredible team performance as well. Just a real strong run from top to bottom. You know, it's clear that these athletes thrive on working together and training together day in, day out. You know, one of the biggest advantages you can have coming into a meet this big and a stage this high level of competition is that you're facing that same level of competition every day in practice.
Absolutely.
And as we get set for a very different distance of racing as the boys' 2-mile championship heats get underway here shortly.
They're set to take to the track in about 25 minutes time. This meet, again, a big shout out to all of the folks behind the scene who make it run smoothly. It has been going a little bit early. We've been told that sections will start as much as 10 minutes ahead of schedule. But again, 3 p.m. Eastern time is what we're looking for the start of those boys 2-mile championships finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you momentarily. And welcome back to action on day 3 here at the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships here at the Reggie Lewis Center. We are on track for our unseeded 2-mile races. We have 5 sections of the boys, followed by 4 sections of the girls, and we'll have our fastest seeded sections of both on track tomorrow. But right now we have 5 sections in their slowest to fastest seeds for these championship boys 2 miles.
And if you're just joining us, I'm David Melly with Kate Van Buskirk here at the fastest party on the planet at the Reggie Lewis Center. Excited to watch some 2-mile racing get underway. And I have to say, Kate, this was my event in high school. My senior year at Nationals, I had the honor of getting lapped by Edward Cheserek and Lucas Verspikas, and hopefully that will be the bar that nobody wants to have to clear today as they get underway.
Absolutely.
For section 1 of 7 in this boys championship 2-mile.
Well, again, Edward Cheserek, you just said his name. He holds the national record in this event at 8:39.15, a mark that was set over a decade ago and unlikely to go down any time.
You're calling me old.
Soon.
I was in that race.
I'm not calling you old. I said that you've got the maturity of a racer with many years of experience under your belt. How's that?
That works for me.
Right?
I'll take it.
So as you said, we're underway with section 1 of 7 total, 1 of 5 that will be contesting today's championship unseeded finals. So again, on paper, this is starting with our slowest. You see those pace lights, if you're just joining us, those pace lights are a new addition, helping our athletes have a sense of exactly how fast they're going, where they are in the race. The pace lights for this opening section are going to be set to 9:19. And then in each successive final thereafter, they will be set to the fastest seed time of that section. So all of our athletes right now well ahead of those pace lights. We'll be sure to give you some updates as we go around pacing, some splits at the kilometer and mile markers.
And if you are new to the 2-mile, they will be running 16 long laps of this 200-meter track.
Tell me just how long those are.
Depends on how the race is going.
I guess so. What was your tactic in a race like this? You really specialized in this distance, so tell me how you preferred to run some of your best 2 miles.
For me, it was always get to 800 to go. Getting a mile and a half into a 2-mile was the easy part. It's having those moves. Once you get with 800 to go, that's when, people start surging. The folks with a little less foot speed might try to make a move early. You're trying to hang on through those folks with the foot speed at the end. And getting to that, 4 laps to go mark, it really feels like, if anything, that might be when the race starts.
Well, we are 2:18 through the opening half mile for our leader, Andrew Walton, out of Fairfield, Ohio. And strung out now, as you have a great sort of side view there of exactly how strung out this field is. All of them but 2 ahead of those pacing lights. So that indicates that these guys are running right at the top end of their ability.
As they hit 1,000 meters, a little under 2:55. That's a pretty good tempo. That's right about that 9:20 pace, and we will see this long train that takes up almost the entire straightaway of runners in single file as they come around under the arch up on 1,200 meters.
So again, 21 athletes contesting this opening section. It's actually 19. We had a couple of late scratches here, but all of those seed times ranging from 9:22 down to 9:50. So with the pace light set at 9:19, of course, that 9:20 being such an important barrier to try to dip under for the first time. No better place to do it than the fastest party on the planet here at the beautiful historic Reggie Lewis Center. And our leader continues to be Andrew Walton, who's very happy to sit at the front of this train as our conductor early on and continue pulling all of the competitors behind him. Everyone looking pretty comfortable right now, and as you mentioned, that's how you want to be, not even halfway through a 2-mile race. I think for any of our marathon-inclined listeners, they always say that there's 2 halves of a marathon, the first 30K and the last 12. And that's sort of a similar mentality, I think, to a good 2 mile or 3K race, is making sure that you're not in any kind of trouble approaching the halfway mark, because there's still a lot of running to go at that point. So we'll be sure to get a 1 mile split.
And just as importantly, you want to be able to find a rhythm, because as the race does get packed up and you're jostling around, you're trying to run the right race for you as they hit halfway, right around 4:38 for that first mile. It can be tough oftentimes to pick your spot, not get caught up in a breakaway that you're not ready for, or not get gapped if you're in the chase pack, but also at the same time be kind of measuring your effort and running your own race.
Yeah, that's such a good point. And now as we went through that opening mile, we see a bit of a lead change, and Parker Levac of the Brockville Legion Track and Field Club out of Canada has moved up into the lead. Very happy to take over the pacing duties, and in fact, looking like he's wanting to get this thing moving a little bit. Fantastic angle from the side there. You see that there's a bit of separation as our early leader is being surpassed along the back stretch by several other runners. That was Andrew Walton for a long time in the lead, but Parker Levac continuing to string things out as Luis Flores and Joseph Ryan work to get up on his back. This is a critical point in this race. They'll be coming up on 6 laps to go, well over halfway, but with lots of running remaining. So that is Luis Flores in second, with Cooper Tripp and Joseph Ryan sitting in his slipstream. The advantage hasn't increased too much with our leader up front, although it's also not getting any smaller. The pace light's inching ever closer to the leaders of this race. It remains Parker Levac coming up on 5 laps to go. Parker comes in with a 9:25 best, and at halfway they were just about spot on a 9:20 pace. You can see those pace lights.
And you see they've been
caught up.
Pretty darn consistent at those 34, 35s. That last lap, slipped into that 35 high cadence, so you do see a little bit of bunching here, and if they continue to slow, there will likely be, the pressure on for another athlete to take the lead.
Well, and we're seeing a lot of that now, as for a long time these athletes were strung out in single file order, and now runners going 2 and 3 wide to be able to make their way around this top turn. I think that's James Gurley, who has moved up near the lead for the first time and now into the lead.
And
Gurley out of Kentucky
is a Canadian battling the Louisville James Gurley.
Brockville Legion has brought several athletes to this competition, so he now moves into third. And again, with Gurley out of Louisville, Kentucky, moving into the lead with this fantastic multicolored kit. And he's now sort of squarely in the middle of these pace lights. He's got 3 to go, and he's really got to keep the foot to the gas now. It's a separation of 2 athletes. Matthew Gorman doing well to stay up with our leader. Gurley, a 9:26 runner, to the contest of Matthew Gorman, who is a 9:23 athlete. So both of these runners well capable of getting close to, if not dipping under, that 9:20 barrier, and just doing all they can to stay within eyesight of these pace lights. We approach a quarter mile to go. As you said, these athletes have been really consistent, 34 and 35 seconds on every single lap. And now some movement up front by Gurley as he just gets reminded of what it's going to take in order to get close to that 9:20 barrier, or at the very least, a season's best here at the New Balance Nationals in Boston.
And I have to disclose a little bias, as Gurley is a Thompson training athlete, and his coaches, Jacob Thompson and Thomas Cave, are staying with me for the New Balance Nationals weekend. So as Gurley comes into the bell lap, followed closely by Gorman, it will be a tight race for the finish. Sorry, that's Keegan Galdine out of Colorado. Colorado versus Kentucky as they come into 100 meters to go. Galdine with a really strong kick, but Gurley is not out of this as they come around the final turn one last time. It'll be Galdine Gurley battling back to try and make this a race at the finish line as the runners sprint, but it'll be Geldine, 9:15.17.
That was a huge final lap for Geldine, a 30-second closing 200 mark for both Geldine and Gurley.
And that's 9:15. 4 runners under 9:20. Gurley and Geldine both get shiny new personal bests of 9:15. A really great battle towards the end there.
A sensational final quarter mile for our eventual winner, Keegan Geldine, and there you see looked pretty happy after he took a few seconds to catch his breath. He closed in 32.9 for his penultimate lap and then 30 flat for that last circuit here at the Reggie Lewis Center. That's the way to kick your way to a new shiny PB, as you mentioned, David. So James Gurley finishes in second, 9:15.51, and as you mentioned, 4 athletes under the 9:20 mark and several more with lifetime and season's best to round out their indoor seasons of the 2024 year. Like we said, we have 4 more sections of this unseeded division of the championship boys 2-mile yet to come. And then our fastest 2 sections will take place tomorrow, our seeded heats. We will continue clicking things down by way of time, at least on paper. Our next section on track here, section number 2, has times very closely matched, ranging only by about 2 seconds from 9:20 to 9:22.
And the pacing lights for this one will be set a little bit faster at 9:15 as these athletes, you come to this race, you come to this big stage aiming for that person's best. So these athletes will get off and get running at around 4:38 mile cadence. That's 34 and change on those laps. So we'll be looking to see who takes the lead and does the hard work of setting the pace early as the lights light up and we have Heat 2 underway.
A few scratches at the last minute here, so a field of 22 has been, I won't say whittled down, it's been diminished to 18. Still a lot of bodies on track, and you're seeing right now some of our runners towards the back of that pack stretched out almost into lane 3, meaning that they're running a lot further than they need to, and that adds up over the course of, well, any distance, but particularly a race of this length.
And it is worth noting that they are running a full 2 miles. A lot of high schoolers will run the 3,200 meters or even the 3K. So what that means more than anything else is that the split times for their 200s are not quite at the finish line. They creep up as they move through the race because really they're running 3,218 meters in this one.
And that's a really good reminder because several of these seed times are actually 3,000 meter or 3,200 meter conversions. A lot of these runners won't have necessarily done a 2 mile depending on what state or frankly what country they're from. In Canada, we only run the 3,000, we don't run the 3,200. So
Massachusetts was a 2 mile state.
There you
so
go.
I always like that because I would be higher in the national rankings because not that many people run the 2 mile anymore. And don't look at anybody's 3,200 conversions. Just look at my 2 mile.
Yeah, exactly. Choose the one that looks best and go with that. So you see those pace lights now. That's a fantastic side view. They're just starting to creep up with our leader here. And I think that, again, the accordion has not stretched very thin yet. There's lots of bunching still happening in the middle of this pack. And I wouldn't be surprised to see someone, as we're coming up on 12 laps to go, just decide that they want to make a bit of a move. And as I say that, it's as if I manifested it. That is a nice move up front there by Noah Laughlin Hall.
And as we see the pace lights creeping up on this field, one of the things in a field this big is that you want to be, out of traffic and not getting tripped up, but you also don't want to be the sacrificial lamb, right? Doing all the work for everybody else. So
Absolutely.
as Dylan Ibarra slides back into the lead, helped by Liam Miller, and I believe that's Andre Michaels out of North Carolina,
Yeah, just a little touch on the shoulder there by one of our runners, just to make sure that he, I think, both doesn't go down, but also just lets the other competitor know, hey, I'm here, this is my space. Because that's, part of the danger, as we've talked about, when races lag a little bit too much in the pacing. You can get to a point where the traffic is more a concern than anything else, and those pacing lights now starting to get a bit away from our athletes, as I think that was Andre Michaels in that green kit making the move to the front and saying, all right, folks, it's time to get this thing rolling with 10 laps to go.
And it is, a fall doesn't benefit anybody. As soon as one athlete trips, it's a danger to everybody else in the field. So keeping it strung out, but, consistent contact throughout is the ideal way to run. And as Michaels does keep the tempo on that green pace lights of those 34-second laps, we'll see a little more stringing out as the athletes come around at 1,400 meters, almost at halfway. Michaels now followed by Ben Shields, as Leah Miller and Dylan Ibarra, who did some of the early leading, are tucked in now in that third and fourth position. And as they come up on 1 mile, we'll get a sense of where the pace is and where the pace might go, as Michaels really seems determined not just to keep the pace honest, but he almost looks like he's trying to open up a little bit of a gap as they come through in 4:37, 4:38 at a mile.
So just about what we saw out of our last section, 4:39.20 officially at the halfway mark. And it was 4:40 for our opening section, so within spitting's distance. And again, those pace lights set to the winning time from the last section. So that is important to keep in mind. And it's also such a boost for these athletes to not only have that as sort of a technical advantage, but something that they can use as motivation to keep them rolling here. Looks like on the outside there, that might be James American Horse. The tall athlete's moving into second now, and he looks really smooth. I think he looks incredibly powerful, and as I say that, he actually picks things up significantly down that back stretch. I promise the athletes don't have earpieces in. I'm not talking to them.
The in-stadium announcers are letting them know what's going on, that's for sure, as American Horse takes on the mantle of leading and comes around here. They will have 1K of racing to go when they hit. We got a little bit of they have 1,200 meters of racing. There's a little bit of an issue with the lap clock there. They've switched to manual to make sure the runners don't miscount the laps. And now we do have some separation here from American Horse, and it looks like Shields out of the Red Devils track club. There's maybe 10, 15 meters between those two and the rest of the field, as American Horse looks determined to keep this pace ahead of the lights.
Well, again, they've just continued clicking things down, several laps at 35 and then into 34, and now we've seen a couple 33s. Both of these athletes with, like I said, right around 9:22, 9:21 seeds, knowing that they're on pace for 9:15 and they don't have much running left to go here, has got to be a great, giving them a great sense of urgency to kind of really kick things into high gear. I'm really impressed by how well American Horse is taking this on. He looks so focused and really, really controlled.
And one thing to keep in mind, too, is that a lot of real estate can disappear in a short time in these distance races. If you were with us for the 400s, a little gap can go a long way. But here in the 2 mile, these runners in third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, they're still in contact in this race, and depending on who unleashes the fastest kick, this race is far from decided as American Horse and Shields continue to lead and come through with, this time, 600 meters of racing remaining.
Yeah, Ben Shields doing a really good job of just keeping his eyes trained on the back of our leader, making sure that that gap doesn't get too big. We mentioned this yesterday with some of our longer races, but my coach always said it's easier to keep up than catch up. So as much as you're working hard to maintain the pace, the moment you let that elastic snap and you get separated from the leader, it is exponentially harder to get back with the pace. And now, looking like that elastic is slingshotting in the other direction, Ben Shields takes over as our leader for the first time, coming up on 2 laps to go.
Maida in third is doing his darndest to close the gap and pull these rest of these runners in the race. Maida will catch up on American Horse, but it's Shields who's taken off at the front here. Ben Shields has a gap on the field as the meters click away, and with 300 to go, Maida moves into second place and is certainly not completely out of contention, but Shields at the front here as they come through the arch, the penultimate time, seems to have this race in his grasp as he comes up on the bell lap. Shields now hits the final lap, chasing the lights, with Maida in hot pursuit, now followed by Shelley moving into third, and it looks like both Maida and Shelley are slightly closing on Shields, but they might just run out of real estate as they have 100 meters to go, and Shields looks strong. Coming around this final turn one last time, it is now Shelley moving into second place, but it is the Ben Shields show up front as he comes down the home stretch and chases a new personal best. He stops the clock at 9:17:30 officially to take section 2 of the boys championship 2 mile.
Made the move at just the right spot too. You could tell that the pace was lagging a bit. He looks happy. Again, anytime you can run a lifetime best, particularly at an environment like this, at the very pinnacle of competition for high school athletics, you got to feel good about it. 9:17:30, 9:18 for Shelley, and Maida, like you said, all that work through the middle section really just clicking away and picking off athlete by athlete. 9:19 American Horse, after doing much of the work up front to lead, also rewarded with a sub 9:20 performance. So we've got several athletes now under 9:20, and we were talking about in the 400s that it's only 8 that make it to the final. So you're not just trying to win your section, you're trying to run as fast as you can to get yourself into those compiled results. This is very much that same story, and I think in those closing meters, it was great to see Shields' eyes really trained down on those pacing lights, thinking I got to get as close to them as I can because I know that that is where I need to be to keep myself in the conversation for the overall positions. So,
and just like that first heat, there were 4 runners under that big 9:20 barrier. We've talked a lot this weekend about the numbers that you put out there as big goals when you're in high school, and for a lot of these distance runners, 9:20 is a real sign that you've kind of arrived on the higher levels of high school distance. And so seeing these guys get under that big barrier, entering with 9:20 plus seeds, we have a slight delay as we get ready to start section 3 of the boys 2 mile championship. There will be another pretty large field. We have something like 18 runners in this field as they hang out here. It's a little issue at the finish, and we're hoping we can quickly get this race underway and get the racing going. We'll run through the seeds in this field. It is a tightly packed race with seeds ranging from 9:16 to 47, 9:16:47 to 9:20:42. We'll see another kind of 9:15-ish pacing effort here as these runners try to chase after a new personal best. And as we've seen a couple of these races underway, the time to beat is from that first section there. And as these athletes try to measure themselves against the best in the country, you're not just racing the guys in your heat, you're trying to get as high up on those overall rankings as possible, as we see the seeded sections of this championship will be tomorrow afternoon, but if I'm in Heat 3 or Heat 2 and I have a really good day, I'm thinking about how high can I finish in the overall standings, right?
Absolutely.
And they're off. We got a little bit of a fall. Don't see that too often in the 2 mile, but it's nice to get everybody quickly recalled so you don't have to do too much extra racing. I think a lot of times you got to be able to roll with the punches in track, and whether it's a long hold at the start or a little trip, being able to reset, kind of mentally compose yourself, particularly in these long distance races where you do not want the adrenaline flowing in the first half of a 2 mile.
Absolutely.
That is as much a skill as any of the physical training that you do, is being able to just keep your cool under pressure.
Well, as we said, one scratch still makes us a 19-athlete race, so a lot of bodies in a very small area trying to all jockey for position. And, to that point, David, it's interesting. My college coach actually during cross-country season used to have us do sort of like surprise challenges where we'd be out on the cross-country course and he'd jump out from behind a tree and say, drop and give me 3 push-ups, don't stop your watch, and then keep going. And the whole point being, anything can happen in a race. If you fall, if you get tripped up, if something doesn't go the way you want it to, learn how to keep the heart rate low, find the breath again, get your mind back right so that you can get the job done. And these guys looking like they're away safely and well into the first lap and a half of this third section of 7 of our timed boys 2 mile championship finals. As you mentioned, seed times very tight again, 9:16 to 9:20, and we were told that the pace lights would be set at the time run by the winner of the previous heat, although in this case I think it might be set to 9:15 again, given that that is the time run by our opening section. And a very dodgy, sort of bunched up first couple of laps here. As you see there, the tall figures in the purple kits, those are the Mazzio brothers from Lower Merion. We saw them in action yesterday in the DMR championship final, bookending their team to an 8th place finish. So they're working strong together up front. So too Griffin Cords of Carroll and Jackson Nolan of Evansville. But really throw a blanket over the whole field early on. The pace lights just behind our front group of about 6 athletes.
Little shrug from the leader there. What's he? Is he lost track of his laps already? They're only 600 meters into this race, but as the lead changes again, maybe he was hoping and asking for a little help leading here, as these athletes, want to win the heat and want to compete, but they also want a fast time, and that, oftentimes in the distance races is a team effort to keep the pace honest in the early laps. And if I'm Alex Mazzio, I'm also saying, hey, I already got championship DMR on my legs last night. Somebody else do this early pace.
Exactly. Well, and as we say that, that's certainly what's happening here with Cords of Carroll coming up to take over those pacing duties. And now looking like he's actually stretching things out down the back stretch a bit. Glad to see that, as the pace lights are inching ever closer to nipping at their heels. Again, these guys, several of them capable within a second so far this season of running that 9:15 thrown down by Keegan Galdine in section number 1. Carroll looking really strong. He's got that long, sort of bouncy, lopey stride up front, but very efficient, face completely relaxed. And to his outside now, I believe that's Logan Tauch.
Yeah, it's worth noting that these athletes are not, we saw some of these, stretched out single file lines in the first couple of heats. These athletes are not tucked in. They're sort of raring near the front and really looking to keep this pace honest, as we have another lead change with Tauch moving into the front here from Melissa High School in Texas. He's probably thinking, I came all the way from Texas. I'm not here to run slow.
Well, that's it. It's such a fascinating mentality. I know we can both relate to this, but in championship style mid-distance racing, it's always that balance of not wanting to be the sacrificial lamb that does all the work up front, but you also don't want to let it get too slow because no one wants to take it, and then you've kind of thrown the race out the window. You need to take advantage of these opportunities First of all, they don't come around that often, and second of all, you're at the New Balance National Championships. This is it. This is the season closer for the majority of these athletes. Time to throw down and see what we're made of, girls and boys, and here we go. Toch continuing to extend that lead and pull Griffin Cords along with him. We love to see
a real injection of pace too. You know, they've dipped under 33 seconds a lap. They're up in the 32 highs now. So these guys are really gunning for something pretty fast here as they come up on halfway. Toch has gapped the field a little bit. You know, he is not contented to just sit at the front. He actually wants to put the hurt on the competition early in this race. As he comes up, we'll try and get you a mile split from our vantage point. It looked like a 4:31 mid as they come through now in the second half of the race. If you are following along with our live splits, you'll notice that they are taken from the finish line, so they are not quite accurate to the mile or quarter miles here until you hit the end of the race. But Toch has taken this thing by storm, and he has not looked back once as he clicks off these 32 high laps and seems to be determined to run his race. And his race right now looks like something like a 9:10 or even faster effort.
Well, we should, mention that was a good point that, of course, our splits are taken at the lap plus 18 meter mark each time, meaning that it was 1,618 meters, not a mile. Yet for comparison, 4:33, the split there for Toch, that is a solid 6.5 seconds up on what was run by our opening section. So a much more evenly paced race here. You know, we had to rely on a 32 and then a 30-second final 2 laps out of section number 1 to get down into that 9:15 range. This looks like it's going to be a far more evenly distributed effort.
And so they'll come around, and Toch really has opened up a gap on the field here that has only grown. He's now got about 40 meters on the chasers here. It looks like Thomas Isanovsky in second as Toch has a K to go and still looks pretty comfortable. He doesn't look like he's hurt yet, but the University of North Texas commit is really looking to make a name for himself here on the national stage with a really strong run in Heat 3 of this boys championship 2-mile. He's going to come up on a couple lapped runners in a second here as Toch has opened it up, and there is a chase pack here that includes Nicholas Mazzio, Thomas Ivanovsky, and a couple other of these runners, Griffin Cords. And it's worth noting that those guys are still running a sub 9:15 race. It seems like Toch, if anything, you know, has unlocked another level of potential for him, because he is on track to notch what has to be a big personal best.
Well, I think it will be, because his indoor PR is actually a 3,000 meter conversion, so that 9:19 seed time for the 2-mile is based on an 8:38.50 that was run for a flat 3,000 just about a month and a half ago. So this is most likely going to be a PR both in the 2-mile and for that conversion to the 3,000. But look at the strength and power with which Toch is continuing to click by each lap. You can tell that he's working, but it doesn't look painful. That's how you want to be feeling at this point in the race. And he's just continuing to increase that cadence, turnover really strong. The arms are close to the body. He's not rocking and rolling through the shoulders. He looks really, really strong. And he's coming up on only 2 laps to go, running completely solo here at the Reggie Lewis Center.
And Toch, a really strong cross-country runner as well, clearly did not want to leave it to a kick, as he has almost a 60 or 70 meter lead. It's the length of the backstretch right now, as it looks like Nicholas Mazzio has taken on the role of chaser here in this chase pack. But Toch has this race locked up as he comes up on the bell lap, and not only that, but he is in store for a very fast time as he hits the bell right around 8:30. Toch is going to be driving those arms, pulling it as fast as he can. You see a little bit of a a grimace there as he tucks his shoulders and tries to get that last little bit of effort out. With 100 meters to go, Logan Toach is in for a absolute huge personal best as he comes under the arch. The crowd gets on their feet. A lot of appreciation for this incredible performance as Logan Toach will come across the line in a fantastic time of 9:06.51. A really strong performance. Mazzio in second, 9:11.48. Still a really fast run.
And a 30-second closing lap there for Mazzio. And, you know, if we could see him just in the back of our picture over that last lap as Toach was, you know, continuing to dominate up front. Mazzio was turning over crazy fast, and I think if he had gone perhaps a lap earlier, he would have gotten awfully close to Toach. You can see that Toach really has given his all. You love to see that even distribution, like I said, of the effort throughout. He didn't run as fast a closing lap, but that meant that he was running much faster throughout the second half of this race to make sure that he put himself in the best position for a big lifetime best, and he did. Won by 5 seconds, 9:06.50, our first sub 9:10 performance of the day. 9:11 for Mazzio, 9:13 for Nathan Lee.
Yeah, four runners under the previous fastest time of the day. Roman Serpina, another Thompson training athlete with a big personal best, 9:13.92. And it really goes to show that, you know, one athlete, you know, putting himself out there and setting the tone elevates the whole field as these guys are in line to really get the most out of their opportunity here at the Reggie Lewis track.
Well, 2 sections remaining in our unseeded section of the championships boys 2 mile. And we say thank you and goodbye now to David Melly for his services here at the Reggie Lewis Center. He's off to do double duty elsewhere throughout the track action of Track City this weekend. But on our circuit now ahead of us, like I said, 2 more exciting sections of our boys 2 miles. Section number 4 now. And away in section number 4 of 7, 4 of 5 being raced today. Pace lights will be set to 9:06, which was the winning time in our previous section. And that is well ahead of all of the seed times out of this group of young men. We have Paul Moore, William Pardue, Jack Courtney, Asher Beck, Will Venable, Ian McAllister, Joseph Jacot, Alex Fisher, Colin Fisher, Connor Long, Ethan Powell, Eli Ing, Samuel Ferguson, Kevin Sherry, Zach Troutman, Arnav Shetty, Alex Kemp, and Elijah Forrest. 2 scratches in the form of Beck and Long makes this a 16 athlete race. And again, those pace lights set to 9:06. Which of course was the time just run by Logan Toach, doing it in brave, strong fashion. And right now up front to the early lead, that is Eli Ing. Out of Jackson High School in Ohio. And another race that has started off fairly conservatively with these athletes tightly bunched, and moves being made early around the outside as well. Now move on the outside there, that's William Pardue. The tall figure in blue, happy to take over the pace-setting duties ahead of the rest of this pack. William Pardue out of Winchester, Virginia. He is a University of New Mexico commit. now things get strung out down the back stretch. About a quarter of the way into this race, you can see that the pace has really picked up, and the pace lights now well behind about 2/3 of this field. Pardue a 9:12.62 miler at his best. Looking to drop that time down by a few clicks or more. Eli Ilg continuing to run in second, just on the outside shoulder there of Pardue. That's a smart place to be. You don't want to run any further than you need to, but of course you're able to cover moves and stay out of trouble should anyone come up around you. But really strung out now, with each athlete just training their eyes on the runner in front of them as the tempo continues to increase. Went from running 36 and 34 seconds down to 32s, and that's why things got spread out. Now it slows ever so slightly again, and we're seeing another move by the tall figure on the outside there. That may be Christian Jimenez. With Noah Matthews tucked in between those two taller runners. And I apologize, that is Will Venable. We have a wrong heat sheet here. So Will Venable and Alex Fisher running right around that 33-second mark. These two very experienced mid-distance runners, and trying to use all of that past experience to ensure that they're running the shortest line, but not getting trapped on the inside. Really bunched up now. This is that accordion that David was talking about, going back and forth. So through halfway in 4:34, which is just a touch slower than what we saw out of our third section. So I think that's why these athletes are starting to make some moves up front. The pace lights have caught them again. And now we end up playing musical chairs, where there can be a lot of energy wasted going back and forth around each other. Will Venable happy to take over and see who will go with him. Will Venable also with a 9:12 seed, and he's got 6 laps remaining as he comes through the finish line. That 9:12 was set earlier this season at the Virginia Showcase. Venable going to NC State in the fall, and pulling Alex Fisher along as well. So with 5 laps to go, it is those two, with Zach Troutman of Carroll, having seen his teammates run well already today, trying to get up on their backs. But now a move by Fisher on the outside, and he'll take over for the first time in this race. Those pace lights right on the heels of our 2 leaders. Again, set to the fastest time of the day so far, which is that 9:06. Less than 800 meters remain for Alex Fisher and Will Venable. Fisher now extending that gap back to Will Venable. Fisher, just a sophomore. but taking charge of this thing. Less than 600 meters remain, and now he is really getting ahead of those pace lights. Again, set to 9:06. Fisher comes in as a 9:13 athlete from this season, and putting in the work necessary to better that by a significant margin. Turning over really well despite the fatigue. And he's going to see the clock flash about 7:56 with 2 laps to go. Alex Fisher he's going to have potentially some company over this last 300 meters as Zach Troutman has moved back into second. But Alex Fisher looking fantastic as he will come into the home stretch for the penultimate time and hear the bell. 8:30 on the clock with 1 lap remaining. He's going to have to run a 30-second final 200 if he wants to get under that 9-minute mark. But it is sure to be a PR either way. Fisher cruising down the backstretch. Troutman working the arms, trying to catch him, but this has been all Alex Fisher for the last several laps of this thing. And he is set to take the win here in section number 4 of this championship boys 2-mile. Looking at the clock, it's going to be just outside 9 minutes. 9:03.18, and that is the new time to beat. Very consistent running with 33, 33, and 32 as his final 3 laps. Another athlete who put the work in early to make sure that he could get every ounce of strength from that race, and what a place to do it. Flash in the wings. He's knocking to the door of that 9-minute mark, and that is sure to be within his sights very soon. Sets him up well for the outdoor season, and what a way to close out his 2-mile experience at the New Balance National Indoor Championship. Zach Troutman 9:04.42, and then Venable 9:11.40. Another 7 athletes go sub 9:20, with 2 of them breaking 9:10. So that's now 3 athletes under the 9:10 barrier. You gotta love anytime a mid-distance athlete has the energy to give an interview immediately post-race. Did it all by himself, did the work early. So we'll have 1 section left on track to conclude our afternoon session of mid-distance racing, and that will be the 5th unseeded championship boys 2-mile race. Following that, we will have 5 sections of the girls. The 2 fastest seeded sections of each event will be held tomorrow. Got awfully close to the sub 9-minute barrier on that last race. Surely we will see that go down here. We have 2 athletes already with times eclipsing 9 minutes. These are Andrew Hauser and Paul Bergeron, both seniors, taken to the track in this final section of boys 2-mile racing. Oh, and a hard fall there as we're recalled after a trip at the start. just wait to see if we give these athletes some time to sort of reset and refocus. That was a really hard fall just off the back line. Again, 22 runners set to take to the start line. Looks as though we do have 6 DNSs, but that's still a 16 athlete race. So away cleanly now. 16 runners on track for this 5th section of the boys 2 mile. Times all bunched around that 9-minute to 9:10 average. 2 athletes with sub 9-minute performances. One of them, unfortunately, a DNS. That's Andrew Hauser. Will not be in this race. But eyes then should be on Paul Bergeron, who comes in with an 8:51 clocking. That was a seed from an outdoor 2 mile PR back in 2023. But early on, this is Jaron Weisner. Deciding to take this thing out very fast. Weisner with the glasses, looks like splitting his watch even. A 64-second opening quarter. That is absolutely flying. He's got the speed suit on, and he's on a mission, clearly. Weisner has a 9:11.79 seed. And might have just gotten out a little hot there. Looks like he might be slowing, which would be a smart move just to kind of take order of things here as he goes through 2 laps, 3 laps in 1:38. So that has been 32, 31, and 33 opening laps thus far. So doing it the hard way from the front. This continues to be Jaron Weisner. Jaron Weisner out of Oregon Mountain High School in New Mexico. And as David said earlier, when you come from far and wide to these New Balance National Championships, you want to make sure that you make the most out of the experience. But that gap shrinking with 11 laps to go now. Still well ahead of the pace lights, but you see the rest of the pack starting to make their way up to our leader. Gableman in second. That's Ben Gableman, the senior, trying to get back up on the heels of Weisner, who's done entirely solo work over the first 6 laps of this race. And now they're neck and neck. As Gableman moves into the lead, it's a 34-second lap. Gableman comes in as one of the faster athletes of this bunch at 9:08. And looks like a pretty smooth operator up front from Westerville, Ohio. So about 4:32. .431 through 1,618 meters. So with 8 laps remaining, that is the fastest split of the day so far, but not by much, as you can see the pace lights right up on our leaders. Again, those lights set to 9:03 tempo. So if we're going to see some sub-9 performances, these guys have got to start cranking things down now. Ben Gableman headed to Syracuse University in the fall. And now he's putting some gap on our early leader, but you can see there a trio working somewhat together to try to pack up with these two early leaders up front. So trailing them right now, that is Brendan McMahon, Quinn Parrish, and Luke Alverson. And they've got the benefit of working together to try to get up on the backs of these two, Weisner and Gableman. There you see the distance between each of the athletes. So Gableman really doing well to maintain that lead. He's got the lights for company, but nothing else. And a nice move behind by McMahon, the shorter athlete in the white singlet. He's coming up on the shoulder of Jaron Weisner. 5 laps remain now. Gableman continues to lead. Lights just edging away from him as he's got 4 laps remaining. We've seen each of these sections at this point in the race have a clear leader up front doing all the work solo. You can see there Brendan McMahon clearly in second now, and he's being chased by Quinn Parrish, and Jaron Weisner still trying to hold on at the back of that pack. But 600 meters remain for Gableman. That was another 34-second lap, so he's been incredibly consistent, and now he'll have the advantage of being able to lap some of the athletes ahead of him. Pull them into his sights and then go around and try to get some momentum from that. But Gableman still clearly in the lead. And coming out of that New Balance arch, he'll come up on 2 laps remaining, quarter mile left. He's been so controlled and so consistent. And now he has 300 meters to go. Just chasing those pace lights. He knows he needs to get right on them. He's going to hear the bell now. About 8:28 on the clock. 8:30 was what was set out of our last heat with 1 to go. And Gableman chasing down a 9-minute performance. And he knows it. The crowd is electric here at the Reggie Lewis Center, willing him forward. 100 meters remain now. And our 2-miler has turned into a sprinter as Ben Gableman senses he's going to be awfully close to that 9-minute mark. Eyes on the clock here. He might just dip under it. 8:58 unofficially for Ben Gableman, and that means that it was a 29.9 final 200. What a gutsy close for the senior. He's happy with that. 8:58.02 officially. What an impressive run to take things out as fast as he did and still find the wherewithal to turn over with another gear or 2 or 3 in the closing lap of that race. That is the fastest time of the day, and that is the fastest time of our unseeded sections of the boys' 2-mile race. Fast laps all around by our competitors behind this young man. 29.9 closing lap. Brendan McMahon also gets under the 9:10 barrier. 9:04.07. Quinn Parrish 9:06.41, and then Jake Seabout 9:09.40. So another quartet of sub-9 performers. It's been quite a day here at the Reggie Lewis Center, and we aren't done yet. So 7 athletes under 9:10 here in the unseeded sections of the boys' 2-mile. And I believe next on track, because we are a little bit ahead of schedule, we're going to try to squeeze in the pentathlon 1,000-meter for the boys, the final event here. So, of course, this will be the deciding event for this pentathlon. So our leader right now coming into this final of 5 events is Jackson McKay. These guys having already completed 4 events. And of course, the most grueling event of any multi-event competition, the mid-distance finale. As we mentioned, Jackson McKay in the lead right now, points-wise. Cooper Williams in second and Chase Lathrop in third. Just as we've seen in our other mid-distance races, the athletes on the outside will start the first 150 in their box and then cut in. And at the cut-in, that is Kyle Kurtz of Bethel. A very fast opening lap of 28.64. So Kurtz continues to lead. An unbelievably fast opening 400-meter split of 59.44. That was a 28 and then a 30. Cooper Williams, who sits in second overall, just trailing right behind. And then Gerald Jimenez is in third at the moment. 2 laps remain for our leaders, and this is where that effort of the last day of competition really sets in. Seeing the pace start to slow down the backstretch, and Williams starting to make up some of that gap to our leader, Kurtz. So McKay again in the lead, but only by 20 points. So Williams knows that if he can turn out a quick 1,000-meter final event here, he could catapult himself into the lead and take the win of this national pentathlon McKay now in third, but he's down by 5 seconds. He's going to have to really turn over here if he's going to get on the heels of Williams and maintain his hold on the race, on the event, I should say. Williams edging ever closer to Kurtz, but behind there's a threat because here comes Malmstrom. Malmstrom in fifth in the point scoring. And at the line, it is going to be Williams taking the win. And that is enough to secure his win in the pentathlon. He did it all when it counted at the end. 2:45.37 for the BC Athletics senior Cooper Williams, and that secures his title here at New Balance Nationals Indoors. Kyle Kurtz, very close finish as well, 2:45.75, and Malmstrom 2:45.90. Jackson McKay, who came into this event as the leader after 4, closes in 2:47.01 fourth. That will be good enough for second overall on the points total, so 32.80 for Cooper Williams to take the title, 3,083 points for Jackson McKay of the Banting Broncos to secure second. But what a valiant effort there by the tall man, taking the win here. He will go home the 2024 New Balance National Indoor Pentathlete Champion. Lots of photo ops and excitement for him yet to come. And next on track, we have the first of 5 sections of our unseeded girls 2-mile championships. As we saw with the boys, we will go from slowest to fastest seed times, and compiled results will yield our winner. Our 5 unseeded sections will go today, and our 2 fastest seeded sections will be contested tomorrow at the track at New Balance. We are here at the beautiful Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center. It's been a thrilling 3 days of action, and there's lots more to come. Short hold on track. Athletes competing in this first of 5 unseeded sections are Megan Morgan, Nora Braham, Haley Brown, Madeline Cushmond, Lucia Rodbro, Mallory Hildreth, Chelsea Hartman, Kylie DeFusco, Allison Cosper, Kira Lowley, Eva Craig-Melino, Olivia Murray, Lauren Augustine, Anna Desmero, Skylar Watts, Alexandra Weingard, and Hannah Casper. Pace lights will be set in this event to 11 minutes, times ranging from 11:02 to 11:06 on paper, but if this meet has taught us anything, it is that those seed times don't mean much. It is all about competition and PRs here at the fastest party on the planet. 16 young women taking to the 16 circuits of this 200-meter oval. That is DeFusco off to the early lead. Cumberland athlete, the junior. So a very speedy opener here for the first 2 laps for Kira Lauman, who now decides to take on the work up front. Of course, the quick math tells us that 11 minutes for a 2 mile is 5:30 per mile. And these girls are out at about 5:20 tempo, so well ahead of their scheduled pace. Pace lights just coming into view at the top of your screen there. And already there's been about 40 meters put on them. This is Kira Lohman. Lohman, just a sophomore out of Allegheny High School in Covington, Virginia. And she's got a great dynamic bouncy stride there, looking very, very smooth and comfortable up front. Great focus there by the sophomore. She's being followed closely though by Haley Brown of Ravenscroft, North Carolina. Brown comes in with an 11:03 best, and now she is latching on to the back of our leader. These two working well together with 11 laps to go. Very consistent pacing up front. We've seen 39 and 38 seconds per lap. Which again keeps them right at about 5:20 per mile. See if they can maintain that. That would be a fantastic result. That would get them well under 11 minutes, closer to 10:40. As we said, this is a true 2 mile, so many of these athletes accustomed to running 3,200 meters or even a flat 3,000 meters. This is a true 2 mile race. So if you're following along with our splits, they will be 18 meters essentially ahead on each lap split. Lohman still continuing to lead. And there's been no real change in her stride or her composure at all so far in this opening 8 laps as we come up on 1 mile. Tempo has slowed ever so slightly, but still very strong running up front as they approach the halfway mark in just about 5:19. So that's really, really strong cruising. 5:20 at 1,618 meters. Of course, that would put them at 10:40 pace. You can see just the back of screen that there's another duo who have separated from the pack. That's Chelsea Hartman and Eva Cragnolino. And now they're starting to make up the gap on our front 2 runners here. And within the space of about a lap and a half, a 2-athlete race is quickly becoming one of 3. So this is Chelsea Hartman, who's connected up with our early leaders. Hartman comes in with an 11:04 seed. So all of these girls well ahead of PR pace. You can just see the pace lights at the top left of your screen. That indicates 11-minute tempo. So well ahead of that by about 40 meters. And now Hartman swinging wide and deciding to take on the challenge up front. Moving into 5 laps to go. So just coming up on 1,000 meters remaining for these runners. Hartman really paced herself well, relaxed a bit through the opening laps of this race, allowing the leaders to take things out just a little bit faster, and now she's benefiting from having bided her time and exercised some patience. She's going to come up on 4 to go. So a half mile remains, and Hartman still stringing things out here. She's of Shady Side Academy in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Her PR is 11 minutes for 3,200, and she is on tempo to get awfully close to that here for a true 2-mile race. She'll see 3 laps to go as she approaches the finish line, and now real separation by Hartman back to Brown and Lohman continuing to work together. Hartman swinging wide around a lapped athlete. I think she just got the sense that the pace was slowing with the girls she was working with, because that was a couple of 41-second laps, which have been the slowest of the race so far, but she's still pulling away from the rest of the field. Chelsea Hartman will come through the start-finish line with 400 meters remaining. Another 41-second lap. So it's the senior leading the junior Haley Brown and the sophomore Kira Lohman. They're still working together well behind her in those blue and pink shorts. But Chelsea Hartman opens things up even more with 300 meters remaining. Powering forward with those arms, she'll see that red New Balance arch and know that she only has to enter it one more time. Bell lap here for the Shady Side Academy athlete. 10:12 on the clock. A 40-second lap as she is on pace to be well under 11 minutes. Chelsea Hartman making great work of this race and about to cruise to a lifetime best here in this first section of unseeded championship girls 2-mile races. Into the final 50 meters, getting good support from our crowd, and it's going to be a sub 11-minute clocking. Chelsea Hartman of Shady Side Academy, 10:51.94. Excellent solo work in the last mile of that race by Hartman, and another 40-second clocking, so consistency abounding for this young woman. Kira Lohman and Haley Brown, after doing so much of that work early on, also hold on for sub 11-minute performances. So 10:56 for Lohman, 10:59 for Brown, but no one in sight here as Chelsea Hartman charges for the finish line all by herself. Great effort and a smile from Hartman, as you see those times populating there. 3 under 11, and then Cragnolino and DeFusco right at 11:01. All of our top 10 breaking that 11:10 barrier. A fabulous opener to the first of 5 unseeded sections in our championship girls 2-mile. Section 2 now of our girls unseeded championship 2-mile final. (16 athletes in this section as well. Pace lights to be set to 10:51 tempo, which was of course the winning time by Chelsea Hartman in our opening heat. Wearing hip 1 is Natalia Gerasimo. Molly Weithman in 2. Zoe Mosher wears 3. Lucia Werner wears 4. Blair Bartlett 5. Hazel Calway wears 6. Ellie Velasquez wears 7. Avery Bike wears 8. Lucinda Jones is in 9. Madeline Gump 10. Adeline Barker 11. Joyner Evans 12. Madeline Gibson 13. Elena Kaznicki in 16. Gracelyn Loudermilk in 17, and Jaden Harberts, hip 18. As I said, 10:51 the pace lights set to, and these runners all capable of that on their best day. So early days still, but that is Velasquez up on the outside shoulder of Jaden Harberts. It looks like a bit of a smile there in the lead in the all-black kit for Velasquez. That's how you want to run. Relaxed and happy up front to be taking charge of this section here at the New Balance National Championships. To their inside is Blair Bartlett of the Lawrence School. Looking pretty smooth and comfortable up front. Looking like she's having the time of her life is Ellie Velasquez. Again, she comes in with a 10:58 best. She's a junior. She continues to lead Blair Bartlett and Jaden Harberts, running right around 38 seconds a lap right now. So again, that is a quicker tempo than what we saw out of section number 2, at least as an average. And these three working very well together over the opening laps of this race. Ellie Velasquez, like I said, a junior out of Glen Allen High School in Virginia. She's got a 3:02 personal record in the 1,000 meter. And she's a 10:49 3,200 meter runner. She is not afraid to take charge of this race. A 40-second lap now, so all in that same 38 to 40-second range after a very quick opening several laps. Blair Bartlett tucked in there in the red kit is just a 9th grader, so the freshman doing a great job of Lawrenceville, New Jersey to stick with these older athletes, as for the first time that is Jaden Harbert's taking the lead. The senior, she's headed to Syracuse in the fall. And this is why we're starting to see some effort showing on the faces of these runners, because that was a 5:15 opening 1,600 meters. And of course, that puts them right around 10:30 pace, which would blow their PRs out of the water. Good to see these girls sharing in the lead. As Velasquez tucks in behind Harberts and Bartlett. Blair Bartlett has a PR indoors of 5:19 in the 1 mile, meaning that she just went through the opening 1,618 meters of this 2 mile faster than she's ever covered a 1 mile. Now they are going to start lapping some other athletes as they come up there on the shoulder of Weithman. And Bartlett, the freshman, taking charge. And a smile there from her as well. 5 laps remain. And I apologize, I made an error there. That is Weithman to the lead now. The O'Connell Track Club senior is taken over in the glasses in the front, as you see some of the athletes from our next section just striding out at top of track. So 4 athletes coming up now to 4 laps to go. Half mile remains, and then it's another 42-second lap. So it is Weithman, Bartlett, Harberts, and Velasquez. 2 seniors, a junior, and a freshman, all still in contention for the win of this second section. The pink glasses of Weithman up front. And she is stringing things out. 500 meters remain. Bartlett sticking to her like glue, and Velasquez doing all she can to hold on in the back. Harbert's out the back of this train, but just barely. It's been very consistent running. Less than 2 laps to go now. Inside 400 meters, and a big move there by Blair Bartlett, the gutsy freshman from the Lawrenceville School. Throwing down the gauntlet with 300 meters to go. And this freshman is en route to an enormous PR. Again, she already ran a lifetime best through 1 mile halfway, and she is showing no signs of slowing. In fact, she kicks it into high gear. She's being chased by Ellie Velasquez, who does not want to be left in the dust. Velasquez finding another gear or two, swinging wide around Weithman. Bartlett grimacing and doing all she can with 100 to go. Here comes Velasquez on her back. It's going to be a race to the end. The times are going to be speedy. Velasquez, Bartlett now trying to hold on, and it will be Blair Bartlett, the freshman, having the race of her life. Velasquez holds on for second. Blair Bartlett, what an unbelievable performance. 10:40.93 for the 9th grader out of the Lawrenceville School. And she looks absolutely unfazed by what just happened. That was a 35-second close for the last 200 meters for this incredibly talented freshman. Ellie Velasquez, 10:41.24. Wow, there wasn't a PR on this list under 10:55 until today. And a fantastic battle over the last 30 meters or so between Bartlett and Velasquez. Bartlett finds another iota of strength as she feels that threat from Velasquez on her shoulder. And both are rewarded with huge PRs. What a race. Section number 2, and we have 7 girls under the 11-minute mark. So section 3 on track now. Our third of 5 unseeded heats being run today. Pace lights being set to 10:40 here for heat number 3. Sixteen runners on track. Juliet Fordstrom, Shaylin McNally, Daniela Scheffler, Kylene Brady, Olivia Holbrook, Kenya Leach, Kaylee Norris, Addison McGoey, Catherine Greenwald, Mary Richmond, Catherine Morey, Olivia Shelvold, Cassie Garcia, Mariel Rowland, Abigail Anstead, and Kate Conklin. Again, pace lights at 10:40. These runners all with 10:52 to 10:56 PRs. Those seed times seem not to matter here at the New Balance National Indoor Championships. They're often bettered significantly by the end of the race. So our early leader here, Kenya Leach, also just a freshman. Out of Columbia City, Indiana. Already a little bit of separation with our top 5. It is Leach, the freshman, leading McGoey, the senior. Addison McGoey out of Kent Place School in Summit, New Jersey, headed to Amherst College in the fall. She set an indoor 1600 meter PR of 5:12 earlier this year. Now move on the outside in the all-black kit. That is Catherine Morey. It's actually Shaylin McNally, my apologies, out of New Jersey. Athlete still running around that 38-39 second range. Now McNally, the 10:52 senior, deciding she really wants to get this thing rolling. No one wanting to go with her. She's put on a significant lead just in the last lap or so. She comes through with 10 laps to go. Shaylin McNally out of Haddonfield, New Jersey. She's coming off a new shiny lifetime best in the 800 meters of 2:11, set at Ocean Breeze about 3 weeks ago. And looking really strong up front, but she's being pursued closely now by Kaylee Norris out of Harrisonville, Missouri. And that gap is all but gone as Norris makes contact with McNally. The rest of the field on their heels, so through halfway in about 5:19. I should say through 1,618 meters, so 8 laps remaining at 5:19. And they're just ahead of those pace lights, about the top 5 or 6. Again, the lights set to 10:40 tempo. And now they've all packed back up, and that means that the pace is lagging quite a bit at the front. Everyone's queuing up, and now we see a move on the outside. I believe that's Mariel Rowland, the tall figure in the pink there, and Catherine Morey. Decide to try to get things moving here, but it remains Kaylee Norris in the lead, right on the pace lights. Pace has slowed over the last few laps. They were running pretty consistently at 38, 39. There was a 41 in there and then a 40 high. And now as they see 6 laps to go on the lap counter, things start moving. Mariel Rowland out of the Hutchinson School in Memphis. She's headed to the University of Alabama in the fall. She's got a 10:55 lifetime best in this event from her 3rd place finish at the Tennessee State Championships just a couple of weeks ago. So she is at the top of her game. And now with 5 laps remaining, 1,000 meters to go, she is working hard to stay with our leader, who continues to be Kaylee Norris. Pride of Hendersonville, Missouri, taking charge with 800 meters to go. She sees those lights and she wants to get up on them. This is Kaylee Norris with another 40-second lap, so 8:02 at 2,418 meters. All by herself now, cruising down that backstretch. Norris has a lifetime best of 10:52.90. Kaylee Norris looking very strong with 3 laps to go. 600 meters remain now. As the lights get just further and further away from her, she's trying to get caught back up on them. Again, they are set to the fastest time so far, which is 10:40. There you see a big pack behind her, everyone queuing up, heading into 500 meters to go. But Kaylee Norris has just been miss consistency around this track. Another 40-second lap for her. She'll head into the home straight with 2 laps remaining, 400 meters to go. And she starts turning over, getting some encouragement from the crowd here at the Reggie Lewis Center. She has 5 seconds over the next place athlete. You can see back there, Catherine Morey, the freshman out of Winston Churchill in Maryland. And that is Morey and Anstadt working together hard to try to get back up on the heels of Norris. But Kaylee Norris has led for much of the last mile, and she will hit the bell at 10:07 on the clock. She's done so much work. But now she's being overtaken by Catherine Morey, the freshman passing the junior. And Morey coming alive here, looking more like a half-miler rather than a 2-miler. Less than 100 meters to go, and Catherine Morey is running away with this thing. Morey at 10:53.8 as her best, and Anstedt now coming around into the home stretch as well, but it is going to be Catherine Morey taking the victory in section 3 here, 10:44.69. 10:46 flat for Abigail Anstadt. What a huge final lap there for Morey. Closed in 36.2 after running 41 seconds consistently throughout this race. Flashing the W for the camera. So the freshman from Maryland cruising for home here. Great close there too by Anstadt in the blue shorts. Anstadt of Cub Athletics, also a freshman, so a pair of 9th graders take section number 3, 10:44.69, 10:46 flat, and 10:50 for Kaylee Norris. Another 6 athletes under 11 minutes at the end of 3 sections of our unseeded championship girls 2 mile. And away now with section 4 of 5 of our unseeded 2 mile championship girls races happening today. Our 2 fastest sections will be contested at the track at New Balance tomorrow. We've seen incredible running so far for these mid-distance races here at the Reggie Lewis Center in Boston. So it looks like there are 5 last-minute scratches here. So we will have 12 girls on track. So we have Elizabeth Smits, Shannon Zugelder, Ava Malagisi, Sophia Zolasi, Shauna Barton, Josefina Rastrelli, Gabrielle Hamill, Aiden McGrath, Olivia Williams, Harper Shirley, Morgan Kobolinski, Josie Schill, and Tiffany Sachs. Seed times here, 10:48 to 10:52. We've already got 16 sub-11-minute clockings today. And we are bound to see several more over the next 2 sections. Pace lights set once again to 10:40, which is our fastest time of the day, courtesy of the freshman, Blair Bartlett, from our previous section. Right now with 3 laps completed, this is Shannon Zugelder. Apologies, that's Elizabeth Smits of Carroll up in the lead. Sophia Zlowski sits behind her. And then Shauna Barton currently in 3rd, but all of these athletes packed up very closely right now. Josefina Rastrelli now swinging wide in the blue kit up on the shoulder of our leader. About 2:41 through 818 meters. So again, 10:40 the time to beat. Rastrelli, the tall runner in the blue on the outside there, out of Warsaw Community High School in Indiana. She's headed to the University of Indiana next year. Should be a strong addition to that team. It continues to be Smits up at the lead. Junior out of Carroll. Now a lead change as we see Aiden McGrath take to the front. And McGrath, a big push to the front. Our top 5 athletes or so still ahead of those pace lights. Nine laps remaining for McGrath, another 39-second lap. McGrath is out of Springfield, Virginia. She's headed to Virginia Tech in the fall. And she's got a 10:45 3200 best. Looking to throw down a great 2-mile time here. She's going to hit 1 mile about halfway in about 5:19. So just under slightly that 10:40 tempo laid by our last section. And now she is in close company with Sophia Zalowski. Zalowski, a junior out of Athens High School in Ohio. So those two ahead of the pace lights at 10:40 and working hard to increase their separation to the rest of the field. McGrath happy to continue just sitting at the front and pushing the pace, knowing that Zalowski is on her shoulders. So it remains these two, and the lights have caught them now with 6 laps to go. This is where the race is truly on. Fatigue is setting in. There's still a good amount of running left. And there you see a great look at the rest of the field with some moves being made in the shuffle behind these two leaders. McGrath and Zalowski. Zalowski up on the shoulder now. It is the sophomore now moving into the lead for the first time. And I just wonder if she saw those lights starting to get away from the front two and decided that she needed to make some moves to get back in charge of them. So 1,000 meters remains for Zalowski up front. She's out of Athens High School in the Plains, Ohio. And a 5:06 1,600 meter PR about a month ago, and wasn't much slower than that through 1 mile of this 2-mile race. So she is on track for a great lifetime best. She's broken 11 minutes. She ran 10:58.56 at the Virginia Showcase back in January. She's hoping to get well under that PR here today at the New Balance Nationals, and she is on track to do just that. Zalowski has been under 40 seconds her last 2 laps. She's inside 800 meters and continues to turn it on very strong down this home stretch. She'll see 3 laps remaining on the clock and has caught back up with those pace lights. If she can stay with them, this will be about an 18-second PR for her. Ava Malagisi has moved now into second, and she is about 4 seconds back on our leader, Zalowski. So it is the sophomore powering away for home with 500 meters to go. And there at the top of the screen, you see in that blue kit, Malagisi, and then Aiden McGrath holding on behind her, about another 2 seconds back at the last split. But Zalowski, great form, really good focus. She's dynamic with her stride, getting those knees up despite the fatigue, and she's going to come to the line here knowing that she only has 400 meters remaining. Sophia Zalasi. Going to the arms. And she's chasing those lights. She's going to come into the home stretch with 1 lap to go. Let's see what she can do over this final 200-meter circuit. About 10:01 on the clock with 200 to go. And she is achingly close to that 10:40 pace. Malagisi behind her, closing really strong as well. She's got about 150 to go, but it is all Sophia Zalasi. This has been a dominant, impressive run for the sophomore. Big close there by Malagisi, and she's going to come on strong. But it looks as though Zalasi will just hold on for the win. 10:41.89. And what a close for Malagisi. That was a 36-second final 200. Nice congratulations from her competitors. But 10:41.89 is about a 17-second PR for the 10th grader from Athens High in Ohio. $10:41.89 for Zalasi. Malagisi, 10:42.26. 10:45 for McGrath. And that means that we have another 8 athletes under 11 minutes. Great final push here. I'm not sure that Zalasi knew Malagisi was coming. Regardless, she was giving her all, and it paid off. So at the conclusion of 4 sections of our 2 miles, we have 23 athletes under 11 minutes, and we have 1 section remaining. In these unseeded timed finals of the girls' championship 2 mile. Times in this section ranging from 10:40 to 10:47. So we are likely to see those pace lights go out again at 10:40, which is the time to beat right now. Blair Bartlett from the 3rd section, the freshman, 10:40.93. 3 scratches in this final section of today means that we have 11 girls on track, and they are out to a cracking start for this opening lap. That is Holly Barker with a 37-second opening 200. That is cracking. So it is Aoife Chauvelin, Anna Maria Baqueta, Holly Barker, Mia Wickard, Rena Johnson, Chase Gilbert, Abigail Kowalchuk, Tian Ewings, Allison Lee, Chandler Welsh, and Hannah Andrachik. Barker continuing to lead up front. The junior, that was another 36-second lap. And Barker's a 10:42 athlete. She's running significantly faster than that right now. Again, the pace lights not in picture at all, and they are set to 10:40. So this could be a huge day, not only for our leader, but for several of our other athletes taking full advantage of this opportunity here at the Reggie Lewis Center at New Balance National Indoors 2024. So things really strung out early here in this fastest of our unseeded sections of the girls' 2 mile. Barker's margin of advantage starting to shrink ever so slightly as she passes through 4 laps. 2:31 for that half mile. And now it is Tian Ewings, another junior in that pink kit, working to make her way up to Barker. Holly Barker of Trabuco Hills Secondary School in Mission Viejo, California. She's coming off a lifetime best in the 1600 of 5 minutes flat. She set that just earlier this month. And a 3,200 meter PR of 10:33. So she is in the shape of her life and running like it. Barker, powerful, strong, focused. Showing great determination and maturity here. Again, you come to Boston all the way from California, you want to make the absolute best of this opportunity. So 6 laps down, 10 to go. That was another 38-second 200. See, she's increased that gap over Ewings, who remains in second. But Barker about 4 seconds up on Ewings at that last lap split and showing no signs of fading anytime soon. Holly Barker, also a very strong cross-country runner, and you can see that strength on display here. And at her next split, she will get a halfway mark, a 1 mile split. Again, the pace lights, which haven't even been part of the conversation in this race so far, are set to 10:40, the fastest time of the day, and they're not even in view of our camera shot right now. That's how far ahead this young woman is, and she goes through in about 5:04 through the mile. Well, she just set a 1600 lifetime best of 5 flat earlier this month, so 4 seconds off of that, and she's got 8 laps remaining in this race, looking like it is a jog out there, making easy work of this pace. In fact, it looks like she's picking it up as she goes. This is sensational running by the junior of Trabuco Hills. So much so, in fact, that in this fastest unseated section, she's about to start lapping athletes with 6.5 laps to go. Holly Barker went through 1,618 meters in 5:04, only 4 seconds slower than her 1,600 meter PR, and then picked it up, a 37.9, and now another 38-second lap. She is running the race of her life and making it look easy out there. No one in sight, and as she comes under the arch, she will enter the home stretch with 5 laps remaining, 1K to go. And Barker actually was scheduled to run in tomorrow's seeded final, but wasn't able to run tomorrow, so that's why she's in this section and showing how much stronger she is than this already very talented field. Top 10 at Cross Nationals last fall. And just like clockwork, another 38-second lap. And as she comes into the finish line now, she will have a half mile to go. Four laps remain. Another 38-second lap. We should mention a good battle happening behind her with Ewings, Lee, and Welsh, along with Johnson and Kowalchuk working together. This has been the Holly Barker show, but there are some great times manifesting in the pack behind as well, as Barker goes around yet another athlete here. On that last lap, Ewings a 41 to Lee's 40 and Welsh's 40. So we'll see some great times across the board. But Holly Barker now, 2 laps remaining. Good shot there of Barker passing Anna Maria Baqueta, who is a very strong runner in her own right. So this is absolutely sensational solo running up front. Barker entering the home stretch under the arch for the second to last time. The crowd cheering her on, and she will have 1 lap to go. Here's the bell. .9:34 with 200 meters remaining. And somehow she kicks it into even higher gear. She's been 38 seconds to the button for every one of the last 5 laps. And now the junior of Trabuco Hills coming in for her win in Section 5. The arms go up, and it is a sensational 10:11:42. What a run for a very happy Holly Barker. Jogs off the track like it's nothing. That was a 37-second close, and behind her, some excellent performances. You can see just off the shot there. These athletes that she's coming up on are being lapped. They're running quick in their own right, but Holly Barker took it from gun to tape. Looks very happy with her performance, stops her watch, smiled to the crowd. Allison Lee was second in 10:35:33. Chandler Welsh 10:36:97. Ewings 10:37, and our top 8 under 11 minutes. So that means that today we saw 31 runners in this girls' championship 2-mile break that 11-minute mark. And that's going to conclude our afternoon mid-distance action. We'll be back this evening for more distance action with our 5,000 championship run for boys. But before that, we've got some semifinals in the 60-meter hurdles and flat 60-meter to get to, as well as our championship 200-meter first rounds. I'm Kate Van Buskirk. Thank you so much for joining us today for our Day 3 coverage of the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships here at the Reggie Lewis Center. I'm going to turn things back over to our sprint specialists to take you through the rest of our afternoon action. Thanks for tuning in.
unplug the AC. It's that little D tap. Nope. And the unit itself. Right there. Nope. Right, you got a pack and cable.
Tripod. I'm good. Hutchison. And we are back at New Balance Indoor National Championships here at the Reggie Lewis Track Center. Super excited for this next couple of heats that we have. I'm Serenity Douglas, joined by Caitlin Hutchison. We back live in the booth.
What is up, y'all? Y'all don't know. Me and Serenity about to cut up, but look, these ladies are off in these hurdles going real fast, real smooth. We have got Yellow out in front, but she has got a competitor with her through the line. Hello.
And that's Taylor Cox with the big Q. 8:30. Macaria Harris with 8:43. Top two go to the finals.
And then the next fastest are going to join them. And that is going to be for all of the dash events.
Let's look at that replay.
Hello.
Just in case you missed it.
Taylor was playing no games coming over the hurdles, girl. You see her arm quick, fast, and in a hurry. She came across that line first to solidify her chances of being in the finals. If y'all don't know, they out here cheering for Taylor on the track. It's great out here.
It's going to be good. Caitlin, they don't know you. They don't know you that much.
I don't even know myself.
Were you a hurdler?
Yes, guys, once upon a time, I did dabble in the hurdles just a little bit. No, but for real, I used to be a multi for 2 summers. Please do not go look up my T-First or my Miles Split or my athletic.net because we will be having a problem.
And that's Caitlin Hutchison with a K. Caitlin Hutchison,
you know
please
what?
go straight to Miles
I'm
Split.
not about to play with Serenity because she's playing with me. Anyways, if y'all don't know, these hurdles, it is such a technical event.
Absolutely.
But something that I've seen with these women, with these young girls, it might be technical, but they don't got no fear in their hearts when it
They
comes
do
to
not.
these hurdles, okay?
Because when you're young, you think that you're more nervous, but when you're young, you're raw.
Okay.
You know, you don't have to think about life outside of this. You don't have to pay no bills. This is all you got to think about right here.
Heavy on don't pay no bills because I got to pay my rent soon. We have got the ladies in the blocks. I'm excited to see how the young girl from Bullis is going to do. You know, Bullis is a hot team.
They are straight out of Maryland.
I honestly believe if teams were scored, Bullis might win this meet. The ladies are off. Here they go. Oh, it's a tight race, but Bullis is going to win this heat. She will be advancing to the finals.
That's
That is
Kennedy Flynn.
8:47 with Gabriella Cunningham, 8:51 in second. Flynn and Cunningham will be going to the finals. That was a tight race, y'all.
It was absolutely tight. Well, it's the semifinals.
And they know they gotta run fast. You know, you can't just Serenity. When you're in a semifinal, you can't just, play it cool.
You can't.
Chill, because everyone and their mother wants to go to the finals. So
Absolutely.
everyone and their mother is going to put everything they have onto this track, because if they don't, baby, you're gonna be sitting in them stands, and nobody wants to be that person.
No.
We have got some more wonderful heats coming up. Are you excited, Serenity?
I'm really excited.
This low-key make me want to go hurdle. Like, I ain't
Okay,
even gonna
not all that. Relax.
Okay, first of all, okay.
I don't know. I don't know about all that because these girls are moving so fast they would smoke me.
Okay, they would smoke you, but I'm gonna get them something. I'm gonna get them something. Don't even worry about it. Nah, I'm so excited. These beautiful uniforms too, Serenity. I am loving it.
Yeah, what I've been liking, the New Balance kits. That was the thing coming to New Balance back in the day when I ran at New Balance. I cared about getting that kit so I could show off a little bit. You know, you're not wearing the normal uniforms. You're coming in here with the with the arm sleeves, the shades.
Now you know I wasn't fast enough to go to New Balance, girl.
Right.
You know.
Right.
I was kind of slow. But here I am cutting up. Here I am cutting up on the mic with Miss Serenity Douglas. Our ladies are about to get in the blocks very, very soon.
And here's some lane assignments for you all. Morgan Ryerson in lane 1, Ariana Garcia lane 2, Kendall Spain lane 3, Thalia Waiters lane 4, Sydney Harris lane 5, Nia Armstrong lane 6, Tori Goodson lane 7, and Alexa Adams lane 8.
I hope y'all ready for this. It's going to get fast. I know some of these names. Look at our ladies. Here we go. Oh, that is a clean start over hurdle 1. Look at them. Close race. Who's going to want it more? Oh, my God. By a nose hair, Talia Waters, 840, is going to be your winner. Kendall Spain, 841. When I told y'all that race was tight, I was serious.
Right.
All right? This is what we're talking about. These ladies are going to put everything they have onto this track because if they don't, it is see you later.
Absolutely. That one was a close race. Because, mind you, it was top 2. Next fastest. That's it.
It ain't no second chance after this. And Talia made sure that she was the first person across that line. And Kendall was like, you're not leaving me behind, girl. I'm coming with you. We're going to have to see each other again in the finals. Talia, she looked ready for them finals.
And there are your semis for Heat 3. The full results, there they go. Taylor Cox, she has the top qualifying time with 8:30. Thalia Waters, 8:40. Kendall Spain, 8:41, and that's to round out the top 3. That one was insanely fast.
We have got Makiria Harris, Kennedy Flynn, Sydney Harris, and Cassidy Hopkins, along with Gabriella Cunningham, that will be meeting those ladies in the finals. We got the boys about to come up next. I think they're going to run just as fast because me personally, when I see my teammates or if I see some people running fast right before me, it's going to get me fired up.
It's getting me pumped up.
Okay.
And the DJ has been playing really, really good music.
And I'm giving you the fire.
Right. And 1, 2, 3. And look at these lane assignments for these boys championship. Elijah Williams, lane 1. Trevon Foster, lane 2. Malik White, lane 3. Yeshaya Brown, lane 4. Lucas Adrande, lane 5. Lane 6, that's Alexander Holomam. Lane 7, Andrew Beers. Lane 8, Hunter Morris.
It's about to get active on this track, everybody. I hope y'all got the people you're rooting for. The race is going to go by super, super quick. Make sure you keep your eyes peeled. Serenity, you got your eyes open?
I absolutely do. They're wide open.
You better have your eyes open, Serenity.
Now, speaking of keeping your eyes open, we're going to keep our eyes on lane 4, Brown. He came in with a 7:77 qualifying time.
Oh, he needs to be at NCAAs.
He does. But something we do have to point out about NCs, when you get into college, they raise the height.
Oh,
so that's where things can get pretty hard. With the women, we're like, oh, that's a good time to be in the final today, you know, for NCs right down the street. But for men, it's hard to say.
Not you letting me know something. Okay. Everybody, that Serenity going to educate you. That's one
Caitlin,
thing.
please.
That's one thing Serenity going to do. See, Serenity know track and field. I don't know nothing about track, y'all. I'm just some random
Well, you know why? It's because I have years on you, Kate.
You know what?
Because you are so young.
First of all, y'all, I'm 23 years old. Serenity is like...
Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm 25.
Okay, right. Exactly. She want to act like she's 50.
Because I feel like I'm 50, the way life has hit me, honey.
I'm not about to play with Serenity Douglas, but you know what we are about to play with? Watching these hurdles on this track. Okay? Oh. Y'all don't see what I see, but Serenity, just know Serenity is a technical guru. All right? Yeah. Yeah, the government go come get you, girl.
Now, it is first to fastest time and then next to fastest.
Everybody, right now, 2 seconds. Pick your top favorite to win. Obviously, we can't hear you, but in your mind.
And we also can't talk. We can't pick our favorite. We can't be biased. Not us.
Oh,
them.
You don't know. I was biased on this mic last year, baby.
Okay.
When Emmy and Cam was running, My Kentucky
Quiet at the
Wildcats.
start, Kate.
Oh, shut your mouth. Oh, here we go.
Oh, this
Bad
is tight.
start. Ooh, clean. Everybody over them hurdles. It's a
This
tight
one's
race, babe.
tight.
Hello. But it's one person who said, I'm not playing with y'all, and that is Mr. Brown.
And that's Mr. Brown, 774 with a big Q. Malik White, 786 with the big Q as well.
Mr. Brown has improved on his time to 774. Honestly, look, I feel like we should just go ahead and raise the height, put him in an Uber, take him down the street, and let him run in NCAAs.
You know, just to see how he does.
Just to see, you know, just a warm-up for how it's going to be when he gets to college.
He
It's
has
no
the
worries.
height.
Hey, look, he going to be straight. That's all I know. That is all I know.
Now look at this track here at the Reggie Lewis Center. It is packed out. Everybody's ready to see these finals. They're ready to see the fireworks that come out for all the finals.
Serenity, I need this stadium standing up and clapping. I can't wait till the finals come, because when they do, oh, it's rap.
Yeah.
Baby, it's rap.
Yeah. And you know, a good thing about it as well is that we're going to move over for day 4. We're moving over to the track at New Balance, a beautiful
Hello.
track. And NC's is over so that they get to perform possibly in front of some college coaches. You know, some recruiting.
Okay.
I would love to perform in front of some college coaches, you know, because they can't always get out there to the Marylands.
You know what I'm saying? Georgia, Kentucky,
Mhm.
Mississippi State, Mizzou, Hampton.
I used to
all
love
these
seeing those
schools.
coaches watch me. I would get nervous, but I'm like, all right, let me go out there and perform.
Listen, I used to be like,
Let me go out there and
why
do
they
something.
had no college coaches watching me, so let me not even say what I used to
All
be
right,
like.
and here she is again, you guys. Here she is again.
What I do? What I do?
Now, let's call out Heat 2. That's Owen Wagger in lane 1. Tawalakal Omar, lane 2. Jason Ravello, lane 3. Devontae Young, lane 4. Karamako Sako, lane 5? No. Yeah, lane 5. Okay, Anthony Waiterman, lane 6. Nadir Langston, lane 7. Marcus Echamapong, lane 8.
I think it's about to get hot in here.
Yeah, because I can't even tell you who to keep your eye on, but maybe keep your eye on Young. He ran 778 coming into this.
Oh, snap. 778. That's close to what Mr. Brown was running.
It is. So let's see what he does. Everyone, you can hear a pin drop in here.
Here we go, Serenity. Oh, that is a monster over those hurdles. Is that? Come on now.
And it looks like
Mr. Young.
Yeah, Mr. Young.
772. He is now the fastest one that will be going into finals. Y'all, I don't know. Mr. Young and Mr. Brown. I don't know,
Mr.
man.
Young and Mr. Brown.
Okay. Mr. Young Brown.
Mr. Young Brown.
Okay. Hold on. He might be Mr. Young, but he don't look young. Hey, somebody show his birth certificate. He look like he needs to be down the street at NCAA.
He look like he lifts. Look at him. Knocking the hurdles down.
Okay.
He didn't even trip.
That is a 20-year-old boy. But Mr. Young is going to be putting on for Dunbar in that finals, and he is going to take Mr. Sacco with him.
That was a fast heat. But of course, this is semis.
I know. We talked about this. If you're not ready to go big, you're going to go home.
Absolutely.
It's cutthroat out here at these national championships. I wish it wasn't that way, though, because if it wasn't, I would be competing
Right.
at nationals right now down the street.
Right.
Walk up on that track and barely get out.
Last and final heat. That's Maxwell Crawford, lane 1. Broderick Davis, lane 2. Tyrone Jackson, lane 3. Bradley Franklin, he came in with the favor. We're going to come back to him. Lane 4. Denver Cash, lane 5. Drew Dillard, lane 6. Jabari Armstrong, lane 7. Joseph Crack,
Mr.
lane
Cash going to be
8.
trying to cash in on the way to that finals.
Absolutely, but he's going to have to get through Bradley Franklin, who came in with the top seed time of 776.
All right, Mr. Franklin, make some magic happen.
Make
Mr.
some
Cash
magic.
trying to come with you, man.
And he's actually out of Alabama, but he has the national lead right now of 762.
7-6.
Right.
Oh, hello.
Right.
Hello. It's going to be his race to win when it comes to this final. Beautiful over hurdle 1. I see why he runs as fast as he does.
Man.
Nobody is catching him.
He was stepping.
A smooth 767 from Bradley Franklin. And we are going to have Broderick Davis, 777, going into the finals with him. I don't know, man. That race was scary.
Yeah.
Because I can only imagine what's going to happen when he puts some oomph behind the
Absolutely.
hurdles.
And he's happy about it.
Okay? He better be happy.
766 officially from Bradley Franklin.
Hello, Mr. Franklin.
He's coming for that national record. And guess who has it? Trey Cunningham in 2017.
Trey.
Also from Alabama. So Alabama has the hurdlers.
Hold on. So you telling me I need to go to Alabama?
I think so.
Yeehaw.
And you're already in Kentucky.
Oh, listen. And I thought that was country.
Yeah.
I was in Alabama for all of 5 minutes last summer, and let me tell you, that was enough for me. That was enough for me.
And that was the final of 3 heats. It's top 2, next 2. We're going to get the final results put up for y'all. And there they are, Caitlin, just like that.
Hello, Bradley Franklin, Devontae Young, Yashawa Brown, Broderick Davis, Kamarako Sako, Anthony Waterman, Malik White, and Trevon Foster are going to be your top 8 into the 60-meter hurdle finals. Serenity,
Yeah.
I'm ready to see a national record.
Me too.
I'm ready to see a national
You know what?
record.
I thought that it was a little bit too far out of reach, but it's not. We're at New Balance Nationals indoors. We saw some national records already.
If it's any place to break a record, babe, it's here.
It's right here.
All right.
It's absolutely right here in Boston, Massachusetts.
They playing Thunder in the stadium. If y'all don't know, the Thunder get them fired up. Woo. Thunder.
Now, while that was exciting, we got some 200s. That's
Oh, yeah?
one lap.
Hold on.
Yeah,
One
the
lap?
prelim.
One lap. I like them when they run one lap. One lap. Hey, 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 hey. Serenity, are you ready? 'Cause
I
I'm-
am.
Yeah.
24 heats.
Thunderstruck. Man, Serenity.
But not yet, because we got the 60s first.
Oh, you got me so hyped.
I just had to get
She
you
got
hyped
me-
up first.
She got me so hyped.
I just
I'm
had to
thinking
get you
it's time
hyped
for
up
the
first.
60s.
No, it's the boys semifinals first.
Oh.
It's the boys semifinals, 60s first.
All right, well, I'm about to be biased. My first bias of the day.
Okay.
All right,
Let's hear
Antoine
it.
Hughes Jr., that is the kid that y'all need to watch out for.
And
He
you
is
know that's
committed-
not a bad bias at
Okay?
all.
He is committed to South Carolina, so that's where he will be out there with Coach Tim Hall, who coaches Christian Coleman. So Antoine, he might turn out to be something crazy when he gets to the NCAA.
Now, I need to tell you, the prelims, it was really, really early this morning.
Okay.
9 this morning.
9
And the
a.m.
cutoff time was 6:87.
Imagine, them kids probably up at 6 in the morning.
Exactly.
And still ran 6.
And they had 42 heats.
You know what?
Yeah. So these guys have been out here all day. Hopefully they went back to the hotel, took some breathers, and then they came back. But this is what they were rating for.
Man, look, I'm excited to see what Mr. Hughes is going to do. And I think he has got some amazing talent around him that will also be looking to make this
And he's
final.
right in the middle of the track, too.
Okay, this track is his. They're standing up for a hot second. They're going to get reset, get ready to get out here and make their way to these finals. All right, they're about to get in the blocks, everyone. Getting their little jumps in. Hello.
And some lane assignments. That's Janelle Harris, lane 1. Jasmine Starks, lane 2. Jaden Bardalis, lane 3. Your boy, Antoine Hughes Jr., coached by his dad, lane 4. Dominic Corley, lane 5. Austin Diggs, lane 6. Weddington, lane 7. And we had a do not show as well in this, lane 8.
An open lane. One less person for the field to worry about.
Absolutely.
Here we go. Mr. Hughes has a wonderful start, leaving everyone in the dust. We already knew that this was going to be his race. 665. Good Lord. Mr. Hughes ain't no joke.
Yeah.
South Carolina got a strong commit.
They
You
have a
see-
very strong commit because he's wearing shades
Yes, sir.
indoors. I would have been
Shades in-
scared.
Listen.
I would have been scared from the very beginning.
Listen, like I said, Coach Tim Hall coaches Christian Coleman, and we might have another Coleman in the making.
We
everybody.
just might. Look, he's leaving the cameraman.
Okay, he said it's his stadium.
This is his stadium.
Okay, if your name is not Antoine Hughes Jr., you might have to leave.
Gotta look at that replay.
Beautiful. He looks like such an elite runner already.
does.
I can only imagine what's going to happen when he gets that collegiate training under his belt.
Absolutely. I mean, you're wearing shades indoors. I'm be like, sorry, coach, I can't race today.
I'm not gonna lie. If I see you running with shades indoors, I'm not racing you.
And then Dominic Corley coming in second, 6:79. He also got the big Q.
Woo, man.
Now his top two, next fastest. You know, some people really don't like the time system, but I kind of like it. Like, let the time speak for itself, because I've been in a slow heat before, and then I didn't make it because I was chilling.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You gotta put the pedal down, put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
We got some more amazing, talented kids in the blocks. We're going to have Ryan Johnson in 1, Philip Wright in 2nd, Elijah Amnera in 3, Jaden Wiley in 4, Jalen Scott in 5, Carson Edwards in 6, Kyler Brown in 7, and then Christopher Brooks rounding out the field in lane 8. This is heat 2 of 3 of our semifinals of the boys 60-meter championship race. My goodness. Remember, top 2 and then next fastest. Serenity, give us some info on these guys. Who's got the fastest coming into this heat?
You know, I'm trying to think of them from the prelim. And I'm going to go ahead and say, let's keep your eyes on Philip Wright the third in lane 2.
All right, Mr. Third. Better not come in third.
Oh, I saw some movement.
Uh-oh.
And that is unfortunate. It looks like it. I don't want to be a snitch. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who was moving. I might need to see a replay because it's tough to see. Now, I had to do a 60 one time. I don't like starting next to anybody else. I get tripped up like that. You hear them breathing? Might be breathing all hard.
I don't like 60s either.
But there goes that replay.
They're just a little too fast for me. Oh, that was a strong.
I mean, and you're too obvious. The highlighter.
Yeah. Oh.
The highlighter.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, way to stand out.
You didn't got him.
Way to stand
You
out.
didn't got him.
But he actually got a green card.
He did? Oh,
We
green
love
for
that.
green.
Green for green.
Okay.
The Lord was on his side.
Don't play with him. They're going to get back up into these blocks. Hopefully they've all taken a breath. Pop goes, oh no, stumbled a little bit. But for our winner, we are going to have Jaden Wiley, 671.
And he's actually going to be in the 200 later on, too.
Ooh, Mr. Wiley.
Yeah.
All right, I hope he got it in them legs.
He might.
At least he's only running short of it. He's not going to have that crazy lactic acid.
No, not too crazy.
ATL Zoom. Listen, I know a little
Yeah.
something about ATL Zoom. They kind of fast.
You know,
They kinda
being
fast.
from Georgia, I'm pretty proud.
Yeah, as you
Nice
should
little
be.
Georgian.
As you should be.
Representing. That's 671 from Jaden Wiley. Philip Wright the third, 676 in second. As we move on to section 3 out of 3.
Oh, I'm going to be biased again. There was a Heart of Georgia athletes in there.
There
Coach,
was.
Coach, if you're listening, you know I love you, man. Keep coaching your kids to greatness. They doing
We
good.
love Heart of Georgia.
Okay. Very young coach coaching some amazing athletes. He's great. We have got a Bishop Carroll athlete in this next heat. For the third and final heat of the semis, we are going to have Josh Brown, Jake Odie Jordan, Jonathan Rowleth, Kane Stanley, Tate Taylor, Nick Gaw, Sean McCullum, and David Chang. Look Look at Miss Official standing in the middle of the track. It's like race cars. Put up the
I mean, that's
flag
how
and then
fast
come
they're
down.
running.
Hello. She better not get knocked down, though. Don't knock Auntie over, y'all.
Do not knock Auntie over. Some notables in this one. I mean, they're all pretty notable. We're in the semis.
Yeah.
Nick Gaw, 686. Came in running super fast.
Super duper fast.
Mr. Super Fast.
Mr. Superfly. Jumping up and down, doing backflips.
Anything to shake the nerves out.
Okay? Because I would be doing
I was so nervous.
10. I would do 10 backflips and a cartwheel just to make sure. Let's go, everybody. Keep your eyes glued to the screen. This is going to be all of his race out of lane 4. 666.
Man, that white boy can sprint. Look,
All right.
he said that's nothing but money, honey.
White lightning from Mr. Kane Stanley.
White lightning.
White lightning.
665.
Yeah. Okay, let me tell you something. Him and Mr. Hughes.
Him and Mr. Hughes
Y'all better be ready to battle.
came in with the same time into that final with 665. But we got to look at that one again. Kane Stanley came out blazing.
Mr. Hughes gonna have to be on his P's and Q's.
He is.
All right, Mr. Stanley.
They posted up already. Boy, this is not the final. Go get ready.
He ran such a beautiful race. I mean, the mechanics, the speed, the everything. He was in his own lane, did not worry about anybody else, just executed the way that he knew best and ran 665.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, your wonderful athletes going into the finals are going to be Antoine Hughes Jr., Kane Stanley, Jaden Wiley, Philip Wright III, Jalen A. Scott, Jake Odie, and some more wonderful athletes. I'm not going to lie, y'all. I was reading it off the screen and it disappeared. But if you go check out that results list on the internet, you will be able to see the amazing 8 men that have made that final.
Dominic Corley, 679. And Tate Taylor, same time, 679. The last 3, 679 to make it into that final as we move on to the women.
Brooke Jackson, Ryan Jennings, Marley Richard, Brianna Selby. Okay, y'all know I'm about to be biased for my girl. Nia Clayton, Kamora Lee Williams, Indy Wallace, Persuade, and Ayani Daly. Y'all need to watch out for Miss Brianna Selby, not just because I'm being extremely biased, but she has got an NIL deal with New Balance, so she is on her home turf. But not only that, she's very fast. I believe that she raced at Melrose, so she's had some experience against professional athletes. I mean, this high school girl right here,
I mean, she ran a great prelim.
okay, and she's committed to USC, so she is going to be a monster on this track right now. And make sure y'all know it's Selby. Her daddy had to correct me last year. I said Shelby.
Thanks, Dad.
There we go. Beautiful race
Goodness.
for Brianna. There she is. Race all on her own. My God.
Watch that time.
7:20. And I don't even think she broke a sweat.
Look at that time.
7:21.
This is the semifinal.
Miss Selby, you rock that, babe. I know your daddy proud. I know New Balance proud too. for making them look
Absolutely.
good.
Look at that kid. She's the only one who has that one.
Oh, because she missed NIL.
Yeah.
She missed NIL.
She missed
can't be
worldwide.
judged. Okay. Miss, I'm making that bag.
Now, second place, 750. She blew the field out.
My gosh, she made 750 look slow. And 750 ain't nowhere near
And 750 is not
slow.
slow.
Okay, baby, if you run a 750, hey, let me run 750. I ain't gonna shut up.
And that is a new
A meet
record.
Brianna, baby. You are amazing. So let's see the other 7 women that are going to join you in that final. Jessica Oisai, Charmel Holmes, Alexia Jones, Janiyah Johnson, Kira Beaumont, Lauren Crom, Layla Campbell. I will also be biased again, and Jasmine Sharps are going to be semifinal heat 2. Layla Campbell is also someone for all of you guys to keep your eye out on. She also has an NIL deal with New Balance, rocking
Wow.
that kits. She will be attending LSU in the fall. So
NIL deals in high school.
Listen, we have got these kids, they're making bags before they even know what a bag is.
Love it.
But yes, Layla Campbell is an extremely amazing athlete. She did very well indoors and outdoors last year at the New Balance National Championship. So it's going to be exciting what she does. And, you know, I have all the faith in the world that she's going to make this final.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and see. Because anything can happen.
Okay? Anything. Anything could happen. Ugh. There they go. Everyone having an amazing start.
Oh, Alexia Jones got out so well in lane 3 in that red top.
741. That look, Serenity, these girls look so smooth, man. I don't even know what else to say. She is so happy, so ecstatic, so adorable. You go, Alexia. That's what I'm talking
She's
about.
so
girl.
excited. She has her whole crew over there cheering her on.
Oh, I think that's going to put some fire under her butt to want to win that final, man.
Now she PR'd in the prelims, and now she came back and PR'd in the semifinal.
Okay, Miss Jones, you better pop yo. Oh, I can't say that.
Pop your stuff.
Pop your stuff. Okay.
Right.
Okay, you heard it out. She is so cute. Y'all don't even see. Oh, y'all see us? We in the background. Hey. Hey. Let me stop playing. Ooh. Y'all should never let me back on the mic.
And let's take a look at that replay. Look at Alexia Jones in lane 3 with the red top right there. She stayed in that dry face all the way, lifted up at perfect time, and the knee lift was absolutely crazy.
Man, she wasn't playing with y'all. She said, I got a final to make.
She never was.
Okay.
She said, y'all can catch up.
She said, I don't know what a joke is.
Never heard of her.
I don't know what a joke is.
Never
'cause
heard
it
of
ain't
that.
me.
And then Charmel Holmes, 742, coming in second in that heat. That was pretty tight for Miss Jones there.
Ooh,
So it's going to be a really good final. Now, speaking of a great final, look at these women. Sarah
Let me tell y'all something.
Clay Flynn. Go ahead.
Get
it off your chest.
I am biased yet again.
All right.
I actually know a lot of people in this heat. Soraya, I met her at Oregon last year, so, you know, shout out to my girl.
Mhm.
But Miss Adeja Hodge, that's little cousin for real.
Right.
So I'm rooting for her. She's going to do a great job.
She's actually
but
the defending champ.
She is a defending champ. That's why I think Miss Day Day is going to do her thing. She will have some excellent competition from Alexia and Brianna. But let's see who else is going to, you know, put some fire under her butt to make it to this final.
I mean, right to the inside of Adeja Hodge is Soraya Dorcheska.
Yes.
And then to her right is Nayla Jones, and then Amoy Hagens, and then Kendall Daly, Jasmine Cook.
Here we go, everybody. Adeja is so strong and poised when it comes to running this 60. She is not going to play 7:29 for her to get that big qualifier.
It's a fast time.
Yes.
7:29. Now, if you don't know anything about Adeja Hodge, she was the defending champ, New Balance National Indoors last year. She competes, if you've never seen her, she competes for British Virgin Islands.
Yes.
And she's a powerful runner. She's committed to Georgia.
Yes, she
Gonna
also
be training
made
at Carroll
World
Smith.
Championships.
Absolutely.
Yes.
A great runner. She's going to have some fantastic competition in that final from Brianna Selby, from Alexia Jones. But look at that replay there, right in the middle of the track, and she owned that one.
And, you know, what's so crazy is that last year we had Adeja and Shanti as, like, the two biggest competitors in this house last year.
Right.
But this time, you know, Ashanti has moved on up. She is currently competing for Arkansas down the street at the track at New Balance. Adeja will be meeting her in the NCAA this fall. So
Absolutely.
I can't wait to see for them to, you know, renew that rivalry.
And you know, Caitlin, you always think, at least this was me when I was running, when those really fast girls, and those are the overall results, Brianna Selby, 7:21 with the top qualifying time. Adeja Hodge, 7:29. And Alexia Jones rounding out that top 3, 7:41.
I'm excited, man.
I'm excited too, but yeah, so when I was competing and those girls would move on to college, I would always be like, woo, don't got to worry about them anymore. But then you would come back the next year and it would be somebody else. You
Okay.
come back and it's somebody else.
Track and field, it don't never stop.
It never
don't
stops.
never
Just
stop.
because you're not worrying about one, you're going to worry about another.
It don't stop. And here's the thing. People worried about you, too.
People are worried
People
about
are worried
Make
about you,
people be
too.
worried about you too. Look at that crowd. Kate.
Okay. Oh, Lord. Everybody out here say hey. Oh, I keep forgetting I'm not on the mic, so the people can't hear me. Only the people on the broadcast.
It's okay. The people on the broadcast can hear you, and that's all that matters.
If y'all
Thank
can
y'all
hear
for tuning
me,
in.
If y'all can hear me, tweet at me on Twitter, KX Naomi. Let me know how y'all feeling, your predictions for New Balance Nationals. Because look, y'all, we about to have a great time. That's what New Balance is about. It's about having a great time.
It sure is. This is the fastest party on the planet.
You ready to have a party, babe?
Honestly,
You ready to have a party, babe?
honestly, I am. I feel like we've already been in like party mode. I don't know about everybody else.
Hey, listen, all I know is that Boston is about to be on fire tonight after the NCAA championships are done for.
And after these national indoor championships, these
Oh,
semifinals, some of these
Lord.
finals that are running today, absolutely.
Listen, last year when we was in Boston, it was turned up. They had Chloe Bailey
Oh,
giving these kids a concert. They should have had Chloe come back.
absolutely. And now we are finally at the 200s. We have 24 heats of these boys 200-meter dashes. Top 8 advance by time. Heat 1, we have 2 do not show, so there's only 2 guys running. Christopher Brooks, lane 5, and who you see on your screen right now is CJ Martin in lane 6 from Clayton High School.
They are in the blocks. As you said, very empty heat. 2 guys racing themselves and the clock. Here we go. This is like practice. You only got 1 kid to worry about.
You only have 1 other person to worry about. It's just you and 1 other man.
Okay.
But that 1 other man might be your worst nightmare as they're coming around that last curve there.
Oh, we have got a kid pulled up.
Oh, man. So now it's just him versus the clock, honey.
Okay.
That's just Christopher Brooks versus the clock.
21.97 is good for having nobody with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Everybody give him a round of applause. Give some good vibes. His competitor is jogging across the line. Thank goodness he is not seriously injured. This next heat will have some people. Mr. Brooks looks tired.
He does. I would be tired, too.
How his last name Brooks and he wearing Under Armour? How that work?
And how you wearing Under Armour at a New Balance meet?
Oh, somebody come get this
Man,
boy. He
man.
need to change his last name to New Balance.
As we're moving on to the next prelims, top 8 fastest move on. We have Aiden Simon in lane 2. Michael Delangelo, FICO, lane 3. Dylan DeFore, lane 4. Corey McManus, lane 5. We saw him earlier in the 60s as well, in the prelims at least. Mason Samuels, lane 6. Heat 2 out of 24.
That's a lot of heats, Miss Girl.
That's a lot of heats.
Okay,
But it's real
man.
fast. Just a lap,
Okay, it's only 1 lap. Only about 20 seconds each.
hopefully.
Okay.
That's the goal.
And pop goes the weasel.
And look at
There
that
goes
view.
Serenity.
Look at
I
that view.
They need to do that view more often.
I agree.
Very beautiful going up that back hill.
The stagger is being broken up from the
Uh-oh.
inside. That's Simon.
Uh-oh. He's trying to finish the race even though it looks like he's hurting.
It looks like that
22:39.
is Lane 6, Corey McManus.
I think he might be a little injured, but I do applaud him for finishing that race.
Resilience. 22:37 is top 8 advanced by time alone. It does not matter what place you get. And hopefully he's all right. Let's see what happened there as he was coming off of that last curve.
I can't tell if it was ankle, if it was hamstring.
Absolutely. It looks like right there at the end.
It looks like he's touching the hamstring.
Well,
Make
hope
sure
you're okay, Corey.
Make sure you go get that checked out, man. Got to make sure you get ready.
As we're moving on, we have a empty lane for lane 3. JT Mastrocola in lane 2. Maddox Trent in lane 4. Liam Acevedo in lane 5. Luke Petrina in
Not
lane
gonna lie,
6.
I thought that said avocado.
Avocado. Liam Avocado.
My bad, Liam. My bad to
Because
Liam's
Acevedo.
parents as well.
Oh, right.
Beautiful starts all across the board. We are looking at them coming down that first hill onto that backstretch. These kids are not playing around.
Not playing at all.
Oh, wow.
That's lane 5, Mr. Liam Acevedo.
I think we
And then
need...
something is going on. We don't know what's going on with this bank, or maybe is it just because it's indoors? These guys need to stretch, maybe get some electrolytes.
And you know how high schoolers do. They do one stride and then they get on the track. They invincible. They is invincible.
Well, apparently not. We got to see what's going on.
Check his birth certificate, too. That's definitely a grown man.
Right. He has a mustache.
Okay? What high schoolers you know with a mustache and a beard?
I don't know what's going on.
Y'all got to start checking these birth certificates, man. Start checking them hamstrings, too.
Check the hamstrings out. Maybe get some Gatorade.
Hey, indoor track is my bad, it's not indoor anymore. It is short track.
What do you mean it's not indoor anymore? They changed it to short track?
It's called, according to World Athletics, it is officially called short track.
Short track, everyone.
Yes.
Not indoor track anymore. We are short track.
If they catch you saying indoor track, they will send the FBI to your house
Wow.
and kidnap you, and you will never be seen again.
That is fake information. Please do not take that to your mothers. We are just up here joking. Please do not get on us.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Actually, I'm one of the FBI agents that will be at your door.
And in this next heat 4 out of 24, while Caitlin is over here cutting up. Jaleel Haley, lane 3. Joshua Davenport, lane 5. Jesse Myers, lane 6. And Antoine Hughes Jr. He said, look, y'all, I'm done.
DNS for Mr.
I'm done.
Hughes. He said,
No, look,
trying
I'm
to go
sorry.
win a national championship. I got something to focus on. Beautiful start. My goodness. Here we go. Going down that first hill, coming into that back stretch. They look beautiful across the board. Coming up the second hill. It is definitely going to be a fight to the finish. These guys are going to hopefully not hurt their hamstrings getting to that finish line. But it's going to be the outside lane, 21:65. Jesse Myers, hello, 21 ain't slow, y'all. And then Joshua Davenport of 21:80 is going to be right behind him.
Little white lightning.
Okay, we got a lot of white lightning out here.
We do.
Hello.
Oh, that sounded good.
Act like you know, act like you know, act like you know.
Wow.
act
Wow,
like you know,
wow.
Act like you know, act like you know.
Act like you know about Mr. Jesse Myers with 21:62. Joshua Davenport, 21:80. Jaleel Haley, 22:80.
Y'all want me to sing Defying Gravity for y'all?
I actually would like for you to.
If you want me to sing Defying Gravity, as I said, at me on Twitter, KX Naomi,
Mhm.
I'll see it, and I will sing y'all some Defying Gravity. All right? Or maybe I'll do it on the mic tomorrow.
And they're rated 1 through 10.
Okay?
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Rate her.
Don't do that.
Tell
'cause I
her
ain't
she needs to
Beyonce.
be a lot better if she does. I feel like she sings pretty good.
Here we go. I know we got a little silent on you, but please pay attention to your screen as you watch these guys come around that final turn. Coming into the finish line is going to be tight, but who is it going to be? The outside lanes are really working together. Who's going to win it by a nose hair? Janelle Harris, 21:55, and Dominic Calhoun, 21:61. I hope y'all didn't miss us for those, 30 seconds of dead air. But, sometimes I talk too much. I got to shut up a little
Sometimes
bit.
we have to focus, too, for these races.
Okay.
And I get a little nervous watching them.
I be so locked in. When it's like when the food is really good, you don't talk.
Okay,
And
yeah.
somebody asks you, how good is the food? You don't
Don't
say
talk
nothing.
to me yet because I need silence.
Okay, and it's the same thing. When the races are too good, don't say nothing to me because I'm gonna be silent. I'm gonna be too locked in to the good stuff we're gonna be watching. You guys, we have got 24 heats of this, so you already know. We've got more boys on the track trying to make it to the semifinal. Are y'all excited? Because I'm excited. Can I get a whoop, whoop?
Whoop, whoop. Heat 6 of 24.
Okay. We've only got 2 guys. A lot of DNSs, it looks like. 3 and 2 will be filled. It is going to be them against the clock. He got some long locks. Okay.
He sure does.
I whip my hair back and forth. Here we go. Beautiful. That is a tall boy, so his stride ain't no joke. They are going into the back stretch. They are really even as of right now, so it's really going to be the both of them. But the crazy thing about high schoolers, they form be so crazy, but they just got so much speed.
Well, that's what going to college is for. They make the form better.
Yes. 22-26. Honestly, I feel like if he didn't get tripped up on that back corner over there, he could have went sub 22, but that's okay because he will have a second chance to prove himself and run a 21-second short track 200.
He absolutely will. Short track.
Yes.
Not indoor.
I'm not going to say my thoughts.
No. It's from East Cobb.
But short track, okay? That's the official. Yeah.
We're going to keep on moving right along here. And you see that the crowd is still here supporting their athletes. I mean, how can you not?
If you're not supporting your athletes, then what are you doing?
We have Kyler Brown, lane 2. Amari Burke, lane 3. David Shane, lane 4. Hold on. I think we just seen David Shane run in the 60.
Oh,
Nicholas C. Spikes.
He said, I'm not about to be like Antoine. I'm not about to duck. No, stop
Joseph
playing.
Williams.
Let me stop playing. Antoine not ducking. He just trying to be focused there. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Here we go. A heat of 4 individuals are going to be making their way around this track. Okay, Mr. Man in purple ain't playing. He is making up that stagger.
That's that purple
amazingly.
lightning.
All right, babe. Okay. Looking like Barney a little bit with them colors. It's looking great. Here we go. He is fighting to the finish. How fast is he going to run? I am scared to see that time. 21:48 for Nicholas.
21:46 for the official.
Spikes? Mr. Spikes. Mr. Spikes. Mr. Spikes, let me see your spikes. All right. That is Nicholas Spikes from the Panthers. David Chang running 21:90. As we said, we just saw him in the 60. He did a great job trying to make his way to the semifinal. My goodness, I'm scared. I would be scared to run against Nicholas. The speed and the intent and the passion behind his strides were quite scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inspirational, really. I could see that.
Yeah.
You hit that. Absolutely. Semis 8.
And like you know, and like you know.
And keep your eye on Jake Jordan Odie with 21:49 for that seed time.
Odie Bodie. Mr. Rhodey. How many words rhyme with his last name?
Mr. Odie. I think we should just start freestyling, actually.
My name is Kate. I am very late. If you don't see me at the stove,
All right.
I went to get Mo.
Find a beat.
Okay, first of all, don't do too much. Here we are. Another kid trying to make up that stagger. He didn't let everybody behind him in the dust.
Man.
Good Lord, this is such an amazing race from Bishop Carroll. No, listen, y'all. Bishop Carroll got some fast kids, so I'm not even surprised about this. Look at how strong, calm, and poised he looks coming to the finish line. You know he's been working on that in practice. 21:36. Good Lord.
21:36.
That man got active.
And he
got active.
21:34 for the official. He just shot to the top of the results with the qualifying results of 21:34 with that time.
As he should. Mr. Jake Odie. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Lions Track Club. Amazing.
We're going to keep our eye
I'll be forgetting.
on lane 5.
Maxim Copeland.
Maxim Copeland. We have a couple do not show. So there's only 3 guys running in this heat. But Maxim Copeland comes in running 21:43. Let's see if he gets close to that.
Maximum power. If y'all watch Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, you know where that's from.
Right.
All right, we have got another 200 heats. Remember, pay attention to lane 5. We want to see what Mr. Maxim is going to do with that big W across his chest in that white uniform.
He's using that bank to his advantage as he's shooting off of it, using it as a slingshot. But
Yes.
it's pretty tough. He's not going to catch Austin Diggs, who takes that heat with 21:56.
Mr. Digg was digging.
He was digging.
Okay, Mr. Digg was digging.
And Copeland ended up getting second with 21:68.
He trying to look all calm, cool, and collected like
He
he's not
is.
happy, like he ain't just advanced. Come on, boy. Give me a cartwheel, a backflip,
Give me a smile, something.
a cheese.
He's trying to act like he can't. He doesn't see the camera.
He's trying to be cute.
You see the camera. Look at this replay here.
Okay.
He was fighting off Copeland all the way to the end.
Shoot, he's trying to be serious. Hey.
But we're going to keep on moving right along. Heat 10 out of 24. Are y'all still here? Okay. I'm just checking. Just to make sure. Because we're in Heat 10 out of 24. Jalen Etheridge, lane 2. Mitchell Kisgan, lane 3. Denver Tucker, lane 4 out of IMG Academy. Mickey Green, lane 6. But we got us an IMG Academy.
Oh, that's the school for the athletes.
Yeah.
One of my teammates went to IMG. It's like Zoe 101, but for high school. Zoe 101 was high school. Oh, look at them pretty New Balance shoes he got on.
Looks like we have a Bullets athlete in this as well.
Oh, we should all be scared of
That's
Bullets.
Mickey
everyone.
Green. We should all be scared of Bullets. The crowd is going absolutely insane
All
here.
right. These kids have got some of the most beautiful form that I've seen over the past hour. Very poised.
He's using that height to his advantage, and looks like that'll be IMG Academy Denver Tucker. 22:10 Bullets Mickey Green. 22:18 right behind him.
Here we go. Here we go.
I think they're putting the blocks back down a little bit too quick. Them guys are running all the way up the bank. But there he is with that height on him. That's Denver Tucker with 22:10. Now, Dylan Woodruff from IMG Academy, his teammate was actually supposed to be in that heat as well, but he was not there. He came in with the fastest seed of 20.8. I know he was happy about not seeing his teammate, but look, that would have been nice to see. And we are now on heat 11 out of 24.
We almost halfway done, y'all. beautiful. My goodness. The form gets better every heat, Serenity.
It does. I didn't have form like that.
Hey, look. Hey, look. Stop playing. This is going to be a beautiful race as we come through. And the white top, we are going to have 21-29 for that time for Abbott's Hunter. Jalen Bennett will be second, 22-21.
And we are now halfway through.
Serenity, I'm so excited watching these races because in a few years, all these kids are going to be in the NCAA. They're going to look amazing. And I'm just excited to see where they go. We got freshmen, sophomores, juniors.
And they're
seniors.
running so fast already, and I like that they're getting that exposure soon and early.
It's such a great time. Honestly, I truly believe that New Balance Nationals is the place to be. And if you're not here, I don't know what else to tell you. This is the biggest party on earth.
If you can't go to New Balance, where you going to go? Can't say that.
I'm not going to say what I want to say. We're not trying to get fired. We're trying to make our money. So, as I said, at New Balance Nationals, or be here or be square.
Be here or be square. We're at the Reggie Lewis Center. We're on day 3 out of 4 before we switch over to the track at New Balance tomorrow.
Goodness. Those kids in the finals tomorrow, they're going to be turned back. They will be turned. We have got another heat on the track, getting ready to go around this Reggie Lewis bank track, New Balance Nationals. And here we go. They look amazing.
Keep your eye on lane 5.
Ooh, look at that stride. Look at him go. Look at that passion, that fire. They are not giving up that time.
Yeah, no. Lane 6 is not giving it up.
But lane 5 is doing an excellent job.
That's Julian Ward from Roman Catholic.
Yes. 21.87. Oh.
But Tashawn Berry was not giving it to him easy.
Oh, Lord, baby. I don't even know what to make of that. That was hot.
Yeah.
That was a hot race. They got me sweating.
That was red hot. He happy about it. Look at him flexing, right?
Okay. Big dubs. Big W.
Big W's, 21.85 from Tashawn Berry. Julian Ward right behind him, 21.86.
West side. Okay. Rep your set.
You can see them dipping at the end. If you're dipping this early all the way in prelims, you already know it's fast. They were straining.
Oh, y'all is at me on Twitter. I'm so glad somebody listening. We finna shout you out.
Who is it?
He don't got his official name on there, but I'm assuming this is supposed to be pronounced Yo Alex. Mr. Alex.
The way I was about to say YOLO.
YOLO is crazy. YOLO is ridiculous.
Y'all follow me on Twitter and Instagram _Serenity D.
Okay.
If you don't know how to spell Serenity, please look it up.
If you don't know how to spell Serenity, please go back to high school. I'm going to say that right
_Serenity D.
Okay.
Caitlin is so rude.
I am not rude.
All right, Heat 13. All right, we have Isaac Chandra, Christopher Marshall, Kingston Evans, Kane Stanley. We just saw him in the 60.
You know how
that was Mr. White Lightning from IMG Academy.
Everybody trying to pull up the no allowed.
They are. And in Weddington also in lane 6.
Hold on, wait a minute.
They didn't even take their spikes off.
Oh, wait a minute.
This is going to be a good one.
I'm excited, baby. Yes, keep DMing me, keep @ing me on Twitter, keep following me on Instagram. Me and Serenity are going to make sure y'all have a great time watching these 200s. Because we know it can get a little long. Everybody's a sprinter. So we want to make sure that we keep your eyes open and we keep you excited for these
right
wonderful.
off the bat.
Here we go.
That's Kane Stanley.
White Lightning. Matthew
Where
Bowling.
is his competition?
That's Matthew Bowling's cousin.
That's Matthew Bowling's cousin for sure.
They built the same. 21.
From IMG Academy, 21.08. He loves it. Is he even surprised?
Officially 21.06. Mr.
He's
Stanley
like, calm down.
Calm it
down, everybody.
Calm it down, Mr. Stanley. He said, I'm about to get y'all something hot tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, he going 20
He
points.
said chew on that.
Okay.
He's on his way to the final in the 60 already.
Mr. Stanley, Let us know what's good, because clearly we don't know.
We obviously don't know. Please educate us.
Okay, he's trying to get him some water because he's going to rest and recover. Look at this, coming through the line, so calm, so poised. Mr. Stanley is going to be making his way to the next round of the 200 to hopefully pull off the double in the 60 and the 200. Mr. Stanley, you left the field in the dust, sir.
Kudos to you.
Okay? All right, give me some of your speed, Mr. Sir.
You love to see these athletes repeat.
Okay? That show that they ain't backing down. They ain't playing, man. Everybody, tell your families and your friends to tune into this YouTube broadcast so all of you can cheer on these amazing athletes. We have got Heat 14, good Lord, on the track. 3 wonderful high schoolers are going to be trying to make their way to the next rounds. Fighting in lane 5 and 6, they throwing bows. They almost touching each other, but it's going to be lane 5 pulling away, running with that long stride to the finish. I don't think anybody's going to catch him. He's going to be all on his own. 21:49.
And that's actually Sean McCullum.
Amazing job.
He's
Mr.
from
McCullum.
Philly. Ranked number 8 in the nation with
Okay.
674. He's only a junior.
So can you bring me a Philly cheesesteak? I ain't had one in a hot minute.
Honestly, we need that straight out of Philly.
Purr. Straight out of Compton. Oh, I can't say all those words.
No,
I know some of these words. That's from Good Burger, if you don't know. Look at him go. He not playing. He get down. He don't play. He the fastest 200 runner I know. Y'all, I can't wait to be in stadium on the mic tomorrow. Me and Serenity are going to get this place jumping.
We're going to go
All right.
live. How about that?
I think we should
go live.
You want to go live on the Instagram?
I think we should.
I think we should go live
because
on the
you
Instagram.
guys can't see that nor hear us, but you need to see us and hear us.
I want y'all to be in the moment with us.
If you want to get the
babe.
unfiltered
Okay.
content. Now, this heat is full, Caitlin. It's
Oh, it's
Andrew
full?
Banberg,
Oh.
Demetrius Sherian, Camden Rose, Tate Taylor, and Cole.
Mr.
Strother.
Taylor is going
Yes.
to be one of the fastest guys.
Yes, because he's repeating. We
Yes,
have
saw him.
already heard his name before. And look at him. He's
Okay.
using that height to his advantage.
My goodness, coming around that turn, he is not letting anybody catch up to him. He is swift.
High
That's why he got
stepping.
swift across the. Okay.
He's high stepping.
Look,
He
look
got
at
the glasses on.
Okay. Looking like Franklin the Turtle, as you
He
should.
got the glasses on and everything.
Look at you, sir.
And those glasses ain't going nowhere. 21:59
Okay.
for Mr. Swifty.
Look at Franklin. JK, that's not his name. Bro. Don't call him Franklin, y'all. Mr. Tate Taylor in them glasses. He looked like he about to go do a science project right after this. Okay, he got swift across his chest because he's fast. Everybody.
Why a science project?
What's wrong?
He can be smart. Look at him. He looks smart.
He definitely is smart. He definitely smart because let me tell you something. You can't be at New Balance Nationals if you're not smart.
You can't.
You can't.
You can't.
Every kid in here is smart.
Now it's top 8 advance to the, let me make sure it is a semifinal or final.
Uh-oh.
Make sure I had the right information for y'all.
Oh.
I want to say it's the final.
Final.
Yes, top
Also,
8, advanced by time.
I'm scared, Serenity.
Me
Some
too.
Some of these kids
But
won't have
look,
another chance.
we got to move on to this next heat.
Okay.
This is heat 16 of 24.
Jeez.
Nathaniel Smith, lane 2. Kahari Wilbon, lane 3. Ryan Johnson, lane 4. Jaden Wiley, we have already seen him race super fast, lane
Yes.
5. Carson Edwards, lane 6.
Everyone keep your eye out for Wiley. He
ATL
is
Zoom.
a monster. ATL Zoom. Y'all know people from Georgia and from Atlanta, they fast.
Damn.
But he also is coming in with a 21:15. So let's see what he does. Here we go. Everyone having such an
Immediately.
amazing start. He looks amazing coming around this first turn, going into that back stretch. Here we go,
Immediately.
y'all.
Commanding
Up
that
second
lead.
hill. Oh, my goodness. This is all by himself. Nobody else is going to be able to catch
It is him versus the time. Wiley's starting to peak at the time a little bit.
Oh,
21:39.
Babe.
He said he want all the smoke.
Okay. He said, Mr. Kane, come me at
I'm
the line, Mr.
coming
Kane.
for you, Mr.
Come
Kane
meet
from
me at the line.
IMG Academy. I'm from
Okay.
ATL Zoom.
He said, you might be from Florida, but baby, I'm from Atlanta.
I'm from Atlanta.
I'm from Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
ATLANCAGA, that's where I'm from.
ATL Jacob. ATL Jacob. If you stand for nothing, if I for anything, I almost said I love her. I tell her anything.
What? Go Wiley. Go Wiley.
What?
Go Wiley.
What?
ATLANCAGA,
Yeah,
that's where
yeah.
he from.
Okay. What? Okay.
Period.
He,
Jada
and
Wiley.
he also trying to act like he ain't, like he not.
Like
about
he's
to-
not looking at the camera. It's okay to look at the camera.
Y'all need to take some lessons from Noah Lyles. You know, give me or Trayvon. You know, go ahead and give me a smile.
Give me a smile. We need to know that you're happy to be here.
Okay.
We're happy to be here.
Are
Your
you happy
mama,
to be here?
yeah, your mama flew you all the way out here. You might as well smile.
Okay. You better.
Your aunties, your
'Cause
uncles
if
watching
I-
you at home.
If I was your mama,
You better smile.
if you the mama,
You better show me something. And the
and the
grandmama's the baby.
then you not the mama. The mama's the baby.
On to the next heat. That's heat 17 out of 24. Jeremy Dixon, lane 3. Ethan Mullix, lane 4. Aaron is in lane 5. Julian in lane 6 because they're about to go. To rush through that one.
Nah, you said their first name because you can't put out their last name.
Oh, absolutely not. You're right. You got me. So y'all seen these last names? I
Girl,
don't want to mess it
I
up.
told you Brianna Daddy was on me last
I don't want to
year.
mess it up.
Okay.
All right.
A wonderful race between these four amazing young boys.
Jeremy Dixon is already making up the stagger in the inside there.
All
He has
right.
some work to do.
Okay, y'all know being on that inside lane,
It's
bank
tough.
track, it ain't fun. Indoor track, it ain't fun. But it is going to be all red coming to the line really close. He had to fight for that one. That is going to be Julian, who I also don't know how to pronounce his last name. 2208.
I think we should give it a shot.
You know, I don't want nobody trying to come to get me.
Cunning Glario.
I'm going to call him Billy Bob. Billy Bob. Julian, Billy Bob, great job.
The lip pop is crazy.
Okay, you did an
Okay.
excellent job, Billy
18
Bob.
out of 24.
Serenity, are you excited for this next heat?
Yes.
I think we're gonna have some great competition on this next heat, Serenity.
I
I know we're looking at our guys.
I
looking
feel it in my
great, but
bones.
I'm just excited. Who's next?
Who's next? Go. 18 out of 24.
Everyone, y'all are really on Twitter having a great time with me and Serenity on the mic. Okay, like I'm telling you, like, let me tell y'all something. We
Go
just
ahead,
want to make
speak
New
it.
Balance fun for y'all.
Yeah.
This is the best party on earth. Serenity, I'll say it the gazillionth time.
Yeah.
This is obviously not a promo or an ad.
No.
New Balance is the
She
best
is-
place to be.
No.
They are definitely not holding a weapon to the back of my head, forcing me to say this. No, but seriously, New Balance is such a great time. I'm so excited that you guys are tuning into the broadcast. Please send out the link to all of your families and friends so we can hype these kids up, all right? Here we go. We have got some long striders. All right, you kids, y'all some tall kids, all right? But already we have got a wonderful race going on the outside lanes. 5 and 6 are fighting for their lives. But we have got someone on the inside lane trying to make up that stagger. He's going to do a great job, but he's going to need to stay calm, cool, and collected if he wants to come across in the finish line first. 21.83 for Jaden, corrected to 21.82, and then Naim Doodley second, 21.93. Oh, if you want to know my Twitter it is KX Naomi. That is KX.
Please follow Caitlin.
OMI. All right, that is the social. That's all my socials.
Caitlin, she makes the best content. I have to brag on you.
No, don't brag.
She
on me.
runs
Don't
for
brag
the
on me.
University of Kentucky, the Wildcats. She
Okay.
makes absolutely unfiltered, amazing content. I met her about 2 to 3 years ago, and she was just a sunshine to my life because I was, struggling in the adult world, and then here comes this ball of sunshine.
Oh my goodness.
Making it worth it again because it's creators like you who we need to see more of. Jasmine Todd, Real Talk with T, Demetria Carter with Tiny Talks. We need to see
my
more
God.
content like that, and you love to see it.
You know what?
Absolutely.
When these boys get off the track, now I'm gonna have to sit here and brag on you because
Uh-oh.
now you about to make me cry on the
Okay,
broadcast.
if I had known that this is how it was going to go, I would have said
Okay,
anything.
well, we about to be bragging back and forth.
All right, here's these lanes. Broderick Davis from Run Fast Track. We just saw him run. Desmond Starks. Avion Edwards And then Kylan Swift out there in lane 6. Let's keep our eyes on Broderick Davis out there in lane 2. He didn't get the best lane draw, but these lanes are random.
I will say that Broderick is such a boy name. If you're
Right.
named Broderick, you're definitely a boy.
Right.
Yes. But Broderick is running very well. Broderick will have competition from his competitors, obviously, because that's why we have competition. But we have got an inside lane trying to make a name for themselves. They're going to come across almost evenly. Who is it going to be? I don't know. It might be Broderick. It might be the inside.
Broderick, he put that head back and went to work.
And then Kylan Swift is going to be second. Man, this ain't no joke, man.
It is not.
These kids putting it down on them, man.
They out here to run 21:71. Now, he came in running 22:24.
Okay.
They're PRing big out here, Kate, and this is only the first round for them.
It's only the first round. Hello. Listen, y'all, we have got 4 more heats. We're about to be on heat 20. Oh, my goodness. Are y'all excited?
I'm excited.
I'm excited. I'm shivering in my boots. I'm shivering me timbers. But now let me brag on Serenity right quick.
I don't think so.
Serenity inspires me to be an amazing person every single day, and she gives me hope that I will be successful in this industry because, look, Serenity then did some broadcast work on ESPN. She got her a big girl job on a news station out in Texas. She out here commentated New Balance Nationals.
Oh, gosh.
She was one of the commentators for U20's USA's this past year. I mean, look.
Okay.
Serenity's resume is longer than my forehead. Okay? She is amazing. And all of y'all need to think she amazing, too. She laughing, but I'm so
Look
for
at
real.
me. Let's move on. Heat 20 out of 24. This is a full heat.
Oh, my God. These kids are not going to be able to let up. They will have to run for their lives because if they don't, sayonara, no finals.
Sayonara, and that
No
is from the
finals.
outside lane. William Batley trying to make some moves, and he is, but he has some
listen.
company from his inside
He
a little
don't got
bit.
no hair on his head, so it's more aerodynamic for him.
It is more aerodynamic for him.
That's why he ran that fast because he don't got nothing holding him back.
That is true.
Okay?
21:92
Low-key look like the Avatar.
from Batley.
Okay?
I can see
Earth,
that.
Wind, and Fire.
Yes. Channeling that ang.
Okay?
Going to the Avatar state.
He trying to defeat Fire Lord Ozai. All right.
But, Ang, he really was, can we talk about that? He was trying to not, spare everybody.
Listen,
And I didn't like that.
I'm not
Ang,
going to, for the purposes of this broadcast, I won't say what Aang should have done.
thank you.
But if I was Aang,
If I was Ang,
somebody, let me stop playing before they take me off this mic. I only got 15 more minutes left on this thing anyway, so let me use my time wisely.
all right, y'all, we're going to keep on rolling it out. And if you just stumbled upon this broadcast somehow, some way, and you're wondering, who are these loudmouth girls? And what is this? This is indoor track at New Balance Nationals Indoors here at the Reggie Lewis Center. I'm Serenity Douglas, joined with Caitlin Hutchison in the booth, ready to give you all the latest and the greatest of these 200s. We are on heat 21 of 24.
Here we go, everybody. Here we go. We've only got 4 people in this heat. We will have a lane open. Technically 2, but really just 1. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Now, I'm going to need Mr. Nico to run fast, considering that the national champion yesterday in the men's 5K was also named Nico. So, Nico, your twin was a winner, so now you got to be a winner, too.
Now you just got to be a winner, too.
I know the broadcast is lagging just slightly, but just know and rest assured that these men, these young guys, running as fast as they possibly can to try to make this 200-meter final for tomorrow.
Another like Motor City in the inside.
Very tight.
But
very
it was tight. I think that'll be Nico
Okay, Nico.
Bejic,
What I
who
tell
was
you,
on the
Nico?
outside. 22-24. We have to talk about the fact that it's pretty difficult to be on that outside lane because you don't see anybody. All you hear are just footsteps behind you.
Okay, but if you lanky like Nico, you need to be on the
If
outside.
you lanky like Nico.
You need to be on the outside lane for real. Okay.
Now, I was just told to go live. So I have gone live on my Instagram, _SerenityD. We are
also
now
gonna go live.
live. We're not allowed to show you the races, I don't think. And the
We're
Bullish
not.
Track Club coach is bothering people in the
Okay.
booth.
Bullish.
And they're from Maryland.
Yes. Okay,
I'm scared
I
of
know
y'all.
about PG County. Okay.
We know about PG
All my
County.
family from the DMV. Don't even worry
Y'all,
about it.
how many of y'all
Y'all
run
just
out
stay
here,
in the buoy.
coach? 29 athletes from Bullish Track Club.
I think we need to ask him why his kids are so fast.
Why are y'all kids so fast? All right, let's move on to the next heat.
Let me stop playing with y'all.
Yes, we're getting bothered in the booth a little because it's not a real booth; it's just a table.
It's just a table with some
But
snacks.
we out here. I like being in the community.
Oh, snap. Oh, Lord.
And Caitlin is also live
I'm live.
as well. Say your
_KX Naomi. Everybody come tune in, come tap in. We having a great time here at New
Instagram.
Balance.
We're having a
Nationals,
great
everybody.
time. This is heat 22 out of 24.
Oh Lord,
We're wrapping it up a little bit for the boys because we still got the girls.
Oh Lord.
And the girls, they take it serious.
Here we go, everybody. They are off. Everybody racing nicely around that turn onto this back stretch.
I don't think the stagger has been made up, but right as I say that, that's lane 5 gunning for it. That's Dominic Corley. We have seen him run already in the 60. He is out of Spokane.
Okay, Mr. Dominic, you better come on, Mr. Dominic.
That was way too chill. He was holding back for sure. 21:68.
Mr. Corley.
Micah Walker, 22:11. I'm sorry.
Here we go with the high schoolers trying to act all cool.
Yeah.
Calm, cool, and collected.
Calm, cool, collected. You can smile at the camera, you guys.
It's cool, y'all. Like, you can
Smile
be
at the camera.
Because me personally, you tell me I'm making it to a New Balance Nationals final, baby. I'm doing a backflip. I'm doing a backflip.
Now, y'all continue to add us on Twitter.
Okay?
At us on Twitter.
I am almost
I want to
at
hear your
10,000
thoughts while we're
followers.
going through this. I want to hear your thoughts about the meet. I want to hear your thoughts about NCs even.
Okay, because guess
But
what I'm about to be
what's
in
your
like
favorite
5
part?
minutes.
Yeah, right. What's your favorite part about New Balance Nationals? If you have run here before, if you have watched it before, what's your favorite part? I like the book bags this year. The book bags were dope.
My favorite part is being in the booth with Serenity.
Oh gosh, you guys.
If y'all don't know, now you know, baby.
Now you know.
Now you know. Blake
Keep
Williams.
adding me. Just because I'm alive, that does not matter. I have my other phone in my hand.
We've got Blake Williams, Lamar Lynch, Perion Williams, and Noah Morris. The first heat of people I ever said their name right. Hello, glory, hallelujah to the Most High. So look, y'all, they are getting in the blocks. As we said, we are fighting to make it into the final. We're getting into the last couple of heats. Who is going to be trying to win a national championship? Who? There they go. They're moving. As I said, long, lanky strides from all of these guys out here. They are fighting so well, coming up into the second hill. Who's breaking this stagger, Serenity?
I can't tell yet. It's pretty even, but it's because there's a lane in between them. That looks like the tall guy. Yeah,
Got a little
lane
shake in the
5.
chest. Got a little shake in the chest.
That is
21.
Perion Williams, 21.95, and Noah Morris, 21.98.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Franklin.
Go ahead, Mr.
Oh, he's not Mr. Franklin. He's from Franklin. But Blake Williams and Lamar Lynch were your 1 and your 2 for that heat of the boys.
I'm excited for this next heat, though. We got some Carol.
It's the way you act, yeah. It's the way you act, yeah. It's the way you act. What? Look at that, okay? Sometimes all it takes is a little shimmy and a shake.
It's a little shimmy and a shake.
A little
I gotta
shimmy
get
and a shake.
some of these nerves for the athletes out of my bones, too.
This all us Rudy, y'all. This all us Rudy, y'all. We gonna be locked in forehead to forehead, back. We always gonna be locked in forehead to forehead.
All right, let me shout some people out who's at me on Twitter. You know, I might as well.
Okay.
Raya,
What's
that's
up?
Soraya B. She said, y'all got me cracking up.
Bruh, listen.
We're not trying to.
No,
it's
I'm
just
trying
because
to.
we have ADHD, actually. And it's been hard to just sit here all day and not be able to go crazy a little bit. You know, they want you to get on this broadcast and be boring.
If y'all are on this live and y'all are in the stadium, come wave at us.
Come wave at us.
Come say hello.
Let's get some people in the booth.
Okay. Or we gonna let y'all get on the mic. We lying. They gonna kidnap us. They gonna get us.
On to the next heat. This is heat 24 out of 24. Let's get these lane assignments out quickly. That's Chase DeJesus, Christian Barber, Jayla McCoy, Floyd Samuels Jr., and Dominic Frank.
More people named Dominic. Hello. We have got 2 people in the Bishop Carroll blue looking amazing. Coming up that second hill. Again, your 5 lane and your 6 lane are fighting to the finish.
Floyd Samuels out there in that yellow.
Okay, the man in the yellow hat is going to come across first, 21.79. Nobody was messing with him.
But will that be good enough to make it to the final? Because that was the last and the final prelim before we head into the girls. Now, we're going to get the compiled results up here pretty soon. But the bubble time, it was the top 8. The bubble time is Tate Taylor, 21:59.
Oh, Lord.
Okay.
They acting up. Serenity,
you guys chill.
Can you tell us the unofficial top 8?
I sure can. Kane Stanley, Mr. White Lightning himself from IMG Academy, 21:06. Jade Odie Jordan, 21:34. Jaden Wiley, ATL Zoom. ATL Zoom, if any coaches hear me, I need for y'all to come and talk to me. I'm from Georgia. I need to know who the coach is for that one. And then Nicholas C. Spikes was 21:46. Sean McCullum, 21:47. Janelle Harris, 21:55, and there goes the results on your screen. Austin Diggs, 21:56, and then finally Tate Taylor, 21:59.
I'm saying, y'all better watch out. Y'all better
And
watch
we're
out for Mr.
moving
White
right along to the girls pentathlon 800-meter championship. This is the final for these ladies. They have done 5 events. The legs are heavy. They have been working it. It's going to be tough for them.
Guys, I am so excited. However, I am also freshly scared because there are like a billion gajillion women on this track right now running this pentathlon 800. I am so excited to see who's going to be our winner, Serenity.
Me too.
We have got
Now I'm trying to get who's the leader right now.
DJ D-Rick, cut the beat.
DJ D-Rick, cut the beat.
Look at all these strong, amazing girls. Everyone doing what they can to become the New Balance Nationals Indoor Champion. Oh, thank y'all for all the followers. I didn't think y'all was going to follow me for real. Okay, I got 26 new followers.
Y'all are running it up.
Okay, I hope y'all enjoy me and the content that I produce. I hope y'all enjoy Serenity as well.
Yes, because we still have the pentathlon that I am still calling.
Okay.
That is Avery Kerr, who's out there in the lead by herself so far. But it's been a great time.
I think I need to go run with her.
I think so too. I could drop a couple pounds. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, you know what? Me too, but I already lost 10 to 15 pounds this year. I'm trying to lose 5 more, but then every time I see that Subway footlong cookie, it's terrible. But look, we have got
every time I see that Subway footlong cookie.
Avery 218.97, baby. She is going to win the pentathlon 800. It is going to be a fight to the finish for spot 2. And now every young woman is going to be coming to this finish line.
And we're going to get those compiled results pretty soon as the ladies finish up, because that's something about multis. You never know who the exact winner is. Just because they won this event, that does not mean that they won the entirety of the meet. So we're going to get those compiled results for you pretty quickly. They have been jumping, throwing, everything from the very start. They have done 5 whole events.
I am about to hop off here in a second, and Serenity
Well,
will
thank you
take
so much
care
for
of
joining
you.
me, Caitlin.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be with you.
Absolutely.
I will be back on the mic again in stadium, probably some broadcasts as well. So, like I said, follow me on Twitter, KX Naomi. Follow me on Instagram, _KX Naomi.
Yes.
Follow me on TikTok, KX Naomi _ all of it's KX Naomi. Y'all know who it is, your favorite SEC athlete, Caitlin Hutchinson. I shall see y'all later, and Serenity, keep cutting up for him.
I absolutely will. You already know. And the pentathlon 800 for women just wrapped up. And that has earned Avery Kerr some pretty substantial points. And right now, who is sitting at the #1 spot, the champion, is from IMG Academy. That is Yulia Maliskaya, who is the winner. And she has a nationally ranked points already in this, so I know she's super excited. She won with 36-27. Kate Bryant came in second, 35-18, and Sarah Dumas, 34-49 for her. She looks super excited, getting some congratulations from her IMG teammate. She definitely deserves it after 5 whole events. But we're going to keep on moving forward. The women's 200-meter dash. I miss my partner in crime, Caitlin. But we're going to keep on pushing right along. We have Kiara Davis. We saw her in the 60 earlier. She is in lane 5. She comes in with a seat time of 24:32. Now, they're telling them to stand up. Not sure why just yet. I don't really know what's going on. Okay. Now, shout out to Kiara Davis. Rough cuts with her bright turquoise hair. We have Julian Warner in lane 2. Josie Rempe in lane 3. Brianna Barnett in lane 5. I'm sorry, lane 4. Kiara Davis in lane 5. And Skylar Cunningham. ATL's in lane 6. Now, this is only 1 lap. Perfect start out of the girls. Now, you see Kiara Davis's lime green hair. That camera is out of focus, but you can still see that hair. Kiara Davis is coming around that curve. She's using the bank to her advantage, using it as a slingshot there. She's tightening up, but she's not losing that lead. She's looking for that personal best, 24:39, and she's just shy off of it. On paper, she came in with 24:32. And that was heat 1 of 19. Top 8 advanced by time. It is only the top 8. Okay? And we're going to keep on moving. We got a 23 in this heat. Hold on. That's Anaya Kitts from IMG Academy. IMG, what are y'all doing over there? Oh, you know what? And then as I look at the track, these girls, look at that. All of those scratches. Anaya Kitt is not there, but that's okay. We still have Selena Carlisle and Farah Nasir out 1 and 2 and 1 and 6. Selena's going to have some way to make up. But if you just keep on hunting down Farah all the way out there in lane 6, I know she looks so far away. But it's all about getting personal best here. And as these girls come around that bank, Selena has done great with the curve so far, but Farah is not letting her have it out there in that far lane. That's 25-45 for Farah Nasir. She seems pleased with it. It's always really hard to read some of these young athletes. Let's take a look at that replay, though. She's like, hold on, somebody's coming up on me. But she kept on pushing right through the line. She ran through the line, which is exactly what the coaches love to see. I'm ready to keep on moving right along. Heat 3 out of 19. 19. But that's how it is at these young meets. I remember waiting around for my heat all day. We have one do not show from Nevaeh Burns. She was supposed to be in lane 3, but we still have Sophie Sampson, Briley Klein, Deja Reed, and Nakira Hudson in lane 6. Heat 3 out of 19. And they are underway. Clean start. We see that bright pink right in the middle of the track there, but you got to look to your outside. That's that white. Up on the first turn. That is Deja Reed. From MVA, she passes her teammate, and she's going to keep on pushing. 24-25. Unofficial. That's shy of her personal best of 24-21. Now look, I'm not going to shout you out if you're not here. Give a shout out to Ishmael Naya. Thank you for tuning in. Send it to all your friends. This is New Balance Nationals on YouTube. It is completely free to stream. Not every platform does this, but this platform is doing it. Thank y'all for sticking with us throughout the entirety of this very, very long track meet. It's been a long day for a lot of these athletes. We're going to keep our eye on Janiyah Johnson from the Greyhounds. I've seen her race in the 60 today, and that girl is powerful. She comes in with a seed time of 24 flat. It's always really hard trying to break that flat time. My biggest problem, I couldn't break a minute for the life of me until I finally did. And once you do it, you continue to drop times. Let's see if she does. She's in lane 5, and they are on the way. You see her leaning forward there in the gray bottoms, out there on the edge. She's trying to make up that stagger early on as they're hitting the bank. Use the bank as a slingshot. But that's Jasmine Cook not letting her have it. Janiyah Johnson trying to fight for it. Now you advance off of time alone. Jasmine Cook gets it. 24-45 from Lions Track Club. Janiyah Johnson 24-54 coming in second. Now they advance off of time alone, top 8 times. And as you can see, that's Cook on the outside. When she felt that pressure from Johnson, she didn't fold because pressure only makes diamonds out here at New Balance Nationals indoors. Now we have a couple scratches in the next heat. We only have 2 girls, but hey, at least they're next to each other. At least they're next to each other. Because I would hate to have run a race alone. You see some of these athletes doing it, and more kudos to them, because I don't think I would have done it. And there's those final results. Jasmine Cook, 24-45. Janiyah Johnson, 24-54 for Heat 4 out of 19. We're going to keep on moving along. Heat 5 out of 19. Couple DNSs. But we have lane 2 and 3. Nonetheless, we have Gia Clay in lane 2. Naya Santana in lane 3. Let's see who is going to beat. It can only be one of 2. So, let's just start there. Gia Clay hunting down Naya Santana. But Santana's holding her own, honey. She's trying not to see anybody this entire race. You can see the effort on her face. leading at the end there, 25-44. Now, if you guys were wondering, the bubble time as in the last qualifying time, as of right now, as we're through 5 heats, it's 25:05. So unfortunately for Naya Santana, she really wanted it, and look at her right now. She might know that she doesn't have it. Not sure. Some of these athletes don't know yet. But that bubble time is 25:05. She wanted it so bad. Look at her. But it just would not be enough. Both of those athletes, amazing run out of them. You know the good thing about New Balance Nationals indoors? It's every single year. So you got another chance. And they also have an outdoor edition. Now this is a heat I'm talking about. Full heat. Everybody showed up. Isabella Moran in 2. Alexandra Lee in 3. Zuri Williamson in 4. Naema Solomon in 5. Sade Thompson in 6. And these girls are underway. Who is that in lane 5? That's Naema Solomon. I don't know if y'all can see it yet, but the hair is flying in that light blue from Bishop Carroll. She is fighting, and she gets the dub, 24-67. Sade Thompson, 24-83. She was fighting for that one towards the end there. Okay, New Balance kit. It doesn't seem like she's too happy about that one. 24:67. That earned Solomon the 7th fastest in the qualifying times. She should make it, but we still have plenty more heats to go. This is heat 6. Or heat 7 out of 19. Actually, she was in heat 6. That's the only bad thing when you're going off of times. You just have to wait and see. Because one whole heat could go ridiculously fast. Which could knock you out. And we are off. Clean start. Bubble time is 24:83. These girls have to run faster than that. I mean, only if they want a chance in the final. I don't know. But we're going to see. It's still pretty even. I don't think the stagger has been made up yet. But as I say that, that is lane 4. Making her way up. That's Juliana Ballin. But look, from the outside, that's Sophia Swindle from the Lawrenceville School out of Jersey. 24:39. She gets the win. I have seen her race all day, and she has been looking powerful all day. Nice little congratulations from Coach. She's happy about it. She has been on this stage already. She is comfortable in this position, and you can tell. Now, bubble time. It's held by Solomon. 24:67. Sophia Swindle, 24:39. Juliana Ballin, 24:71. Will not be in. So far, Swindle is in. Next heat, though. Amelia Speller, Kendall Barnhart, Sade Gray, Ryan Jennings. Now, I need to know, Sade, from Run Fast Track Club out of Louisiana, is it Sade or is it Sade? You know, because Sade the singer, she pronounces it like Sade. But as you can see, that's gray in the checker. Yellow and black out there in lane 5. not leaving anything to chance because these girls have been running fast in these earlier heats. She comes around the curve right under that New Balance sign, and she is powering through. She's feeling it, but she's eating that pain. 24:40. 24:38 officially. She was not risking anything. Solomon is now out. The new bubble time is held by Skylar Cunningham from ATL Zoom. 24:61. And that was heat 8 out of 19. Nejsade, I'm assuming. And we're going to keep on rolling right through. And you know what's going on right down the street? You may have heard of it. You might not have. It's called NCAA's. NC Indoor Championships is going on right down the street at the track at New Balance. If you want to go watch it, by all means, you should. But if you are actually in Boston, you should be here at the Reggie Lewis Center, watching all of these rising stars compete, who will be competing, some of them will be competing in college next year. And you can say that you have been watching them since they were little bitty babies here at the Reggie Lewis Center. This is heat 9 of 19. Clean start. This field is pretty spread out, I'll say. But keep your eye. The stagger is not made up yet. So honestly, just keep watching. And the stagger would not be broken. Lane 6 held it that entire time. That's Caitlin leaning. Now, happy you won the heat, but unfortunately, that is not going to make it to the final. Skylar Cunningham with the 24:61 is out now. Nakira Hudson has now taken it with the same time, 24:61. And actually, I'm sorry, Caitlin Leenan is in 7th qualifying with 24:60 as of right now, but she is too close because you still got 9 more heats. We have Lauren Croopo, Mimi Duffy, Shazaram. Okay, Shazaram Stevens, lane 5. Beautiful name. Dahlia Beasley, lane 6. And they are out. It's hard to tell right now, but you can see that bright pink on the outside there. But that is lane 5, Stevens from Space City Track Club, trying to make up that stagger. But Dahlia Beasley is not going to let her have it. 24:75, but that is just out of the final, which is still being held by Nakira Hudson. I know Nakira Hudson is holding her breath because 24:61 is now the bubble time. Here goes a replay for you guys. It got tight out there in the end. There was a party in the front. We have a bullish track club. I like bullish. Y'all out of Maryland. Y'all corrected me very nicely. Maryland. Baltimore. I don't know if it's Baltimore, but I just wanted to say Baltimore. They have Peyton Jones out there in lane 6. She comes in with a 24.38. But Frazier to her inside, 24.38 as well. It's going to be a battle in the front for sure, but you are never supposed to doubt anybody, Bullets included. They are on their feet as they're coming around that curve, but we're getting some company from the inside. This one is close, but it looks like it is all Jones on the outside, 24.89. That will unfortunately not make the final from Jones. And we're going to keep on moving right along. If you don't remember, I have already said that it is top 8 that advance to the finals from time alone. Now, like I said, some people prefer it that way. Some people do not. I think relying on time I think both have their flaws. Relying on time because, sometimes you want to chill in the prelims. But relying on time can harm you because this is random seeding. What if you get a slow heat and you're chilling a little bit too much? What if you get a really fast heat? It just really depends. As we're moving right along to heat 12 out of 19. That's Taylor Aska from Union Catholic, Nayla Jones from Chargers Academy, and then Kaylin Gray out there in lane 4. And it looks like it'll be all Nayla Jones. So calm on her face, 24.67. But unfortunately, 100th of a second, she will not make the final because that bubble time is once again 24.61. Nakira Hudson, I know that she is just back there holding her breath. Heat 13. We have 6 more heats. Nakira Hudson is holding her breath. She has that last and final seed time with 24.61. Y'all, thank y'all for following me on Instagram. _Serenity D if you haven't already. All right. Heat 13 of 19. That's Samara Lawrence, Arima Turner, Nestor Way are on the way. Nestor Way is all the way out there in lane 6. She's hoping to not see anybody this entire race. She stumbled a little bit coming down that bank, but is she going to hold it? Yes, she does. 25.17, beautiful run from Way. However, it will not be fast enough. Hudson has to hold her breath a little bit longer, but she is happy about it nonetheless. And we're going to keep on moving right along for these women's 200s. We still have plenty of racing to go. We have the boys 5,000 championship from the final. I'm not calling that because what do I know about distance? It's going to be Olympian from Canada, Kate Van Buskirk will be calling that one, and the boys 4x200 championship. But we're going to stay on what's current, and that's heat 14 out of 19. Aaliyah Murphy, Jayla Johnson, Corbin Rested, There's some missing lanes there in the middle. Obviously, the goal from Raston is to see absolutely nobody. And she hasn't so far. She has to keep on pushing if she wants to make it, but it'll not be good enough. 24.87, but still a beautiful run from her. $24.85. She came in just shy of her personal best of 24.73. She would have had to run well below her personal best to make it to the final. She was fighting. It's pretty tough. I can't say she didn't have competition, but it is pretty tough. They're not next to her. She's all the way out there, up on that bank in lane 6. But we're going to keep on moving right along. Heat 15 of 19. How many? We have 2 girls in this one. Shout out to Gabriella Bozef from Radar Running. She said no blocks for me. Sorry. No blocks for me. No blocks for me. Natasha Redmond in lane 4. Clean start from them. As Gabriella, she didn't need no block. She is making up that stagger. I can't tell if she tripped there, but the only thing on her mind is that lime green, and that's Natasha Redmond out there. Now it's 1 and 2 for them. Redmond, I know she feels Gabriella on her inside, so she pulled away. Nice dip at the end there, 25.08. Hudson, Miss Nakira Hudson is getting lucky with the 24.61 because there are still plenty of heats that she has been sitting through. However, she is still sitting on that bubble time. And you know who she has to deal with coming up pretty soon. Is a Deja Hodge, if she shows up in heat 17. But right now we are on heat 16. Out of 19. This is a full heat. We love to see it. We have Giselle Holland, Demaya Richards, Brooke Cochran, Ashlyn Odaisi, Soraya Drocheska. Girl, didn't we just see you, Soraya, in the 60? Nice little warm-up for her. She was blazing, too. Speaking of that, Soraya has made it to the final. 7:49, and now she's coming back in the 200. You love to see it, and she's going to be in lane 6. And they're off. Oh, wait. All right. Let's see what the officials see. Hopefully, it was just on them. Maybe something with the blocks. Now they haven't been handing out a lot of DQs these past 2 days, but this is day 3, and these are the championship races. Let's take another look at it, though. I don't personally see any movement, but I am not down there on the track. I'm going to trust the officials' word for it. Hopefully nobody is out. And yes, it is still a full field. Green card for these ladies, good. But it's one of those things. Should I get out as hard now? All right, keep your eyes open for Ashley Odasi in lane 5 and Soraya Dorchester in lane 6. What a view from the, okay. Coming back, she just ran 7:49. She's out there by herself in lane 6, but she has gotten some company from her inside, from Ashley already. Going into the last turn, Ashley has fresh legs into the finish, 24:37, and she is on to the final with ease. She has now moved herself up into the second fastest qualifying spot with 24:35. Dorcheska, 25:63. She's had a long day, but great run for her nonetheless. But we cannot get the shine off of Miss Ashley right here. 24:35. And she has a ticket into the finals. Now here, this is what I came to see. Boom. This is what I came to see. Boom. Adasia Hodge, heat 17. She is in lane 5. She has shown up. She has already qualified in the 60 with a blazing time of 7:29. She is back here in the 200 to see what it's talking about. She comes in with 22:31. No, I did not misspeak. 22:31. Go look it up. Adasia Hodge. She competes for the British Virgin Islands on her off time. She's a defending champ in the 60. Made a couple world teams. You know, you might know her. You might not. Commit to Georgia. If you don't know her, now you do. Look at her. Lane 5 has already made up the stagger. She's in a race of her own, completely dominating the field. Look at that wide view. Is she going to shut it down at all just to chill? You have won, Adasia. 23:67. Unofficially, 23:65. She now has the top time going into the final, repping British Virgin Islands. Amazing. Ridiculously fast. And she is still in high school. These high schoolers are getting faster and faster. She is so powerful coming down that bank, but also so smooth. She has found the balance in between showing complete effort, but also being relaxed and being comfortable in her own race. Insane. 23:65. Now, obviously, we have a new bubble time. Janiyah Johnson with 24:54. 24:05 is now the bubble time as we are in heat 18 of 19. And they are off. Leah Gold, Damaria Williams, Kyra Terry, Jasmine Sharks, Vanessa Waite. We have seen Vanessa Waite race already. She is out there in lane 6 in that bright pink, but she is getting that pressure from lane 5. That's Jasmine Sharps from Lion Track Club, giving her all the pressure, but they're coming around that last curve. It's Waite, it's Sharp, and it looks like Vanessa Waite is going to take it with 24:31. That is an excellent contender to make it into the final. Rounded down officially to 24:29. She's happy with it, and that puts her in the third fastest qualifying time for the final. Remember that top 8 makes it, and we now have a new bubble time from Raya Randolph, 24:45. That was heat 18 out of 19. All right, heat 19 out of 19. We have a couple scratches here. So it looks like out there in lane 6 from Bullis, Maryland. That's Ada Joseph. Brianna Selby. We saw her, the leading 60-meter champion so far, making it into the final. 7:20. She has scratched, unfortunately. Jada Irwin in lane 2. So Madison Brister in lane 3. This is the final heat. The time to beat is 24:45. The stands is going crazy. You already know how they do in Maryland. They're cheering for their girl, Ada Joseph, out there in lane 6 by herself. That's Ada Joseph. She's getting some company now from those inside lanes. Joseph should hear her crowd going crazy, but that will be lane 3, Madison Brister. The blazing time of 24:87. Beautiful execution from Madison. She really used that bank at the end there. But she will be just out of the final. And we're going to get those final results soon. This has been the Girls Championship 200-meter dash here at the Reggie Lewis Center in Boston, Massachusetts. We just saw so many great events with the boys 60, the girls 60 semifinals, and then we just saw the first round of the girls and boys 200s. We saw them wrap up the girls pentathlon 800-meter championship race as well. The boys 5,000 is coming up. The boys and girls 4x200 is coming up. We still have plenty of racing here. Signing off, Serenity Douglas. I am not calling that distance race at all. And here are the full results. Adasia Hodge dominating the field with 23:65 with that top qualifying time. Deasia Reed, 24:23. Vanessa Waite, 24:29, rounding out that top 3. For the first round, there were 19 heats. Only the top 8 advanced. The strongest survived here in Boston, Massachusetts. This is New Balance Nationals indoors if you're just now tuning in. There's still plenty of more racing to go. Make sure you stick around. The boys 5K is coming up. I'm going to pass the baton off to Kate Van Buskirk to call that, and the boys 4x200s for the remainder of the night. We have been out here all day. Thank y'all so much for tuning in.
Welcome back to the fastest party on the planet here at New Balance National Indoors. We are kicking things off this evening with our finals of our fastest section of the boys 5,000 meter championships. Ben Jaster being announced right now, wearing hip number 7. It's going to be Jack Graffio. Apologies, that was hip 9. Wearing hip 8 is Raghav Gapala Krishnan. Next up, Daniel Simmons. He's one of the top runners in this field, the time to beat. Next up, Parker Mong. And we have a new addition to our field. We have a pacer in the form of Ben Marks. So an absolutely stellar field assembled. A couple of notable scratches based on the fact that we did have that championship boys 2 mile earlier today. So a field of 17 has been whittled down by about 6 athletes. In our fastest of 3 championship boys 5,000 meter timed finals. And we are away and running. That top pack on the outside of the track there at the top of your screen includes our pacer. Again, that new addition in the form of Ben Marks. And he is the athlete in the lead in that green and black kit on the outside, who is not wearing a bib. So he's going to be taking things out at 13:56 tempo. And of course, not only do we have a physical pacer in the form of Mr. Marks, we also have those pacing lights set to the same tempo. So at the cut-in, Marks is going to try to get to the lead ahead of our early leader in the field, that is Braden Marshall. The meet record and national record held at 13:56.82. That was set last year, so looking to eclipse that this year. And Mark's doing well, leading out Daniel Simmons. He is the favorite in this field here tonight. Daniel Simmons of American Fork. He is a senior there. He was second at the New Balance National Indoors last year in this event in a whopping 13:59.96. That's how you get under 14 for the first time. He is also the outdoor New Balance National 2 mile champion from last year in 8:41. And he's had a stellar weekend thus far, anchoring his American Fork team to a 4x1 mile relay victory on Thursday night. And he looks to be in cracking form, both he and his pacer Marks, just ahead of those pace lights that you see kind of nipping at the heels of the gentleman in second there in that red and black kit. That is Daniel Simmons of the American Fork team out of Utah. So again, Marks up front. While he is in the lead, he is not going to complete this race. He'll be taking Simmons around, who is the actual leader of the race at the moment. So again, they are aiming for that national and meet record of 13:56.82. Any mark sub 14 is incredible running, especially on an indoor track, an indoor banked 200-meter track, I should say. Marks continuing his job up front, and Simmons doing a great job of just stepping into his slipstream and using the benefit of having to being able to turn his brain off and just follow the leader ahead of him. Again, he'll have the benefit not only of those pacing lights, but also of Marks in front of him. Daniel Simmons looking really relaxed right now, and that's how you want to be at this point in a race. especially a race of this length. So they were through that first 1,000 meters in 2:46.39, clicking off 33-second laps very consistently. 2:46 through that opening kilometer puts them on around 13:50 tempo, which is exactly where you want to be. Marks is going to stay in this thing as long as possible, doing the hard work up front so that Simmons can just relax as much as he can before things get tough in what looks like will be a solo effort should he want to continue running at this pace after our pacer drops. So again, a number of scratches at the last minute, and that's unfortunate because some of our top talent has decided not to contest this event. But plenty of young men queuing up behind, just short of the tempo set by these pace lights, hoping to get close to that 14-minute barrier. Again, Simmons the only one in the race who has achieved that feat thus far in his career. And Marks is off the field, so that means that just short of 2,000 meters, Simmons is going to be all by himself. And he goes through that 2,000 meter, he'll come through this 2,000 meter mark as he approaches the finish line. And that's about a 5:32 through 2,000 meters. So 5:32 continues to put him right around that low 13:50 mark. That's exactly where he wants to be. This is a long race, 25 laps of this 200-meter circuit. And Simmons out there putting in the work by himself right now. He's going to come around the top of the track, getting encouraged by some of our incredible meet staff on site here. You can see he's still well ahead of those pace lights, so that bodes really well. He wants to stay ahead of them as long as possible. The fatigue is going to start creeping up over the coming laps. But he is running like clockwork right now, looking really strong. So in fact, that was the fastest lap so far. That was a 32.8. He's been running 33 and 32 consistently throughout this race. That's such a difficult thing to do by yourself. He's got to not only maintain good focus, but try to relax through his body as much as possible to keep that form nice and light. Focus on the lap he's in and not necessarily on that overall goal of the meet and national record. As he goes through that finish line, that's another 33.1 for the senior from that stellar distance team of American Fork. Ben Jaster is currently sitting in second, quite a ways back, but working with some other top athletes. Jaster is a teammate of Simmons, so he is undoubtedly getting a boost from knowing that his training partner is out there crushing it, aiming towards this record, trying to put their team on the map yet again this weekend. Again, they were one of the only teams in history to go under 17 minutes in the 4x1 mile the other night. There you see the pace lights. The pace lights currently are sort of separating our leader, Simmons, from his teammate Jaster, who is leading the chase pack, along with Ryan Pajak and Paul Bergeron. Both of those athletes absolutely stellar in their own right. Jaster was part of that relay team, that 4x1 mile relay team. He ran the third leg on Thursday evening, taking their team to victory along with this man on screen right now. We should mention that Paul Bergeron is in that pack as well. He's a local guy from right here in Westford, Massachusetts. He's going to Stanford in the fall. So it gives you a sense of the kind of talent that's assembled behind this young man right here, but he is doing all the work, and he is about to lap several athletes of tremendous caliber. So again, you're seeing the back of part of the chase pack. Simmons about to go around them, meaning that he's lapping some of the best athletes in the country en route to certainly a victory here and what will hopefully be a new national and meet record. So we were through 3,000 meters there in 8:17 a couple laps back, so another 32 for the last 3 laps. 8:17 again, just like clockwork, keeping him right around that 13:50 barrier. This is where the race begins in earnest. A 5,000 starts at the 3,000 meter mark. We are now 7 laps to go. 3,600 meters into this thing. Another 32 mid. Daniel Simmons is a metronome up front. Again, he's a senior. He knows that this is his last shot at a crack at that record at the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships. He wants another title to his name and to cement himself in the record books, well on his way to doing just that. Again, Daniel Simmons was the New Balance National Outdoor 2023 2-mile champion in 8:41. Second in this event last year in 13:59. He is surely to repeat that victory, and all he has to do is run about 3 seconds faster in order to secure the national title. I say all he has to do, of course, understanding what a tall ask that is. But Simmons now through 4,000 meters. He is inside a kilometer to go. He has not wavered from that 32 and change pace. 11 minutes on the button through 4K, and that puts him exactly at 13:45 pace. So he has picked it up. Once again, folks, if you're just tuning in, a reminder: 13:56.82, the national and meet record time to beat. This young man doing it all by himself, the senior for American Fork, Daniel Simmons, cranking things out. That was another 32-second lap. His turnover is so fast for this point in the race. It hasn't wavered at all. You can see the fatigue on his face, but not in his body. The arms are moving well. His cadence is still nice and quick. And he has 3 laps to go. We are inside 600 meters remaining here. Another 32-33 lap for the tall man of Utah. Great battles developing behind, but it is the Daniel Simmons show. And as he comes into that arch and the home stretch, he will approach the line, I should say, with 2 laps to go. 400 meters are all that separate this man from indelible glory. 32:25 on that lap. This has been an absolute clinic in precise pacemaking. Daniel Simmons, less than 300 meters separate him from another win here at the Reggie Lewis Center and a new national record. He comes through the line. Here's the bell at 13:09 on the clock. Another 31-0 on that lap. And Daniel Simmons is inching ever closer to a national record in the men's 5,000 meter high school. The crowd here at the Reggie Lewis Center are on their feet. It is absolutely electric. Simmons comes into the home stretch. The fireworks are blazing. Keep your eye on the clock. 13:38:87. And that has absolutely obliterated the old national record. An enormous performance, a 30-second final lap, and well-deserved high fives from all around the track here at the Reggie Lewis Center here in Boston. What a way to kick off our final distance events at the third day of New Balance National Indoors. 13:38:86, first place, and an enormous new national record. That was an absolutely stellar performance. Great congratulations from coaches and friends around the track. And this young man is going to be one to watch moving forward into whatever career comes next for him. 13:56:82, the old record. And Simmons has just crushed that by the better part of 18 seconds. Doing it solo, doing it the hard way. And he'll take a well-deserved victory lap. Magic happens here at the fastest party on the planet. Having that kind of sting left in your legs after running the best time ever by an American. And he wants to hear the noise. Fireworks go off again. The crowd here is on fire for this young man. Extraordinary running. And in all of that excitement, we should also mention that Paul Bergeron was second in 14:14. No slouch of a time at all. Ben Jaster, teammate of Simmons, rounds out the top three in 14:19. Top 10 all under 15 minutes, and it is an electric evening here in Boston as we move towards the conclusion of day 3 of New Balance National Indoor Championship Magic. Of course, we'll be heading over to the track at New Balance tomorrow for our final day of competition. But Simmons, the emotion hitting him now, I think, getting that incredibly special photo next to the signboard with his name, with his time, and with national record posted on it. 32s throughout the entirety of that race, with the exception of a 31 penultimate lap and a 30 flat closing lap. That is how you run a 5,000 meter national best. Well, we'll regroup here because we still have 2 sections left of these timed finals of the championship boys 5,000 meter. And undoubtedly our competitors next on track will have gotten some spice in their legs and some adrenaline flowing from watching that performance. So section 2 set to take to the track now. This is our second to fastest section of our boys 5,000 meter timed finals. 7 scratches, unfortunately, but that's going to make for a little less traffic because we did have 26 runners scheduled to start this penultimate timed final. Times in this section ranging from about 14:50 to 15:11. And we'll get you some splits as we progress through this. So our field consists now, with the scratches taken out, of Dylan Maloney, Junior Allen, Ezra Nelson, Tyler Surface, Parker Adams, Matthew Giardina, Cooper Tripp, Stephen Kivalos, Kipruto Koech, Jaden Merrick, Will Kozlowski, Andrew Burr, Trent Tebow, Colin Walsh, Taman Chokski, William Tempest, Zach Hillhouse, Braylon Petty, and Parker Mong. Fastest time of the bunch belonging to Dylan Maloney. But it is Jaden Merrick to the early lead. Merrick out of Cedar Falls, Iowa. Merrick comes in with a 15:01 seed, and he's only a sophomore. But now it is Andrew Burr to the lead. Maloney in second and Chotchi in third. So that is Jaden Merrick back to the front of the pack. And he will take the group through the first 1,000 meters in 2:51.69. And that puts them right about 14-13 tempo. So well under PR pace. Just to the outside there, that's Zach Hillhouse, that tall figure now gliding into the front. Now a little bit of separation up front with Hillhouse out of Pleasant Grove in Utah. So Hillhouse, a 9:24.55 3,200 meter runner. Again, he's run 15:10. That's a cross-country mark. But just as we saw with Simmons out of the first section, really consistent running here. 34 mid to 35 low for each lap thus far of the first 1,600 meters. They went through that 1,600 in 4:36, by the way. Matthew Giardina, Massachusetts boy, sits in second. And then Junior Allen of Cougar Elite, part of that top pack as well. A move on the outside now. And that appears to be Jaden Merrick, who slides into second with 16 laps remaining. Two miles now, inside 2 miles to go, as Zach Hillhouse continues his assertion at the front of this pack. Those are the last two are the slowest laps of the race so far. You can see things bunching back up here. I think perhaps maybe they'd gone out a little bit hot for those first few laps, given the seeds of many of these athletes. That's Merrick now to the lead. Again, Merrick, a 15:01 athlete, They're still ahead of those pace lights, which if you look to the right of your screen, you can just see them starting to creep in. So a pack 8 strong. Just starting to let those pace lights lick at their heels. But this is Merrick, the sophomore, continuing to lead the train up front. Jaden Merrick is of Cedar Falls, Iowa. As I said, he is only a sophomore. And he's got a 9:16 2-mile PR, showing his strength now as we have another lead change through 13 laps to go. That is Matthew Giardina to the lead for the first time. Giardina actually of Nashua, New Hampshire. He's a 9:12 2-miler, and he is starting to put the gears to this field. And after a couple of slower laps there, some 36s snuck in the middle. We've dropped back down to 34. They went through 2,000 meters in 5:48. And 5:48 was quite a drop-off from what they were running. That puts them right around 14:30. But it looks as though they've picked it back up after noticing the lull. So Giardina followed now by Junior Allen, the senior from the Cougar Elite team. And that's a more respectable 34 mid for both of those athletes. In that neon kit, Allen working hard to get back up on the heels of our leader. But look at how quick his turnover is. Giardina seems to be extending that lead now rather than letting it slip any further. And they're going to be coming up on the 3,000 meter split. So we'll get a sense here of exactly how fast they're running. 8:43 through 3K. 8:43, right around that 14:30 mark. Again, that would be a nice improvement for all of these guys. 14:50, the fastest seed coming in. Of course, for many of these athletes, this is the only indoor 5K that they'll run all year. Many of their marks coming from cross country or from one or two outdoor meets last year, or from this particular race, the 2023 edition. All the more reason to take full advantage of this opportunity while it's here at the fastest party on the planet. Reggie Lewis Center has generously played host to our championship over the last 3 days of competition, and we thank them for that. We are thrilled to be moving over to the track at New Balance Boston tomorrow as the NCAA championships wrap up there today and leave some electricity on track for our day chock full of finals tomorrow, as our pack has now caught back up with our leader. So Giardina continues to lead, but just by a whisper, as Dylan Maloney of Plainfield South makes contact once again. So it is the two juniors taking on the charge inside 8 laps to go. Junior Allen still tucked in that neon kit, and then it's Steven Kaivelos. Two juniors leading out two seniors here. As they come into the home stretch, they will have 7 laps to go. A little bit of separation as these guys work to stay on those pace lights. Giardina has done so much of this work. putting that sweatband to good use here as they approach 6 to go, but hot on his heels. Dylan Maloney stalking him with every stride, not wanting to let him go. You just see there a couple of our lapped athletes courteously moving out so that our faster runners can make their way by on the inside. Again, we just saw the national record go down courtesy of Daniel Simmons with that absolutely whopping 13:38.86. And now the lead change with Cavellos to the front. His only company at the moment, those pace lights. Cavellos now, that was a very assertive move to the front. He's got 4 laps to go. We are inside half a mile of this 5,000 meter race, 25 grueling laps of this Reggie Lewis Center, and these guys can smell the finish line. Apologies, that's Maloney, of course, up front. Maloney wearing hip number 1, and that is his position right now with 600 meters to go. Continuing to pass lapped runners as he strides towards his final 500 meters. That was a 34 mid for that lap. So he's continuing to cut things down. Maloney 14:50 on paper and en route to eclipse that mightily. 400 meters remains with 13:24 on the clock at that last lap. Jardina holding on really well, 13:29, so he's about 5 seconds back on our leader Maloney. And then it is Junior Allen in third position at 13:36, about another 7 seconds back. So things are stringing out here. But we are into the closing stages of this race, and with just 1 lap to go, Maloney hears the bell. 13:56 on the clock. And that is what the lights have been set to, is 13:56. Sorry, 14:36. And a fabulous finish here by Maloney, who took control of this race from about 2/3 of the way in, closes in 32:40 for his last lap, 14:29.93. Dylan Maloney of Plainfield South, still just a junior, takes the win in our second to fastest section of this men's championship 5,000 meter race. And a great race behind him as Jardina crosses the line in 14:40.52, 14:47.08 for Junior Allen, 14:52 for Zach Hillhouse. Tight contest there with Tyler Surface, 14:52.52. But what a closing few laps there for Maloney, and tremendously courageous running to take charge and make it happen here on day 3 of New Balance National Indoors. So just one heat remaining of our boys timed finals for the championship 5,000 meter. These athletes assembling on track now. We have 27 runners listed in this final. And just with the naked eye, I'm counting at least 23. So I'm sure we have a couple of scratches, but not many. Meaning the excitement never stops here at the Reggie Lewis Center. One more round of 25 laps of this very fast track. If you're just tuning in, unfortunately you missed the action of Daniel Simmons setting a new national record of 13:38.86. Just about 20 minutes ago. So it appears as though we have 3 scratches in this final 5,000 meter. So competitors on track are as follows. We have Jake Albert, Ralph Brown, Cyrus Hansen, Sean Gray, Mitchell Hyatt, Nick Yakub, Jerome Weisner, Nolan Pinion, Billy Dennison, John Wilson, Charles Guerrera, Evan Bureau, Jonas Teeter, Thomas McMahon, Gregory Janisak, Connor DeMoy, Adam Wedlake, Patrick Crofwell, Brady Ott, Mitchell Clark, Colby Bornstein, Colin Murray, Ryan Mayer, and Ben Marks. Now, of course, Ben Marks was our pace setter in our previous section. And a little push there, some shoving as these athletes work hard to try to find their place on the track. Again, even with 3 scratches, this is still a field of 24 runners. So that makes for a lot of traffic, a lot of jostling. Times in this section ranging from 5:11 to 15:11 to 15:30, I should say. And in the early days of this race, that is Evan Burrows to the lead in a 70-second opening 400. Evan Burrow, the junior out of Bethel High School in Connecticut. And now Thomas McMahon to the lead. So McMahon on the inside with that bright yellow kit, looking as though he wants to give the lead to, and I believe that's still Marks up front, but McMahon, a senior at Upper Arlington in Columbus, Ohio, he's headed to the University of Pittsburgh in the fall. But it appears that it's actually Guerrera at the lead at 800 meters, with Jaron Weisner and then McMahon following. So through that opening 1,000 meters, 2:21 on the clock. That's not right. little bit of separation up front now. We'll wait on an accurate split there from our timing system, but tucked in second there is Thomas McMahon. A group of about 7 creating some separation now. Difficult to tell from this camera angle, but just behind that group in the front, you'll get a sense here is a little gap back. 2:56 opening kilometer for Jaron Weisner. And I believe he's doing some pace setting duties as well, clicking his watch each time he comes through that 200-meter mark. Thomas McMahon looking really relaxed in that yellow kit behind him. He was 2:57 through the opening K. And 2:57 puts them right about 14:47 tempo. The tall man in the green kit with the number 12 on his hips, that's Charles Guerrera. He runs for the Celtics. He's a junior. And now it is McMahon taking over the pace at the front. Tucked in right with them is Jonas Teeter, running unattached out of New Hampshire. Teeter is a senior, and he comes in with a 15:24 seed, likely to improve on that today, as the tall man in green, that is Guerrera, takes to the lead for the first time. These guys have been clocking pretty consistent 35 and change seconds. And athletes running a bit wide now, trying to just find their position. Looks as though the pace is slowing up front a little bit, 36 and change on that last lap. So it is Guerrera continuing to lead. And you can just sense that there is some anxiety building amongst the pack there. Someone has got to go and get this thing rolling because it is slowing with each stride. And that could spell disaster if any of these athletes get tripped up with each other. So Guerrera continuing to lead. But just behind him, tucked in, doing a lot of the work behind is Thomas McMahon wearing hip number 15. And then immediately to the inside is Weisner, I believe. Through 2,000 meters there in 5:56. So about 14:50 pace. Now on the outside, it is Billy Dennison wanting to put his name in the conversation. Dennison has a 15:19 personal best. But again, these guys running well under 3-minute kilometer pace. So that should get them under that 15-minute barrier. It is Brady Ott in second, wearing hip number 21. So that is Dennison and Ott. So again, Brady Ott on the outside, and a little bump there as he tries to put himself around our leader. No one really wanting to take charge, meaning that the pace has continued to slow a little bit. And they're all sort of queuing up on the outside. So it is Dennison and now Ott to a more decisive lead. They hit the 3,000 meter mark in 8:58, so they are just a whisper under 15-minute final time. And surely these guys want to get under that 15-minute barrier. That is a big one to break, so they've got to put the pedal to the metal here. Brady Ott seems to have just sensed that he needs to put in some work here if they have a hope at finishing sub 15. He's out of Council Rock North in Newton, Pennsylvania. Now it appears to be Guerrera back into the lead. Only 6 laps to go. 1,200 meters remain in this very long race. And now some good movement by the tall man up front, Guerrera of the Celtics. He's pulling Ott with him. McMahon in that yellow kit. You can see the fatigue setting in for him, but he doesn't want to let those two go in front. And our two leaders looking great for how far into this race they are. They are inside the final kilometer of this 5K race. It is a long trek, 25 laps of this small oval. But now they'll hit the finish line with less than a mile to go. Guerrera leading Ott. Ott looking like he's ready to strike at any moment, having to go wide, both of these athletes, to avoid the traffic in lane 1. Both still on pace for improvements on their seed times. Ott tracking every move of the tall man in front of him. Guerrera unable to shake the challenger. McMahon and Teeter still in the conversation in the chase pack. McMahon looking like he's fighting to just stay in front of those pace lights. And this is where things get really challenging. You can see how much this is taking out of these runners. They're going to have only 2 laps remaining when they hit this finish line inside 400 meters. But the duo behind them are gaining with every stride. So that is Guerrera leading Ott, and then McMahon and Teeter sitting just meters behind our front 2. But it is Guerrera finding another gear, striding things out now. Guerrera with eyes up, keeping that quick cycle in the upper body, and he will hit the bell in about 14:25. He's going to be awfully close to that 15-meter mark. He's got to run sub 34 for this last lap, and he knows it. He is taking off. He is like a new man around the top of this bend, and here comes our leader, Charles Guerrera of the Celtics. The junior into the home stretch for the final time, powering for home. It's going to be sub 15. 14:55.81 unofficially for Charles Guerrera. And it looks like it might have just been a smidge under 15 for both McMahon and Ott in second and third, and the stadium is electric here at the Reggie Lewis Center because everyone understands what this would mean for these guys. $14:55.81. Don't worry, we won't forget the name, Charles. Mr. Guerrera getting well-deserved hugs from friends and family around the track. Absolute fatigue, but still some room for some fun and a celebration right at the line. The tongue's out, the wings are out. That is a solid day's work for all of these guys. And McMahon just beside him there, again, also rewarded with a sub-15 performance. 14:59 and change for both McMahon and Ott. Teeter just heartbreakingly outside of that at 15:01, but the times stellar all around. What a night of distance action here at the Reggie Lewis Center. And we're not done yet, because next up we have one of the fan favorites. We have the championship boys and girls 4x200 meter relays. Before we get to that, we will wrap up our distance section with a final look at our overall times. Daniel Simmons with a new national record of 13:38.86, absolutely stellar time, unlikely to be broken anytime soon. And then the next 9 all sub 15. But all eyes now on our 4x200 meter finals championship. We have the McNamara Mustangs. We have the Ann Arbor Youth Track Club starting in lane 4. West Springfield is going to start in 5. And then a name that's very familiar to those watching in stadium and at home. Rounding out our field in lane 6 is going to be the South Dade Express Track Club. Our second section will be comprised of Westlake Village Lions. And then if you can hear at home, folks, there is a lot of noise in this stadium for the fan favorites here. The Bullis Club featuring Quincy Wilson looking sharp in those purple kits. They're going to have some tough company with the IMG Academy. And rounding out our boys championship finals, we have the Lions Track Club. course, also known as Archbishop Carroll High School in those snappy blue kits. So we're going to have 2 timed finals. 8 teams total, divided into 2 sections of 4. Our first heat, first timed final, I should say, is McNamara Mustangs in lane 3 and Arbor Youth Track Club out of Belleville High School in Michigan in 4. West Springfield Track Club out of Springfield, Virginia in 5. And then the South Dade Express Track Club of South Ridge High School in Miami, Florida will take to lane 6. There is only 0.14 seconds separating these 4 teams in the prelims. This is going to be an exciting final. We are away cleanly again on paper. This should be an absolutely stellar final. Leading off for the Mustangs is Isaiah Pryor. For Ann Arbor, it is Shamar Gamble. West Springfield, Mark Anthony White, and South Dade Express, Jamarian Harris. And on the outside, South Dade looking awfully fast in that orange kit. They're going to have the very slight lead at the handoff. Oh, and a tough one there for Ann Arbor Youth. They barely get to stick around, and we do see a yellow flag on track, but making up an enormous move in the middle of your screen there. That is McNamara Mustangs trying to stay on their feet, but this is all South Dade on the front of your screen now. An incredible leg and disaster at the handoff. Oh, and that has blown this race wide open. A hard fall. And that has made this a 2-man race. Coming into the final, it is going to be West Springfield taking the lead, taking the win in that section in 129.14. Ann Arbor 130. And the Mustangs have been disqualified, so high drama on track.